The stern mother questions Luna about her activities for the day. The young girl stands beside her concerned grandmother as they face the interrogation. The grandmother looks on with a worried expression, asking for specific details. Luna happily explains she was spending time with the daughter of a powerful general. The grandmother seems pleased to hear about such a prestigious connection. However, the mother slams her hand down, scolding the girl for leaving the house without permission. Luna quickly offers a cute apology to her grandmother to smooth things over. The older woman asks where the two girls spent their afternoon. In a tiny, adorable form, Luna lists all the shops and houses they visited. The grandmother encourages her to stay on good terms with her new high-ranking friend. They share a warm moment as the grandmother offers to help with future outings. The mother interrupts the pleasantries with a frustrated cough. Luna tries to use her charm to win her mother's forgiveness. The mother remains cold, bringing up a rumor that Luna offended a local lord. The grandmother turns to the mother, shocked by this new information. She demands to know why such a serious matter was kept from her until now. The grandmother questions Luna about taking a personal charm from the lord during a contest. The mother watches with a smug smile, believing the girl's reputation is at risk. Luna pouts, insisting that the prize was won fairly during a public game. The girl explains the situation clearly to her grandmother to clear her name. She maintains that the lord was kind and didn't mind her winning the keepsake. The mother continues to argue that keeping a man's personal item is improper. Luna points out that another prominent lady did the exact same thing without any fuss. Seeing the logic, the mother finally relaxes and dismisses the concerns as a false alarm. The grandmother decides to move on, mentioning an upcoming family wedding instead. She instructs the mother to hand over a specific item to Luna before they retire for the night. The young girl looks up with wide, curious eyes, wondering what the gift could be. A set of beautiful golden hair accessories is revealed as part of the family's collection. Luna bows her head in gratitude, promising to make her family proud at the next big event. The scene opens at the Starry house, where the family gathers to present Luna with a special gift. Luna smiles as she admires the intricate butterfly design on the golden keepsake her mother has provided. Her mother and grandmother watch with satisfaction, noting how well the young lady handles her new social standing. Grandmother gently holds Luna's hands, offering to have a craftsman make adjustments if the fit isn't perfect. Luna graciously thanks her grandmother before excusing herself to return to her own quarters. A peaceful breeze blows through the estate as she makes her way back, away from the prying eyes of the elders. Ninger is visibly relieved that her mistress avoided any harsh punishment regarding the recent controversy. Luna explains that her clever connections were the only reason she managed to turn the situation around. As they reach her room, Ninger asks if she plans to wear the new golden charms right away. Instead of putting them on, Luna grabs a small tool and prepares to inspect the gift more closely. She taps the golden accessory against the table, causing a mysterious white powder to spill out. Ninger assumes it was just a careless mistake by the craftsman who polished the items. Luna isn't convinced and begins a thorough examination of the intricate metalwork. Ninger leans and notices that the substance actually has a very pleasant floral scent. They soon find that even more of the hidden powder is tucked away inside the matching eardrops. The maid looks on with growing concern as the mystery of the hidden substance deepens. To test her theory, Luna applies a tiny amount of the powder directly to her skin. Almost instantly, a red, swollen rash erupts across her hand, confirming the powder is a skin irritant. Horrified by the sabotage, Ninger suggests throwing the dangerous keepsakes away immediately. Luna stops her, deciding to keep the evidence while asking for water to clean her hand. She explains that Madame Sharon likely planned for this reaction to ruin her appearance at the upcoming feast. Luna instructs her maid to stay alert and keep a close eye on their rivals' movements. Ninger realizes that if this gift was tainted, Lady Lindsay's accessories might be compromised as well. They piece together the scheme, realizing Madame Sharon is doing everything possible to protect her niece's interests. Luna remains calm, knowing the political stakes of the upcoming wedding are higher than ever. She feels confident that with her grandmother's favor, Madame Sharon's hopes will ultimately fall short. Ninger looks to her mistress, ready to follow whatever plan she has devised next. With a playful wink, Luna tells her maid to inform any visitors that she is busy painting while she prepares her countermove. Luna grinds a red substance into a paste using a wooden mortar and pestle. She carefully stirs the thick, crimson mixture within the bowl. Ninger rushes into the garden, calling out to her lady with urgent news. The maid gasps as she reveals that something terrible has happened over at the Lotus house. She whispers that Lady Lindsay has developed a severe facial rash, mirroring the one Luna suffered earlier. Luna realizes this means her rival will likely be unable to attend the upcoming Feast of Flowers. Deciding to head inside, Luna warns her maid to stay far away from the other house for now. Meanwhile, the minister is baffled by the sudden appearance of the skin condition. He notes that the timing couldn't be worse with the major social event just around the corner. Mistress Willow pleads with him to find justice, claiming Lindsay was always careful with her routine. The minister questions if she is implying that someone purposefully sabotaged his daughter. He quickly dismisses the idea, arguing that any daughter's success brings glory to the entire household. Mistress Willow backs down, claiming her outburst was simply fueled by maternal worry. The minister decides they must wait for the medical professionals to finish their assessment. The doctor concludes his examination as the worried parents look on. He identifies the ailment as an allergy to pollen that will require a long recovery time. When Mistress Willow panics about the delay, The minister sternly tells her to maintain her manners. She looks away in shame after being reprimanded in front of the physician. The minister leaves to find gifts for the recovering girl, telling the mother to offer comfort instead. Over at the Starry house, the atmosphere is quiet and tense. Madame Sharon arrives at the residence, questioning why Luna hasn't made her morning rounds. Ninger looks startled as she greets the unexpected visitor. Luna speaks from behind a closed door, claiming she isn't feeling well enough to come outside. Madame Sharon mentions she has a gift to deliver on behalf of Madame Wu. She doesn't wait for an invitation and pushes her way into the room. The woman looks around the dim interior with a suspicious and cold expression. Ninger frantically explains that her lady has been hiding away since the previous afternoon. The maid falls to her knees, crying that Luna has locked herself away from everyone. Madame Sharon finds this reclusive behavior to be completely inappropriate for a lady of her status. In the corner, Luna sits slumped over a desk, her head buried in her arms as she sobs. Madame Sharon approaches the girl, demanding to know the cause of all the tears. Luna keeps her hands pressed firmly against her cheeks, begging to be left alone. When she finally drops her guard, Madame Sharon recoils in absolute shock at the state of Luna's face. Luna weeps in the West House, claiming her condition flared up just yesterday. Mistress Willow pulls back the girl's sleeve to get a better look at the damage. Noticing the spots, Willow confirms the symptoms are identical to the rash Lindsay developed. The mother diagnoses it as peach blossom ringworm, noting the timing couldn't be worse for the upcoming feast. Luna continues her act, sobbing about the possibility of missing the major event. Willow looks on with pity, thinking this situation is even more severe than her rivals. Luna explains how hard she worked on a painting and frame to bring honor to the family. The camera pans across the intricate details of the high-quality wooden frame. Willow tries to remain optimistic, suggesting that a miracle cure might still get her to the feast. The young girl looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, questioning if a recovery is actually possible. A maid arrives with a message that Madame Wu has sent over tonics to aid in the healing process. The servant presents a small ceramic pot filled with the restorative liquid. Luna stares down at the medicine, bracing herself for the bitter taste. She instructs Ninger to go grab some preserves to help wash down the brew. Luna tilts back the bowl and finishes the entire dose in one go. Willow gives a gentle smile, encouraging her daughter to let the medicine do its work. The mother excuses herself to visit Bright, leaving the girls to their recovery. Willow leaves with a smirk, thinking a simple gift can easily rip Luna's presence at the celebration. Fresh tea sits steaming on the table as the room settles into a quiet atmosphere. Ninger offers to bring some water so Luna can finally clean the fake marks off her face. Luna stops her, confused as to why she would want to remove the disguise so soon. The maid points out that since the condition is technically cured, their enemies will be watching closely. The empty medicine pot remains on the table, serving as a reminder of the supposed treatment. Luna pinches her nose at the foul scent, realizing that the real medicine Lindsay took was likely sabotage. Ninger is horrified by the realization that Madame Sharon would resort to such underhanded tactics. Despite the drama, Luna stays focused on finishing her artistic masterpiece. The duo discusses how Mistress Dream must have protected Bright by hiding the tainted jewelry. Ninger breaks a sweat, thankful that her status as a servant keeps her out of such high-stakes schemes. As evening falls, a cloth is used to carefully wipe down the ornate frame. Claudia suddenly drops by, and Ninger plays along by claiming Luna has been crying all day. Claudia looks skeptical, clearly following her own mother's hidden agenda. Luna quickly hides her work behind her back as her sister enters the room. Claudia sets a heavy stack of study materials down on the table. Now wearing a veil to hide her face, Luna stares at the books in total confusion. Claudia winks, insisting that a little skin rash is no excuse to slack off on her education. Luna reflects on the behavior of those around her while holding a book, noting how quickly people can switch from indifference to feigned concern. Claudia asks why she's being so quiet with a seemingly friendly smile while leaning in. The sisters stand together as Luna continues her studies, maintaining a polite but tense atmosphere. Claudia claims she visited personally out of concern for her sister's health, though her smile feels practiced. Luna remains wary, knowing her sister's sudden kindness usually hides an ulterior motive. She decides to play along for now to figure out exactly what the other girl is planning. Claudia presents documents containing information on the attendees for the upcoming festival, placing her hand firmly on the stack. Internally, Claudia grows frustrated when her sister doesn't show enough appreciation for her presence. Her irritation becomes visible, causing her attendant to step in and try to keep her composed. The maid reminds her to stay focused on their original goal for the visit and not let her emotions take over. Claudia tries to regain her composure and ignore the perceived slight from someone she considers beneath her. She shifts her attention to a decorative frame nearby, praising its craftsmanship with a sudden change in tone. The frame features detailed carvings of nature that look incredibly realistic and well-made. Luna explains that the frame is intended as a gift for the upcoming banquet as they both look it over. She admits that the actual painting for the frame hasn't been started yet, appearing somewhat worried. Claudia questions if the final artwork will be as impressive as her previous creations with a mocking smile. Luna focuses on the frame, expressing her hope that the recipient will appreciate the hard work put into it. Claudia reminds her that her current condition prevents her from attending the event, pointing out the reality of the situation. She feigns sympathy for all the effort put into a gift that likely won't be delivered in person. The two sisters stand by the artwork as the conversation about the upcoming banquet continues. Claudia offers to deliver the gift herself since her sister is stuck at home. Luna agrees, suggesting the frame can serve as a peace offering between them for past grudges. She officially hands over the decorative frame to her sister, who accepts it eagerly. The sisters finalize the exchange of the wooden frame, marking a shift in their interaction. Claudia is delighted, planning to present both her own gift and the frame to gain more favor. Luna watches as her hard work is taken away, mentioning her unfinished art with a look of concern. Claudia takes the frame and tells her sister to focus on finishing the rest of her work in peace. The sisters part ways as the maid is instructed to carry the newly acquired gift back to their quarters. Claudia offers a final parting farewell while leaving the courtyard, seemingly satisfied with the outcome. Luna watches them go with a neutral expression, remaining silent as they disappear from view. Once they are finally alone, Luna and her maid discuss the real reason for the visit. Luna points out that the visitors only came to get what they wanted and won't be back for a while. She realizes that with everyone gone, she finally has the privacy to work on her true masterpiece without being watched. The maid is ready to help her lady carry out her secret plan, and quickly agrees to the task. Claudia leaves the starry house, satisfied after successfully taking the decorative frame from her sister. She smirks, convinced that Luna's work isn't worth much effort, but glad to have seized it for her own gain. Claudia's maid warns her to remain cautious, suggesting that Luna might be more calculating than she appears. As they walk, the maid holds the stolen item and asks if they should proceed with presenting the gift as planned. Claudia looks back with a sharp gaze, ordering that the frame be sent for professional verification immediately. Meanwhile, at the West House, a table is covered with various materials prepared for Luna's secret project. Luna's assistants return exhausted, reporting that the day's covert-gathering mission was a difficult success. Luna pours a cup of tea for her help, welcoming them back while inquiring about the items they secured. One assistant explains how they managed to get the supplies from the warehouse without raising any red flags. They used a cover story, claiming the materials were simply to help Luna pass the time during her recovery. Luna listens intently, specifically asking if anyone spotted the silk cloth they smuggled in. The assistants cheer, explaining that they managed to hide the cloth perfectly beneath a pile of stones. Luna offers a warm smile to her loyal team as they take a moment to rest and drink their tea. One of the girls offers to stay and help further, but Luna tells her not to worry about the next steps. Luna insists she can handle the upcoming tasks on her own for the time being. She instructs Ninger to deliver a different painting to Claudia as a distraction, while they continue their real work. As the sun sets and the atmosphere changes, Luna prepares for the next phase of her plan. Her expression turns serious as she orders Ninger to lock the doors and ensure they have total privacy. Suddenly, a foot is seen slipping into the yard, triggering a hidden security device. Ninger notices the alarm and quickly alerts her mistress that someone has intruded. Luna prepares to investigate the disturbance, telling Ninger to gather the rest of the servants in the house. She throws open the doors to the storage room, ready to confront the mysterious intruder. To her confusion, several bird feathers are seen floating through the air in the empty room. More feathers are scattered across the floor, leading toward the storage cabinets. Luna looks out the window, trying to understand what kind of creature could have caused this mess. She finds an empty wooden box and realizes that most of her essential tools have been stolen. Holding one of the feathers, she ponders the strange idea of a bird that has a preference for metal objects. Her eyes narrow as she begins to suspect that the intruder might not have been a real animal at all. Ninger rushes into the room and is horrified by the sight of the disarray. The maid panics, immediately fearing that a major theft has taken place in the middle of their operation. Luna remains composed, confirming the theft while showing Ninger the feather she discovered. Ninger begins to inventory the room to see exactly which items are missing. She looks at Luna with concern, asking what they should do with the few tools that were left behind. Luna decides on a bold strategy, planning to dump the remaining tools and the box into the well in front of everyone to draw attention. The scene shifts to the elegant starry house where the investigation begins. Luna maintains a sharp, focused expression as she prepares to confront the staff. The servants gather in the courtyard, whispering nervously about the sudden interrogation. The younger staff members exchange worried glances, completely unsure of what is happening. Mrs. Chang appears visibly shaken, clutching a cloth as the tension rises. Nearby servants gossip about Luna's rare and imposing presence today. Luna directly addresses the group, questioning the loyalty of those assigned to the West House. The staff members look increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny as she begins her inquiry. Luna stands firm, asking if anyone knows exactly when she left the West House earlier. The servants look at one another, hesitant to speak up first. A couple of maids finally confirm the time of her departure. Luna immediately follows up by asking who entered the premises once she was gone. Mrs. Chang's expression hardens as she senses the trap being set. The male servants explain their constant presence in the outer yard, claiming ignorance of any intruders. Luna settles in, making it clear she will not stop until she has answers. She sits regally while being fanned, commanding the full attention of everyone present. One servant tries to deflect the pressure by suggesting the matter be handled by higher authorities. Ninger quickly steps in to reprimand the staff for their lack of respect toward Luna. Luna's gaze turns cold as she accuses the staff of theft since no one can account for the missing items. A servant desperately claims they never left their post during the time in question. Luna sharpens her interrogation, demanding to know exactly which room they were in and what they were doing. A young maid stammers out an alibi, claiming they were washing sheets at the well. Luna turns her attention back to Mrs. Chang to see if the stories align. Wiping away sweat, Mrs. Chang tries to blame the intense heat for her lack of supervision. Luna points out the obvious flaw in her logic, questioning why an ill woman would choose to work in the sun. The servants realize their cover stories are failing under Luna's relentless logic. A chair is brought out for Mrs. Chang as part of Luna's psychological game. Mrs. Chang continues to play the victim, thanking Luna while sticking to her heat-stroke excuse. Luna watches the older woman closely, looking for any sign of a slip-up. She feigns sympathy for Mrs. Chang's advanced age and the burden of her duties. Mrs. Chang tries to double down on her fake loyalty, hoping to end the questioning. Luna suddenly orders her maid to request that Mrs. Chang be retired immediately for her health. Luna flashes a mockingly sweet smile, promising a very generous retirement package. Panicked by the prospect of losing her position, Mrs. Chang collapses to the floor. The facade breaks as Mrs. Chang begs for mercy and starts to admit her wrongdoings. Luna looks down at the terrified woman, having successfully forced a confession. Relaxing in her chair, Luna prepares to hear the truth about where the stolen items went. The investigation continues at Starry House as Luna turns her attention toward the rest of the staff. She demands to know exactly what every servant was doing between the hours of 9 and 11 that morning. One of the servant girls nervously laughs it off, claiming they were all busy cleaning the backyard during that time. Luna isn't buying it, pointing out that she remembers the backyard being cleaned multiple times over the last few days. The male servants look on in shock, realizing that their lady has been paying much closer attention to their chores than they ever imagined. Thinking quickly, the servant tries to explain that they were simply resting in the backyard because it was cooler there. She doubles down on the excuse, claiming it would be improper and harmful to Luna's reputation if men were seen in the front yard. The servants try to play it off with a cute act, suggesting they were just trying to be considerate. Ninger isn't having any of it and shouts at them for being so impolite toward their lady. One servant snaps back, pointing out that Luna hasn't even spoken and Ninger is just a maid herself. Luna steps in to stop the bickering, keeping the focus on her interrogation. The servant dismissively claims he simply fell asleep in the backyard and didn't hear a thing. Luna and Ninger share a knowing look as the trap is set. With a sharp gaze, Luna declares that since she has already identified the thief, the matter will be settled by her mother. The servants are visibly shaken, wondering if Luna has actually figured everything out. Luna maintains a calm, almost pleasant expression while delivering the ultimatum. She orders Ninger to head to the Star House immediately to report the theft. Panicking at the thought of a formal report, the servant tries to chase after Ninger to stop her. The maids quickly step in to block his path, warning him to maintain a proper distance from their lady. Luna explains that since no strangers were spotted, the culprit has to be an insider. The servant tries to argue that anyone in the house could be guilty, questioning why they are the primary suspects. A maid counters that everyone else has a solid alibi, leaving only the group in the backyard without an excuse. The staff is backed into a corner as they are accused of planning the theft for a long time. Luna smiles, noting that the only reason they didn't get away with the property was because she returned early. She reminds the room that this is her domain and everyone is subject to her final judgment. The servant looks on in silent frustration, realizing his excuses are failing. He turns to Mrs. Chang, begging the senior servant to speak up on their behalf. Fearing for her own safety, Mrs. Chang lashes out at them, calling them shameless burglars and threatening to sell them off. The pressure becomes too much, and the servant collapses to the floor. He begs Luna for mercy, swearing that while they may have been out of place, they didn't actually steal anything. Luna looks down at him, demanding the honest truth about what they were really doing in the backyard. The servants look terrified, realizing they have no choice but to come clean. Mrs. Chang screams at them to answer the question immediately. Finally, the truth comes out as the servant confesses that he was actually on a secret date in the backyard. Two servants embrace as they confess that their secret meetings in the backyard were actually for romance. One servant whispers to the other that admitting to their relationship is much better than being punished for theft. The rest of the staff stands frozen in shock as the secret comes to light. Luna takes a moment to process this unexpected twist in the investigation. Mrs. Chang and the other maids can't believe what they are hearing from their coworkers. Luna offers to talk to her mother to help the two servants stay together forever. Panicked by the offer, one servant immediately backtracks and shouts that he doesn't want to be with any man. Realizing they've gone too far, the other servant claims they will eventually break up to start families of their own. Luna ponders the situation, wondering who the real thief could be if the servants were only dating. A servant quickly agrees that the culprit must be an outsider and praises the lady's wisdom. Satisfied for now, Luna instructs Ninger to continue the investigation elsewhere. The scene shifts to a quiet room decorated with fresh flowers and tea. Ninger presents a feather found in Luna's room, theorizing that a bird must have stolen the shiny jewels. Luna plays along with the theory, letting the servants believe the case is closed. One servant smirks, thinking Luna only made the accusations to keep the staff in line. Now that a thief has been identified, Luna dismisses the staff and allows them to return to their duties. Relieved to be out of trouble, the servants bow and quickly make their exit. Luna remains behind, staring at the feather with a suspicious look. Resting in her room, Luna admits to Ninger that she already knows exactly who the intruder was. She recalls a mysterious man who comes and goes as he pleases, realizing he's the one responsible. Ninger looks on in surprise as the realization hits her. Luna smiles and tells her maid to tidy the room and replace any old items with new ones. The day of the Feast of Flowers finally arrives as carriages begin to pull up to the venue. The Wu sisters arrive, looking elegant and prepared for the prestigious event. Their mother reminds them to make a good impression even if they don't win the top prize. Lindsay complains about her face being itchy, but her mother warns her not to ruin her makeup. While Lindsay struggles, her sisters giggle at her heavy makeup and the predicament she's in. Lindsay's mother ignores the bickering and tells her daughter to focus on landing a noble suitor today. Despite the pressure, Lindsay can't hide her irritation as she prepares to enter. The group offers a formal greeting as they are welcomed into the gathering. Madame Sharon leads the way, secretly wishing for a higher social status for her family. Claudia observes her surroundings with a calm and focused expression. The sisters walk through the venue, drawing attention as they join the other guests. Lindsay worries that her skin rashes are visible, though her maid assures her they are well hidden under the powder. Sharon warns Lindsay about the importance of the Feast of Flowers while checking her daughter's appearance. Sharon smiles with satisfaction, pleased that Lindsay is determined to uphold the family's dignity. Luna moves toward the carriage, preparing for the upcoming social event. Lindsay sits with a sour expression, harboring resentment toward her sister's success. Lord Wu halts the group's departure to deliver an unexpected instruction to Sharon. Sharon's expression shifts to one of irritation as she listens to her husband's request. Mistress Frost sits quietly, waiting to see if she will be allowed to attend the feast. Lord Wu insists that Sharon take Mistress Frost along, citing the importance of the occasion. Sharon is visibly taken aback by the idea of bringing a guest of lower status to such a prestigious gathering. Nearby observers whisper about the breach of protocol, noting that only legitimate wives usually attend. Lord Wu remains firm, promising to handle any issues that arise from Mistress Frost's presence. Resigned to the situation, Sharon instructs a servant to help Mistress Frost into the carriage. Lindsay and Claudia notice Luna's absence and wonder where she has gone. The interior of the carriage sits ready for the prominent guests to arrive. Luna is already seated inside, perfectly composed and ready for the palace visit. The sisters are shocked to find that Melody is also present and traveling with Luna. Melody Wu greets her sisters, appearing slightly overwhelmed by the grand event. Luna and Melody share a light-hearted moment as they prepare for the long day ahead. The two sisters sit together, presenting a united front despite the family's internal tensions. Melody admits she's nervous about entering the palace for the first time. Luna gives a confident smile, assuring her younger sister that everything will be fine. A sharp glance between Luna and Lindsay signals the deep-seated rivalry between them. Lindsay grips her sleeve tightly, her irritation growing as she watches Luna's calm demeanor. Lindsay tries to strike up a conversation, but Luna remains cold and distant. Luna dismisses the attempt at small talk with a playful but firm attitude. Lindsay's frustration boils over as she realizes Luna isn't falling for her act. Luna maintains a smug expression, knowing she has the upper hand in this social exchange. Luna explains that they are nearing the palace and will soon have to proceed on foot. Lindsay looks confused, having been unaware of the requirement to walk past the gates. Realizing she was left out of the loop regarding palace etiquette, Lindsay feels slighted. Luna enjoys the moment of confusion, watching Lindsay struggle to keep her composure. Lindsay tries to play off her ignorance, suggesting they all walk together as a family. Luna politely declines, noting that the feast is for making separate social connections. Luna clarifies that Melody will be her primary companion for the walk into the palace. Lindsay insists she's perfectly fine on her own, though her expression says otherwise. The sisters prepare to part ways, each focused on their own social goals for the feast. Lindsay huffs with determination, vowing to find someone else to accompany her. Luna arrives at the Imperial Palace, noting its intimidating scale compared to her father's mansion. Melody follows closely behind, feeling the weight of the moment as they step into the grounds. Looking around at the grand architecture, Melody remains hopeful about the day ahead. She is clearly impressed by the palace's beauty while Luna maintains her composure. Mistress Frost trails the group with a dejected expression, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Luna smiles to herself, knowing Sharon is likely fuming over the breach in family protocol. Sharon gathers the young ladies, her face set in a stern expression. She issues a strict warning for everyone to behave with absolute decorum while inside the palace. Sharon's eyes narrow as she notices something different about the accessory Luna is wearing. She questions Luna directly, asking why she isn't wearing the specific keepsake provided for her. Luna remains perfectly calm, claiming that she is indeed wearing the same piece. She explains that she merely added a few glaze flowers to the design to make it more suitable for the event. Sharon praises Luna's quick thinking, though she privately wonders if the girl discovered the secret hidden inside the gift. Luna modestly offers to craft a similar accessory for Sharon in the future. Sharon then dismisses Mistress Frost, ordering her to stay out of the way. A girl named Claudia spots the group and excitedly calls out to her cousin. Claudia and Melody share a brief, giggling greeting in the middle of the palace grounds. Claudia quickly turns her attention to the others, making a mocking comment about their masked and powdered faces. She continues to belittle them, asking what kind of embarrassing show they think they are putting on. Melody bluntly explains that the girls are hiding skin conditions under their heavy makeup. Claudia tells them they should just leave immediately to avoid further humiliating the Prime Minister's mansion. Lindsay is pushed to her limit and prepares to snap back at the arrogant girl. Claudia isn't intimidated and threatens that she has the authority to have Lindsay punished on the spot. Lindsay tries to stand her ground by citing her family's status, but Claudia isn't listening. In a shocking move, Claudia delivers a sharp slap across Lindsay's face. Lindsay's attendant rushes to help as the young lady reels from the physical assault. Claudia shakes her hand in disgust, complaining about the thick layer of powder she just touched. Lindsay is overcome with rage and humiliation, demanding to know how Claudia dares to insult her so publicly. Claudia remains unfazed, mocking Lindsay's status as nothing more than a concubine's daughter. Melody warns Lindsay not to cry, as the tears will surely ruin what's left of her makeup. Lindsay is forced to hold back her fury, trembling as she tries to maintain her composure. Melody watches the scene with a smug expression, believing Lindsay finally got what was coming to her. Deciding she has seen enough, Luna tells her attendant that it's time for them to move on. Luna walks away with total indifference, refusing to get dragged into the petty squabble. When Claudia demands her attention, Luna looks back with a cold, dismissive gaze. Infuriated by being ignored, Claudia pulls out a whip and prepares to strike Luna down. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and catches the whip midair, stopping the attack. Melody glares at Claudia, warning her to mind her manners before she ruins her own future. The Wu family arrives at the Grand Palace gates for the Feast of Flowers. Lindsay watches her sisters closely, plotting her next move in the social hierarchy. She realizes she needs to stay close to Claudia to secure a high-ranking recommendation. In her haste, Lindsay accidentally bumps right into Melody and Luna. Melody turns around with an annoyed expression, demanding to know why she's being followed. Lindsay tries to play it off, claiming she's just heading in the same general direction. Melody isn't buying the act and tells her sister to beat it immediately. The rejection leaves Lindsay looking visibly distressed as she struggles to find her place. Claudia steps in and allows Lindsay to stay, solely because they share the same family name. Lindsay remains quiet, knowing she has to tread carefully to avoid further embarrassment. Claudia maintains her arrogant demeanor, reminding everyone that they are about to meet Princess Xia. The group continues through the palace grounds, led by a dismissive Claudia. Another noble lady mocks Lindsay, pointing out that only legitimate daughters like Claudia deserve respect. Lindsay glares back, frustrated by the blatant disrespect from her peers. The mocking girl closes her eyes dismissively, confident in her superior social standing. Melody spots a friend in the crowd and waves excitedly to get her attention. A cheerful noble girl waves back, happy to see a familiar face at the event. The two friends meet up and immediately begin chatting about the festivities. Melody proudly shows off the charm her mother prepared specifically for the feast. They decide to walk together, leaving the tension of the Wu sisters behind for a moment. Melody looks back with a smile, ready to enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Luna watches the interaction silently, keeping her thoughts to herself behind her veil. Melody suggests that Lindsay and Luna should walk together to keep things civil. The blonde noble girl notices Luna's veil and wonders if her old birthmark has returned. Melody quickly covers for her, claiming Luna is dealing with a serious skin irritation instead. Suddenly, Hannah rushes over with pure excitement upon seeing her friend Luna. Hannah ignores the gossip and greets Luna warmly, thrilled to have found her in the crowd. Seeing Luna get such high-level attention leaves Claudia absolutely fuming with jealousy. Onlookers are stunned that a concubine's daughter could be so close to a general's child. Hannah stands protectively by Luna, ignoring the whispers of the surrounding crowd. Feeling the pressure of time, Hannah urges Luna to move along before they're late. Seeing an opportunity to rise in status, Lindsay chases after the duo. Hannah turns around, curious about the girl trying to join their group. The two girls exchange a tense look as Lindsay tries to make a good impression. Hannah prepares to excuse them, clearly not interested in a new tag-along. Desperate, Lindsay begs Luna to let her join them, promising not to cause any trouble. The serene pavilions of the Feast of Flowers stand ready for the day's events. Claudia is absolutely fuming, clenching her fists as she rages about the social shifts favoring the Wu family. Her companions gossip nearby, suggesting that Hannah might only be showing pity toward their rivals. One noble girl notes that Hannah has shown a surprising level of public respect toward Luna. Another observer points out that Claudia has never received such high regard compared to the favor Luna is currently enjoying. Furious at the comparison, scene, Claudia snaps at the group to shut their mouths immediately. To change the subject, one girl offers to tell a scandalous story to regain Claudia's favor. She leans in to whisper a rumor about seeing Luna out in public with an unknown male. A brief flashback reveals the moment in question, which the girls use to fuel their smear campaign. Claudia's anger turns into a devious smirk as she realizes she finally has some leverage. From a distance, Melody notices the group huddled together and senses they are plotting something against her sister. She watches with growing concern, realizing she needs to give Luna a heads up about the brewing trouble. Suddenly, one of the girls spots a high-ranking official across Crescent Lake. The entire group turns their attention toward the water to see who has arrived. Prince Abbott and Lord Edgar walk together, projecting an aura of power and prestige. One girl admires Lord Edgar's impeccable appearance, noting how he perfectly carries his high-status attire. Claudia looks completely starstruck, her eyes sparkling with an obsessive interest in the nobleman. Another girl dreams of winning the prince's favor to secure her own social promotion in the future. A younger girl looks on in total awe, treating the men like untouchable figures of legend. Claudia sharply reminds her that such powerful men are far beyond her social reach. The girls watch the men from their vantage point, acknowledging the vast gap in their status. Not wanting to lose the chance, Claudia urges the group to move closer and find a way to be noticed. They begin to move stealthily through the garden, hiding behind large rocks to stay out of sight. Two girls discuss the potential consequences of a botched approach. They worry that a sudden interruption of the prince's conversation could lead to a severe penalty. The group huddles together, agreeing that they need to be extremely careful with their next move. One girl wonders about the location of Lord Han, who is usually seen accompanying Lord Edgar. Another girl clasps her hands in gratitude, feeling incredibly lucky just to witness such high-ranking figures. They begin brainstorming a way to introduce themselves without appearing desperate or rude. The group decides they need to stage a chance encounter that looks like a scene from a drama. Claudia is intrigued by the idea of making their meeting look like a natural accident. One girl suggests a dramatic stunt, like falling into the water to force a rescue attempt from the nobles. Claudia thinks this shortcut to gaining attention is a brilliant and clever plan. When one girl looks confused by the scheme, Claudia quickly tells her to keep her voice down. She winks while shushing her companion, keeping the plot a secret from any outsiders. Claudia looks back at the others, noticing that Melody has been strangely quiet during the planning. A sinister look crosses Claudia's face as she remembers that Melody is still a witness to their schemes. The scene opens on a serene palace pavilion surrounded by blossoming trees. Melody reflects on her sister Bright's unreasonable demand that she intentionally cause a scene to gain Prince Abbott's attention. Overwhelmed by the pressure of the scheme, Melody wipes away frustrated tears. She walks through the palace grounds, terrified that offending the prince could lead to a death sentence. Nearby, Prince Abbott and Lord Edgar engage in a serious discussion while the prince fans himself. Lord Edgar maintains a calm, observant expression during their conversation. Prince Abbott grows visibly annoyed, questioning why his longtime friend is turning him down. As the two noblemen walk past the rockery, they remain unaware that Melody is hiding just out of sight. The prince senses something is off and looks toward the nearby structures with suspicion. Lord Edgar hides a subtle smile behind his decorated fan as he brushes off the prince's concerns. From another hiding spot, Molly Zhao watches Melody intently, waiting for her to execute the plan. Melody's servant girl watches the unfolding drama from afar with deep concern for her lady's safety. Prince Abbott warns Edgar to keep quiet and avoid drawing unnecessary attention to themselves. The prince flashes a confident smirk, clearly enjoying the attention of his admirers. Lord Edgar continues to play along, maintaining a polished and humble demeanor behind his fan. The two men continue their banter, with Edgar using his fan to playfully emphasize his points. Melody peeks out from behind the rocks, worrying about the prince's reputation for punishing those who try to get close to him. Realizing they are heading directly toward her, she panics and looks for a way to escape. She quickly ducks behind a stone staircase to avoid being spotted by the passing nobles. Struggling to maintain her balance in the cramped space, Melody feels her strength fading. Prince Abbott stops in his tracks, demanding a straight answer from his companion. He confronts Edgar directly, suspecting that he is using delaying tactics to avoid a favor. Edgar simply smiles and hides his reaction, refusing to give the prince a straight answer. The pair continues walking along the lily pond, with the prince still fuming over the situation. Disaster strikes when Melody's foot slips off the edge of the stone steps. Hearing the sudden noise, Prince Abbott spins around with a sharp, defensive gaze. Melody tumbles forward, unable to stop herself from falling right into the open path. The prince reacts with immediate hostility, reaching out as if to intercept a potential threat. Before she can hit the ground, Lord Edgar steps in and catches Melody in a steady hold. Lord Edgar looks down at the girl in his arms with a neutral, questioning expression. Watching from the shadows, Molly Zhao smiles, satisfied that the staged accident succeeded in getting someone's attention. The Feast of Flowers is in full bloom under the vibrant cherry blossom trees. Lord Edgar catches Melody mid-fall, preventing a public disaster. He looks down at her with a piercing gaze, demanding to know her identity. Terrified, Melody drops to the ground and bows, offering a shaky apology to the royalty. Edgar realizes she is the daughter of the Prime Minister and offers a polite, if curious, smile. Shivering from the pressure, Melody confirms her status while remaining low to the earth. Prince Abbott steps forward, coldly questioning how long she has been lurking in the shadows. Melody looks up with wide, fearful eyes, trying to maintain her composure. The prince narrows his eyes, pressuring her to reveal exactly what she overheard. Panicking, she insists she heard absolutely nothing of their private conversation. Bright intervenes, reminding the prince that they have an appointment with the Empress. Edgar watches the interaction carefully, his expression unreadable but sharp. Abbott seems satisfied with the turn of events, determined to hold someone to their word. He dismissively tells Melody to stand up, granting her a one-time reprieve. Melody stares in shock as the prince decides to let her go without punishment. Bright and Abbott walk away together, having finalized a secret deal between them. Nearby, other guests watch the scene unfold from behind the safety of the garden rocks. Luna and her companions rush to Melody's side now that the coast is clear. They question what she was thinking getting into such a mess with the prince. As the nobles pass by, the group of girls bows deeply in respect. Prince Abbott casts one final, suspicious glance back at the group. Eager silently notes that he can spot a social schemer from a mile away. Luna quickly apologizes, hoping they haven't caused any further trouble. She explains that they simply got separated while passing through the gates. Abbott remains unconvinced, staring down the girls with a frigid intensity. Luna continues to plead for her sister's forgiveness, citing her lack of experience at court. Changing the subject, the nobles discuss the fine wine sent from the frigid northern lands. Melody stands frozen, watching as the powerful men walk away without a second thought. Other ladies of the court move past, laughing and enjoying the festive atmosphere. Left behind in the dust, Melody and her accomplice realize the prince is completely ignoring them. Melody seethes with resentment, frustrated that her attempt to gain favor has completely backfired. Hannah and Luna walk through the imperial garden as Hannah explains that the Feast of Flowers banquet is held here every year. Lindsay is immediately struck by the beauty of the surroundings, while listening to the history of the location. Hannah smiles, noting that the late emperor revamped the garden twice specifically to please the Empress Dowager. Luna looks on with a peaceful expression, appreciating the serene atmosphere of the blossoms. Lindsay notices a game of pitch pot nearby and eagerly asks Luna if they should go join the fun. She grabs Luna's hand to pull her toward the activity, though Luna seems hesitant. Hannah looks visibly annoyed by the interruption to their walk. Finding the other girl to be a complete nuisance, Hannah glares at the distraction. Luna maintains a calm, polite expression despite the tension between her companions. Hannah dismisses the idea of chasing butterflies, preferring to focus on more productive social goals. While Lindsay is excited to make new connections, Hannah reminds her that the highborn guests usually won't even look at them. Hannah winks confidently, suggesting that sticking with the right people will eventually lead to success. Lindsay looks downcast, worried that their status as concubines' daughters will cause them to be ignored. Luna offers a supportive embrace, reminding Lindsay that they are family and will share in whatever comes their way. Reassured, Lindsay's eyes sparkle as she invites Luna to come along with her. Luna politely declines the invitation, touching her face and suggesting she needs a moment to herself. She encourages Lindsay to go ahead and simply refer any new noble friends back to her later. Lindsay smiles outwardly, but privately mocks the idea of helping Luna with such a referral. Hannah and Lindsay exchange polite farewells as they prepare to head in different directions. Once the other girl is gone, Hannah smiles dismissively, glad to no longer be wasting her time. Luna and Hannah share a quiet giggle now that they are finally left to their own devices. Hannah then instructs her maid, Sue, to pick some of the splendid begonia flowers for her. Luna is impressed by Hannah's boldness, noting that even high-ranking ladies usually wouldn't dare pick flowers here. The two decide to spend their time making flower wreaths among the pink blossoms. As they work, Luna wonders if Bright is currently busy making life difficult for Melody. The scene shifts away from the peaceful garden to a quiet pavilion situated beside the pond. A sharp slap rings out as Melody is struck across the face, catching her completely off guard. Bright looms over her, demanding to know what Melody said to the prince to make him leave. Holding her reddened cheek, a tearful Melody stammers that she didn't say anything at all. Bright is fuming with rage, unable to believe they were ignored and left behind. Another noblewoman adds fuel to the fire by mentioning how much attention the prince seemed to give Melody. Losing her temper completely, Bright strikes Melody again while insulting her character. Melody trembles in shock and pain, overwhelmed by her sister's sudden physical outburst. Bright accuses her of trying to overshadow everyone and threatens to report the entire incident to their mother and grandmother. Luna and Hannah show off their flower wreaths in the garden while chatting about the social scene. Luna smiles, listening as Hannah explains the concept of the four beauties of Southlink City. Hannah warns her that these prominent girls shouldn't be underestimated in social circles. Luna curiously asks which four girls Hannah is referring to. Hannah begins listing the names, counting them off on her fingers with a serious expression. Hannah cutely identifies herself as one of the four beauties. Luna giggles, agreeing that Hannah definitely fits the description of a top-tier beauty. Hannah playfully shoves Luna for teasing her while they both laugh together. Elsewhere, Princess Sia arrives at the pavilion with her entourage. A group of ladies bows and greets the princess with the utmost respect. Lindsay spots an opening and decides it's the perfect time to make her move. Lindsay waves and calls out to Claudia as she approaches the royal group. Claudia looks over at her sister with a knowing smile, acknowledging her presence. Claudia Claudia introduces her little sister to the princess for the very first time. Lindsay offers a polite greeting to Princess Sheyue, hoping to secure a good impression. The princess remarks on how crowded Claudia's home must be with so many sisters around. Lindsay smiles modestly, trying to maintain a graceful and poised appearance. Claudia shifts the focus back to their previous conversation about family matters. She asks about the status of the princess's brother and his current whereabouts. The princess looks surprised by the sudden question regarding when her brother might return. She assumes he will be back soon, though she doesn't have an exact date. The princess notes that her brother has missed the Feast of Flowers for 2 years in a row. One of the girls nearby watches the exchange with a stern and frustrated expression. She roughly shoves another girl out of her way to force her way through the crowd. The girl snaps at her peer with an angry shout as she passes by. She runs off toward the main group, leaving the others behind in the garden. Lindsay glares with envy, frustrated by the status others were born with. Claudia notices Lindsay's sour mood and asks why she's acting so upset today. Lindsay denies being upset while clenching her fists in a display of clear irritation. She admits she just can't stand the behavior of the other girls from her family. Claudia asks for more details regarding the specific source of her sister's frustration. Another girl sighs, mentioning that the ongoing family drama is a very long story. Lindsay complains about how disrespectful and bold some of the other girls have become. The princess notes that Claudia's little sister doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble. Lindsay focuses her intense gaze on a specific target she has in mind. She points her finger and reveals exactly which person has been bothering her. The focus shifts back to Luna and Hana enjoying their time together with their flower wreaths. The scene opens with the sun shining over the traditional tiled roofs of the palace grounds, where petals drift through the air. Princess Sheyue enjoys a small snack while listening intently to the scandalous gossip being shared about Luna. Lindsay eagerly recounts her grievances to the royal, while her sister Claudia quietly sips her tea in the background. Upon hearing the stories, Princess Sheyue reacts with visible frustration, recalling an old injury that has yet to heal. She questions why Lindsay would even permit someone like Luna to show her face at such an important feast. Claudia interjects, explaining that she was instructed not to interfere, because their mother is already handling the situation. This revelation sparks an immediate sense of curiosity in the princess, who wants to know exactly what is being planned. Claudia leans in close to the princess, whispering a secret plan involving a specific jewel. The group of noblewomen huddles together as they finalize their plot to humiliate Luna during the event. Lindsay confidently predicts that Luna will end up with a noticeable facial rash before the banquet concludes. Princess Sheyue finds the idea amusing, noting that the timing fits perfectly with the theme of the Feast of Flowers. Lindsay continues to push the narrative, encouraging Claudia to share even more stories about their family drama with the royal. The princess is all ears, demanding to know every single detail and version of the rumors surrounding the protagonist. Riven Zhang joins the circle, expressing her own interest in the unfolding drama. Claudia tries to act humble, suggesting there is nothing truly worth discussing despite the heavy atmosphere. Lindsay refuses to let it go, insisting that Luna is a master of falsehoods who has deceived everyone around her. Princess Sheyue laughs at the suggestion that Luna could have manipulated a prince into an engagement. Claudia watches the princess' reaction, realizing that the royal is completely unaware of her father's actual involvement. Riven chimes in, admitting that she once saw Luna and thought the girl appeared quite decent and well-mannered. The princess shrugs off the comment, suggesting that they should investigate the truth for themselves. Away from the group, Hana asks Luna to explain the inner workings of her mechanical gear. Luna is genuinely surprised that a noblewoman would take such a keen interest in engineering and mechanics. To illustrate her point, Luna takes a branch and begins drawing a diagram in the dirt. She gesticulates with the stick, carefully tracing the path of the mechanical movement for Hana to see. Suddenly, a foot stomps down directly onto the drawing, cutting the explanation short. Luna looks up in shock as her hard work is unceremoniously trampled. Riven Zhang stands over them with a smug expression, looking down on the pair as they sit on the grass. Hana maintains her composure, calmly asking Riven if there is a problem with their conversation. Riven delivers a message informing Hana that Princess Sheyue has requested her presence at the nearby pavilion. As she speaks, Riven intentionally scuffs her shoe across the ground to further ruin Luna's diagram. Luna looks up with a bright, suspicious smile, asking how she should go about repaying Riven for the delivery. Before Riven can react, Luna delivers a sharp kick to the other girl's leg as a form of immediate payback. Riven immediately collapses into a squat, clutching her injured limb in surprise and pain. Luna mockingly pokes at the dirt with her stick, asking if the lady is feeling all right after her stumble. With a triumphant look, Luna points out that Riven has now completely messed up her expensive dress. Tea is served under the shade of a tree while the group gathers. Riven's elegant dress is now ruined by several dark, unsightly stains. She points an accusing finger at the others, furious that her outfit for the evening banquet has been spoiled. In a sudden fit of rage, the lady slaps her own maid for simply offering to help clean the mess. Hana maintains a look of feigned innocence, claiming the entire incident was just a clumsy accident. This dismissive attitude only causes Riven's temper to flare even further. Hana continues to mock her, sarcastically praising the lady for being so broad-minded about the situation. The maid desperately tries to restrain her mistress, knowing that Hana's status as a general's daughter makes her a dangerous person to cross. The two girls continue to bicker, with neither side willing to back down from the confrontation. Princess Sheyue finally arrives on the scene, wondering what is causing the delay. She observes the chaos with a composed and slightly amused expression. Riven immediately turns to the princess to play the victim and voice her grievances. She points back at the group, exaggerating the story and claiming she was physically attacked. Sheyue turns the questioning toward Hana to see if there is any truth to the accusations. Hana just laughs it off, treating the lady's dramatic outburst like a stage performance. Riven is left seething, unable to believe her complaints are being dismissed so easily. Luna finds the situation quite entertaining while Hana cheers on her friend's sharp wit. Enraged, Riven demands that Luna watch her tone and show proper respect. Luna calmly points out that they are already showing the necessary respect toward the princess. Riven's frustration reaches a boiling point as she continues to lose the verbal battle. Hana and Luna stand together, completely unfazed by the insults being hurled their way. A vein of pure anger pops on Riven's forehead as she struggles to maintain her composure. Hana delivers a stinging remark about how people eventually get what they deserve. The antagonist is left fuming with a face full of resentment and rage. Sheyue decides to play the peacemaker, claiming she doesn't like to force anyone into uncomfortable situations. The princess then shifts the focus to Luna, questioning her about her sudden change in reputation. Luna nods politely, keeping her true thoughts hidden behind her veil. Sheyue inquires about the rumors of Luna's ability to craft flying wooden birds. She expresses a sense of disappointment at not having had the chance to see these inventions in person. Lindsay seizes the opportunity to mock Luna, bringing up a story about her being attacked by her own crafts. She describes how Luna's room was allegedly found in a state of complete disarray. Riven joins back in with a malicious smirk, attempting to twist the story into a scandalous accusation. Luna smiles behind her veil, asking Lady Zhang if she was an insider who knew the mechanical birds were just a cover-up. Angered by the accusation, Lady Zhang snaps back, calling Luna lowlife for speaking such nonsense in front of royalty. Hana steps in to defend her friend, reminding the group that Lady Zhang was the first to be rude during the gathering. Princess Sheyue intervenes, accusing Luna of being far too aggressive during their conversation. With a playful look, Luna asks if the group would prefer she gossip about their private affairs instead. Sheyue is visibly outraged by the suggestion, shouting at Luna for her audacity. Claudia quickly warns Luna to watch her mouth and remember her status within the Wu family. Luna points to her face with a clever remark, noting that she can't speak without using her mouth. Hana can't help but laugh at Luna's boldness, feeling confident in her friend's ability to handle the situation. Sheyue reaches her breaking point, threatening Luna with jail time for showing contempt toward royalty. Hana quickly stands up to defend her, explaining that Luna is simply unfamiliar with the palace rules. Claudia attempts to smooth things over by suggesting to Sheyue that Luna might not be thinking clearly. Unmoved by the excuses, Sheyue signals her guards to take Luna away and teach her how the palace operates. Watching from the sidelines, Lindsay smirks, believing that Luna's luck has finally run out. Hana bravely blocks the guard's path, declaring that nobody will touch Luna while she is there. Luna calmly places a hand on Hana's shoulder, asking for a moment to speak directly with the princess. Sheyue looks down at her with disdain, stating that it is far too late for any apologies. Luna maintains her composure and insists she has one last thing to say before any orders are carried out. Lindsay watches with a focused gaze, sensing that Luna is about to pull another clever trick. Riven whispers to Sheyue, urging her not to listen to someone she considers ill-bred. A sudden, sharp slap rings out as the confrontation escalates. Clutching her cheek in disbelief, Riven demands to know how Luna could dare to strike her. In the ensuing chaos, a quick movement causes someone to lose their footing and trip. Luna effortlessly dodges a frantic lunge from Riven, who falls forward as the guards watch in surprise. Boiling with rage, Riven glares at Luna and threatens her life right then and there. Ignoring the threats, Luna turns back to Sheyue and asks her to listen to a single question. Sheyue agrees to hear her out, but warns that failure to convince her will result in immediate punishment. Luna asks if children born from a primary wife are considered nobler than those born from concubines in this kingdom. Sheyue smugly confirms this social rule, adding that those born from concubines are of a lesser status. To everyone's confusion, Luna cheerily agrees with the princess's harsh assessment of social classes. Sheyue remains suspicious, questioning if Luna is simply trying to stall for time. Shaking her head, Luna claims she was only trying to find common ground with the princess. Sheyue stares back with a blank and confused expression, unsure of where the conversation is heading. Luna leans in close, suggesting they should forgive each other since they share the same background. Xie's face contorts with shock and fury as she realizes the weight of the implication. Luna drops a bombshell, stating that the princess is also the daughter of a concubine, just like her. Xie is absolutely livid, vowing to teach Luna a lesson for her perceived disrespect. Luna quickly reacts, grabbing the princess's arm before she can strike. With an intense gaze, Luna mocks the princess's highborn status compared to her own humble origins. The surrounding ladies watch the confrontation in total disbelief at Luna's audacity. Xie struggles to break free while her attendants try to pull the two apart. The princess screams in rage, threatening to have Luna severely punished for the insult. Luna holds her ground, warning that things will only get worse if anyone tries to escalate the situation. The physical struggle continues as Sia demands to be released from Luna's grip. Watching the chaos from the side, Claudia looks completely horrified by the public scandal. Luna finally decides to loosen her hold on the princess's sleeve. As she is let go, Sia nearly collapses from the sudden release and is caught by her maid. The entire garden party is thrown into disarray as the high-ranking ladies scramble in confusion. Luna remains on high alert, easily dodging a sudden strike from an approaching antagonist. She uses a swift defensive maneuver to deflect the incoming hand. Lindsay is left fuming, grinding her teeth as her attempt to intervene fails. Hannah steps forward and proposes a friendly match to settle the dispute using their martial arts training. Lindsay is stunned by the challenge and the sudden shift in the confrontation's tone. Furious, Sia ignores the challenge and orders the guards to seize Luna immediately. The princess is determined to see Luna punished for her unruly behavior. Armed guards move in, surrounding Luna and demanding that she surrender. Luna displays her combat skills, leaning back to narrowly dodge a guard's blade. She continues to move with incredible speed, staying one step ahead of her attackers. Taking the offensive, Luna delivers a sharp kick to push back one of the advancing guards. Sia and Claudia watch the skirmish unfold, realizing that the guards are having a difficult time. In the middle of the frantic scene, one of the noblewomen trips over her own long skirt. Sia lets out a frustrated scream as Luna continues to evade capture. A maid reaches out to steady the princess as the garden remains in a state of panic. Luna wears a confident smirk, clearly enjoying the chaos she has caused. She suddenly grabs a nearby attendant to use as a tactical shield against the guards. The captured girl cries out for help as Luna holds her firmly in place. The guards hesitate to advance, realizing they cannot attack without hitting the hostage. The terrified attendant begs the guards to lower their weapons before someone gets hurt. Showing no regard for her staff, Sia orders the guards to ignore the hostage and take Luna's head. Claudia watches with a cold expression, worrying that Luna's actions will ruin her own future prospects. Lindsay pulls out a whip, eager to join the fight and settle her personal grudge. Hannah immediately blocks her path, warning Lindsay not to even think about touching her friend. The guards attempt to negotiate, pleading with Luna to release the lady and turn herself in. Luna asks Lady Zhang if she wants to be released from her grasp. Lady Zhang nods frantically, desperate to be let go. Luna smiles, realizing she can use the hostage to block any incoming attacks from the guards. Luna continues to use the terrified Lady Zhang as a human shield while the chaos unfolds. The guards hesitate as Lady Zhang cries for help, trapped in Luna's firm grip. Nearby, two girls quickly salute as a high-ranking figure approaches the garden. Prince Abbott arrives on the scene, looking sternly at the disruptive brawl. The guards immediately drop to their knees to report the situation to Prince Abbott. Luna watches the newcomer, annoyed that powerful figures always seem to show up at the most critical moments. Seeing an opportunity to de-escalate, Luna begins to loosen her hold on her hostage. Lady Zhang is left in shock as her outer garment is damaged during the sudden release. Luna holds a piece of the torn fabric, unimpressed by its low quality. Lady Zhang cowers in embarrassment, trying to adjust her attire after the wardrobe mishap. Prince Abbott commands everyone to stop their fighting immediately. Abbott surveys the area while Igor observes the scene from the side with a fan. Luna recognizes Igor and wonders why he is involved in this mess as well. Igor remains calm, partially hiding his face behind his fan as he watches the confrontation. Prince Abbott turns his attention to the veiled Luna, demanding to know her identity and her family background. Sia quickly interjects, mockingly identifying Luna as the daughter of the Prime Minister. Abbott scolds Sia, questioning how she could be involved in such a scene as a princess. Sia puts on a fake crying act, claiming Luna was attacking people like a wild animal. Sia points toward Claudia to further garner sympathy from the prince. Claudia stands nearby looking distressed, supported by another girl to play up her role as a victim. Abbott approaches Claudia with a worried expression, asking if she has been injured. Claudia maintains a pained smile, pretending to be a brave victim despite the situation. Sia continues her dramatic performance, accusing Luna of ruining Lady Zhang's dignity by tearing her clothes. Swayed by the one-sided accusations, Abbott orders the guards to seize the troublemaker. Luna calmly picks up the discarded fabric from the ground. She steps forward and uses the material to cover the shivering Lady Zhang. Luna looks Abbott in the eye, questioning if a wise man like him would really only listen to one side of the story. Luna then claims that Sia ordered the guards to insult her, and that Lady Zhang was actually trying to help her during the confusion. Lady Zhang breaks down in tears, terrified that Luna's scheme will drag her down as well. Luna maintains her composure and tells the lady not to worry, promising that the prince will be fair in his judgment. Prince Abbott watches the scene with a stern, analytical expression while he considers the situation. Nearby, Edgar watches with a smirk, silently impressed by what he considers to be Luna's natural acting talent. Sia loses her temper and points a finger at Luna, telling her to stop her blatant lies. Luna looks up with a wide-eyed, innocent expression and insists that there are witnesses to the event. She pulls Lady Zhang into a comforting embrace, publicly thanking her for her supposed bravery. Luna continues her emotional performance, letting out a soft whimper to sell the act. Lady Zhang realizes that her only way out is to play along with Luna's narrative to avoid being a scapegoat. Luna drops to the ground in a kowtow, pleading with the prince to let Zhang dress herself properly before continuing. Both women remain bowed on the grass, showing total submission to the royal presence. Xia is left speechless and shocked by the fact that Zhang has suddenly switched sides. Abbott takes charge and orders his staff to escort Lady Zhang so she can fix her appearance. The scene shifts to the ornate rooftops of the imperial palace as the tension hangs in the air. Once they are alone, the prince demands to know exactly what started the conflict. Luna looks down modestly, claiming the entire incident began as a simple debate. Abbott grows impatient with the vague answers and tells Luna not to mumble. She looks up and insists the matter was trivial, claiming she would never dare to deceive him. The prince questions why a simple debate would ever escalate into a physical brawl. Luna explains that they simply had a difference of opinion that couldn't be resolved. Abbott glances dotingly at Xia while Luna continues to explain her side of the story in the background. Luna admits her behavior was improper, but maintains that she wasn't the one who started the fight. Both Eager and the prince listen intently, sensing that the truth is about to come out. Xia tries to interrupt, claiming she only had Zhang invite Luna over for a chat. Luna counters by suggesting the invitation was more about finding fault than a friendly meeting. Abbott turns a sharp, questioning gaze towards Xia, demanding to know the truth. He then turns back to Luna, ordering her to fill him in on the specific details of their argument. Luna smiles subtly and begins her explanation by citing common household knowledge regarding lineage. The prince tells her to elaborate on her point as they stand face to face in the garden. Luna explains that according to the law, all properties and titles go to the offspring of the first wife. Xia panics and begs Abbott not to listen to another word Luna says. Abbott looks thoughtful as Luna points out that even an adopted child can't share the same glory as a biological heir. Luna notes with a smirk that Princess Xia seems to hold a very different opinion on the matter. She innocently asks why the princess is blowing her lid before the story is even finished. Abbott tells Luna to keep going while Xia stands beside him, looking increasingly cornered. Xia realizes the trap has been set and she has no way to escape the narrative. Luna tells the prince that she was simply reminding Xia that a highborn prince like him is the true successor. Abbott looks coldly at the princess, who trembles as she realizes her brother's favor is slipping away. Luna maintains her sweet facade, asking the princess why she won't repeat her previous claims to the prince. Eager watches the fallout, noting that the truth is irrelevant because Xia has officially pushed the prince too far. Sunlight filters through the trees of the imperial garden, setting a calm stage for the chaos to follow. Xia drops to her knees in a desperate plea for the prince's mercy. She frantically claims that Luna is framing her out of a petty grudge. Luna stands her ground next to the prince, calmly mentioning that witnesses are present to reveal the truth. Abbott watches Luna closely, noting her dignified and powerful aura despite her veiled face. Xia fumes with jealousy, accusing Luna of trying to manipulate the prince's favor. Abbott turns the pressure on Xia, asking her if she has anyone to back up her claims. Xia freezes, realization hitting her that she's been cornered. She looks around desperately, searching for any ally among the crowd. One girl prepares to speak out, pointing a finger toward the scene. However, the potential witness hesitates and pulls back as the tension rises. Luna offers a mocking smile, reminding the onlookers that staying out of this mess is the smartest move. She suggests that Abbott simply ask his own guards, since they are duty-bound to be honest. Abbott's gaze turns icy as he demands Xia explain herself directly. Shivering in fear, Xia tries to downplay her words as simple chit-chat. Luna counters by pointing out that if the conversation was truly innocent, Xia would have nothing to fear. Xia's face twists in rage as she realizes her attempt to mislead the prince is failing. Luna informs Abbott that Xia was openly disparaging certain lineages, directly insulting the royal family's standing. Abbott begins to suspect that Xia has harbored secret ambitions to challenge the royal succession for a long time. Xia tries to defend her status, arguing that there is a clear difference in their ranks. Luna laughs at the arrogance, questioning what could possibly make one child superior to another in this context. Xia doubles down on her pride, declaring herself the noblest of all the princesses. Abbott looms over her, asking if she truly intends to usurp the throne. Losing his patience, Abbott delivers a sharp physical reprimand that sends Xia reeling. Luna is taken aback by how quickly the prince's short temper flared up over a few words. Xia rolls on the grass, crying out in genuine pain from the blow. Abbott's rage radiates through the garden as the onlookers tremble in silence. Luna discusses the escalating disturbance with her companion. She admits she didn't expect the prince to lose his cool so spectacularly. Her companion urges her to calm Abbott down before things get even worse for the princess. Eager watches the drama unfold with a satisfied smirk, enjoying the spectacle Luna created. Abbott stands over the cowering girl, demanding to know who taught her such treasonous principles. Xia cowers at his feet, desperately insisting she never had any such intentions. The prince stares her down with a cold, unforgiving look in his eyes. Nearby noblewomen whisper in terror, fearing that Xia might not survive the encounter if Abbott stays this angry. Xia breaks into tears, finally admitting fault and begging Abbott for forgiveness. Abbott shifts his tone, checking on Xia's injury now that she's been sufficiently humbled. He orders the guards to escort the princess back to her quarters immediately. Abbott informs her that she's excused from the evening banquet so she can see a doctor. Xia Sheyue tries to catch her breath, relieved to be escaping the prince's immediate wrath. As she leaves, Abbott watches with a dark, knowing smile, his plan having played out perfectly. Prince Abbott turns to leave, reminding those present not to forget their arrangement. Eager watches the prince depart with a neutral expression. Luna reflects on Abbott's absolute power, noting how a single word from him can crush even a princess. Sia reaches out desperately toward the departing prince, hoping for a reprieve. Left behind, Sia grinds her teeth in frustration at the ruthless nature of the imperial family. Hannah approaches Luna and Edgar, suggesting it is time for them to head out as well. The group begins to walk away, leaving the scene of the conflict behind. Luna and Hannah follow Edgar as they move through the imperial gardens. Luna looks over at Edgar, feeling confused by the sudden turn of events. Edgar offers a subtle, knowing smile as they walk. Edgar fans himself, noting that the current location isn't ideal for a private conversation. Luna and Hannah exchange looks while they continue their stroll. Sia watches them from a distance, fuming that Luna has managed to win over Edgar. Overcome with jealousy, Sia clenches her clothes and refuses to accept Luna's rising status. Edgar politely asks Hannah for a moment alone to speak with Luna. Hannah enthusiastically agrees and pushes Luna toward the young lord. Once alone, Edgar brings up his previous proposal and asks for Luna's final answer. Luna is caught off guard by the sudden question, wondering if the matter is urgent. Edgar maintains a calm demeanor, explaining it is merely a reminder of his offer. The unexpected shift in conversation leaves Luna looking completely stunned. Edgar mentions a past incident, suggesting an exchange of favors to settle her doubts. Luna immediately becomes defensive, wary of his true intentions. Edgar reveals his interest in specific keepsakes she has hidden away at her home. Luna demands to know what he intends to do with her personal items. Despite her clear agitation, Luna insists she isn't panicking during the interrogation. Edgar offers a reassuring gesture, promising to keep her secrets and support her. Luna questions why he specifically chose her for this mystery arrangement. Edgar partially hides his face behind his fan while explaining his reasoning. Luna points out his status allows him to hire any expert, then accidentally mentions her mother. Edgar quickly catches her slip of the tongue regarding her mother's teachings. Realizing her mistake, Luna tries to hide her embarrassment with an awkward laugh. Edgar clarifies that while others are skilled with internal structures, he needs her specific eye for detail. A light bulb goes off for Luna as she realizes he specifically values her aesthetic talents. Luna expresses her lingering concerns, but Edgar tells her to rely on him whenever she needs help. Seeming satisfied with the terms, Luna offers a bright and cheerful smile. Edgar snaps his fingers to summon his personal subordinate. A shadow guard named Lee appears out of thin air in a sudden blur of motion. Luna is left speechless by the guard's dramatic and cinematic entrance. The path winds through a lush, sunlit forest where the light filters through the dense canopy onto the stone walkway. Edgar teases Luna about her hidden combat skills, questioning why she is suddenly looking at him with such admiration. Luna closes her eyes and reflects on her own abilities, feeling slightly modest about her level of training. Edgar commands his shadow guard, Lee, to hand over a specific item to Luna immediately. Lee steps forward and presents a small, cylindrical charm to the young lady as instructed. Luna examines the gift, realizing it is a specialized whistle designed to summon help. Edgar explains that she should use the tool to notify his guard whenever she needs assistance or has made her final decision. The lady looks surprised by the efficiency and the high level of security Edgar is providing for her. Edgar tells her she will soon discover just how capable his shadow guard truly is. After the exchange, Luna politely excuses herself and begins to walk away. Edgar stops her for a moment, pointing toward her face to ask about her choice of attire. She smiles and explains that the veil is simply a way to cover up what others might perceive as ugliness. As she departs, she leaves him with a cryptic message to wait for the events unfolding later that night. The two walk side by side for a brief moment, appearing like a pair that would certainly stir up rumors if spotted. Luna quickly dismisses any romantic notions, telling him he has plenty of other beauties to choose from. Edgar leans in close with his fan, playfully suggesting that a secret meeting is far more exciting than a public one. Luna remains firm and brushes off his flirting, stating she has no interest in getting into unnecessary trouble. The nobleman finds her bluntness amusing and laughs heartily behind his decorated fan. Edgar finally takes his leave, waving goodbye as he heads off through the trees. Hannah catches up to Luna and immediately begins pestering her for all the details regarding her talk with the Lord. Luna clarifies that he only sought her out because he needs her unique crafting skills for a special project. Hannah looks at her friend with a skeptical gaze, clearly suspecting there is more to the story. The pink-haired girl gives a knowing wink, still convinced there might be a romantic spark between them. Luna loses her temper for a second, loudly declaring that they are absolutely not in a relationship. Hannah playfully backs off, though her expression shows she is still having fun teasing her friend. Hannah tries to keep the conversation going, but Luna urges her to stop talking about Edgar. Luna looks exhausted, mentioning that the Imperial Garden is becoming too crowded for her liking. Hannah watches her friend closely, noticing how much Luna values her privacy despite her rising fame. Luna remarks on how things have changed now that everyone is curious about her impressive artisan skills. Hannah laughs and mentions that even her own father has heard the rumors about Luna's incredible creations. The two companions continue their walk, enjoying each other's company in the quiet woods. Hidden behind the trees, a silver-haired girl and her maid watch them from a distance, having followed them from the garden. The maid looks concerned and surprised by their secretive mission of stalking the two friends. The girl watches with a cold, calculating look, feeling bitter that she has been excluded from their circle. Elsewhere, Edgar strolls through a shower of cherry blossoms, anticipating Luna's performance at the upcoming banquet. Lee suddenly appears and kneels before his master to provide a status report. Edgar turns with a serious look, asking his shadow guard if he has finally uncovered the information they were looking for. Lee reports that Lady Melody was following Edgar and Luna from the lake, only leaving once their conversation ended. Edgar smirks, noting that the situation is playing out exactly as he anticipated. Seeing Edgar's concern for Luna, Lee asks if he should step in and intercept the stalker. Edgar declines, ordering Lee to simply keep a close eye on Melody during the upcoming banquet instead. Suddenly, Lord Han appears and starts teasing Edgar about which girl has managed to catch his eye. Edgar closes his eyes in annoyance, clearly not in the mood for Han's playful antics. Han approaches with a decorative fan, joking about how much effort it took to track Edgar down. Edgar immediately turns and tries to walk away, but Han refuses to let him go so easily. To get a reaction, Han flicks a small pebble toward the departing noble. The pebble scores a direct hit on the back of Edgar's head with a sharp knock. Edgar stops in his tracks and turns around with a look of pure irritation. He asks Han why he isn't off socializing with the ladies instead of bothering him. Han leans in close and continues to joke around until Edgar demands that he speak plainly. Han's expression finally turns serious as he prepares to share some actual intelligence. Edgar listens closely as Han mentions a specific guest who has attended the feast in the past. Han explains that the envoy from Frigid has suddenly reappeared right when Edgar returned, which is a suspicious coincidence. Edgar remains indifferent, pointing out that they can't simply kick a diplomatic envoy out of the palace. Han remains visibly tense, concerned about the underlying motives of this visitor. The two stand in the courtyard as Han warns that the Apocalypse's envoy has officially arrived. Han looks away, contemplating the potential threat this envoy poses to the current peace. Edgar remains calm, suggesting that the mysterious visitor will likely come to him eventually. Han warns Edgar to stay on his guard for whatever moves the envoy might make during the feast. Edgar shuts his eyes, mentally preparing for the complicated political games ahead. A moment of comic relief follows as Han pouts about being ignored while Edgar remains stoic. Han finally tells Edgar to get ready for the banquet before heading off. Standing alone, Edgar questions the true nature of the fragile peace between the three countries. The scene shifts to a breathtaking wide shot of the Longlive Palace as the banquet preparations conclude. Luna and Han arrive at the event, both dressed in stunning, high-class attire. The interior of the palace is a sight to behold, draped in luxury and filled with floral arrangements. Hannah is blown away by the beauty of the hall, but Luna describes the display as sheer extravagance. Luna notes that while the setting is glorious, a place this beautiful is often filled with hidden dangers. Hannah gives a cheerful smile, fully agreeing with Luna's cautious assessment of situation. Palace attendants greet the ladies and invite them to head inside to take their seats. Luna's elegant shoes click against the floral-patterned carpet as she enters the main hall. She is genuinely impressed by the sheer variety of rare and precious flowers gathered for the event. Nearby, an older noble with a mustache keeps a watchful eye on the arriving guests. Luna tells Hannah she needs to step away for a moment, prompting a look of concern from her friend. Hannah reminds her to be careful, warning that there are many dangerous people lurking about. Luna simply smiles, confidently stating that since she has already cheated death once, she has nothing to fear. Sir Harold sits at a table with his family, preparing for the banquet festivities to begin. Luna performs a formal curtsy to her father as the family gathers for the high-profile event. Harold instructs Luna to show the same respect to Mistress Frost, who is attending as his companion. Mistress Frost waves off the formality, looking slightly uncomfortable with the sudden attention. Luna offers a polite greeting to the mistress anyway, maintaining her composure despite the awkward situation. Hannah whispers a bit of scandalous gossip about the social impact of Harold bringing a concubine to such a grand feast. Luna can't help but smile, noticing the underlying tension within the social circle. Hannah warns her to be careful with her words, reminding her they are currently inside the imperial palace. Luna's eyes sparkle with wonder as she takes in the sheer opulence of the royal surroundings. Claudia suddenly blocks her path, making a sharp comment about Luna's lack of decorum. Luna is caught off guard, wondering if her rival can actually read her mind. She pouts in frustration, annoyed that her moment of awe was interrupted by more drama. A servant announces the arrival of several noble ladies who are joining the gathering. The ladies take their places and are told to stand by for the official start of the ceremony. Claudia casts a judgmental glance toward those she deems to be of lower status. Hannah spots a new arrival and quickly points them out to Luna. Prince Samiz makes a grand entrance, looking calm and composed as he enters the hall. Luna watches closely, curious about how this new royal figure will affect the banquet's dynamics. Claudia taunts Luna, sarcastically suggesting the prince would be a perfect match for her. Hannah joins in with a giggle, clearly enjoying the lighthearted verbal sparring. Melody adds her own jab, hoping the prince is in a forgiving mood regarding Luna's past actions. Luna shrugs it off with a smirk, turning the tables by claiming the prince actually has eyes for Claudia. Hannah backs her up, mentioning rumors that the prince frequently dreams of marrying Claudia. The comment hits a nerve, leaving Claudia looking completely flustered and nervous. Luna realizes she has found a weak spot and watches Claudia's reaction with growing interest. Claudia huffs in indignation and threatens to report the matter to the Empress Dowager. She warns Luna to stay away from Prince Abbott, finally revealing her true motivations. Luna finally understands that Claudia's hostility is fueled by her personal interest in the prince. Claudia snaps at the group, losing her cool as the teasing continues to escalate. Hannah looks surprised as she brings up even more rumors she's heard circulating through the palace. She whispers a shocking story about aggressive rumors involving the prince, catching Claudia off guard. Luna points out that causing a scene now would definitely ruin Claudia's image in front of her crush. Claudia falls silent, realizing that maintaining her reputation is more important than winning the argument. Hannah urges everyone to settle down as they notice someone important is approaching the group. A palace official calls for absolute silence as the highest-ranking royals finally arrive. The entire room turns their attention toward the entrance as the Empress and Empress Dowager make their grand appearance. The Emperor stands tall, with the Empress and Empress Dowager as the subjects offer their formal greetings. The crowd bows in unison, chanting their wishes for the royals' long lives. With a gentle smile, the Emperor commands everyone to rise and be at ease. Luna steals a quick peek, marveling at the fact that she is finally seeing a real emperor in person. The Emperor warmly invites his guests to enjoy themselves at his mother's feast. The subjects bow once more, expressing their deep gratitude for the imperial hospitality. Luna stands up, noting the impressive presence of the royal family. The Emperor remains at the center of the platform, flanked by the two powerful women of the court. The Empress Dowager playfully claims she is getting too old to host such grand events. The Empress quickly reassures her, insisting the Dowager is healthy enough to lead for many more years. A moment of family warmth follows as the Dowager expresses her desire for a more relaxed lifestyle. The Emperor laughs heartily, complimenting his mother on her youthful appearance. The Empress keeps a humble posture, asking the Dowager to continue providing her wisdom. The Empress Dowager looks on with a knowing and satisfied expression. Scanning the room, the Emperor asks if all the expected guests have arrived. A prince informs his father that Sia felt unwell and has returned to her palace to rest. The Emperor's expression turns serious as he asks if his daughter's condition is a cause for concern. The princes explain that they already sent for a doctor and ensured she was safely escorted back. Relieved by the news, the Emperor instructs them to make sure she takes proper care of herself. Hannah leans in to whisper that while the princess is absent, the disgraced Miss Zhang still made an appearance. Claudia looks visibly annoyed as she listens to the surrounding gossip. Luna notices Lady Zhang casting affectionate glances toward Prince Abbott, uncovering a new social dynamic. Luna lets out a mischievous giggle as she connects the dots behind the scenes. Hannah's eyes widen in realization as she understands how Prince Abbott must have handled the situation. Luna explains that Abbott likely disciplined Sia while making sure to appease Lady Zhang. Claudia grinds her teeth in a fit of silent rage at Luna's constant chatter. Luna continues to push buttons, teasing that Claudia and Lady Zhang might have to learn to get along. Claudia reaches her breaking point, but Luna remains hilariously unbothered by the outburst. The banquet finally begins, featuring a spread of high-quality delicacies that catch everyone's eye. Claudia tries to settle her nerves with a sigh, deciding to deal with Luna later. Luna focuses on the food, happily munching away on the expensive treats. Bright glares at Luna, judging her for eating so enthusiastically at a formal event. The silver-haired girl watches with clear disdain as Luna continues her meal. Luna keeps eating, making a pointed comment about people who skip meals just to maintain appearances. Bright takes the bait immediately, shouting back in defense of her own choices. Hannah steps in with a smirk, telling Bright not to be so quick to assume the comment was directed at her. The Empress Dowager spots Claudia in the crowd and warmly invites her to come closer. As Claudia approaches, the atmosphere shifts to a scene of blooming beauty to match her arrival. The Empress Dowager remarks on how much more stunning Claudia has become since their last meeting. The Empress smiles, suggesting that Claudia should stay nearby to keep the Dowager company during the festivities. Taking things a step further, the Dowager suggests that Claudia should marry one of her grandsons. The Empress playfully asks which prince has caught her eye, promising that the Emperor will grant the marriage request. Claudia looks away with a bashful expression, asking the royals to stop teasing her. The Dowager continues her praise, calling Claudia the top beauty in the land and noting how happy her future husband will be. Claudia steals a glance at Prince Abbott, feeling bothered by his complete indifference to the marriage talk. The Dowager notices her distracted gaze and startles her by asking exactly who she's looking at. Flustered, Claudia claims she isn't looking at anyone and simply wants to spend more years with her family. The Dowager laughs at the excuse, telling the young noble that she eventually needs to make up her mind. Claudia bows her head, silently reassuring herself that Luna could never take Prince Abbott away from her. An attendant stands ready as the banquet transitions to the official presentation of tributes. Envoy Damaris Varric from the Apocalypse arrives to present a special special gift to the imperial court. He explains that his own emperor personally selected these items with the utmost care. The emperor watches with a pleased expression, appreciating the respectful gesture from the visiting envoy. Damaris claps his hands to signal his attendance to bring forth the hidden treasures. Two large objects draped in red silk are moved into the center of the hall, drawing everyone's attention. The envoy begins to lift the covers to reveal the first of the exotic gifts. A pair of rare birds with shimmering golden feathers are unveiled, lighting up the room with their glow. The envoy explains that these are magical birds, showing off their spectacular, peacock-like tails. Impressed by the rare and precious sight, the emperor claps in genuine approval. He immediately decides to gift the birds to the Empress, who thanks him with a bright smile. Luna watches the exchange while continuing to snack, internally noting that the finest treasures always end up with the Empress. The envoy then moves to the second gift, whipping away another red cloth with a flourish. A giant, glowing arum lily is revealed, described as the queen of flowers in the envoy's home country. The emperor is delighted by the floral tribute, ordering it to be sent to the dowager's palace as a symbol of her eternal beauty. The Empress Dowager closes her eyes with a satisfied smile, pleased by her son's public display of affection. Having been thoroughly impressed by the tributes, the emperor calls for a seat to be prepared for the envoy. Damaris bows deeply, expressing his gratitude for the honor of being invited to join the imperial feast. The emperor instructs Damaris to pass along his thanks to the ruler of the apocalypse. Damaris expresses his wish for the three nations to maintain their peaceful relations for the sake of the people. Asking about the current state of affairs, the emperor inquires about how the other ruler has been doing lately. Damaris offers a polite smile while thanking the emperor for his kind concern regarding his leader's health. The emperor reflects on the tradition of having envoys from both the apocalypse and the frigid land attend these gatherings. Turning his attention to Edgar, the emperor asks if his uncle is showing any signs of recovery. Edgar provides a reassuring update, stating that his uncle is currently doing well. Listening to the exchange, the girls feel a wave of sympathy for the hardships Lord Edgar has faced. Bright notices how deeply affected her friend seems by Edgar's family situation. A young man steps forward and formally announces that he has brought a special gift for his father. Intrigued by the news, the emperor asks his son what kind of unique tribute he has secured this time. He explains that he discovered a rare piece of jade on the Blue Mountain and had it crafted into a bed. Luna is absolutely stunned, knowing that a bed made of solid jade would be an incredibly massive and rare find. The emperor lets out a boisterous laugh, clearly impressed and pleased with the grand gesture. The young man smiles to himself, happy that his plan to surprise the royal family worked perfectly. Curious about the lavish gift, the Empress asks where the jade bed is currently located. Performing a respectful bow, he confirms that the bed has already been sent to his father's resting palace. The royal couple shares a proud look, glad to see their son being so attentive to his father's comfort. Claudia seizes the moment to tell the dowager that Luna possesses the most impressive crafting skills of all. Caught off guard, Luna nearly chokes as she realizes Claudia is intentionally putting her on the spot. The dowager admits that she has also heard rumors regarding Luna's hidden talents. The emperor calls for Sir Harold, who approaches the throne with a younger woman by his side. The dowager questions Harold on why he kept his daughter Luna's existence so quiet until now. Harold dismisses the girl entirely, claiming she was born with an unattractive appearance and a difficult temperament. Chibi versions of the royals discuss the shocking news that Luna's looks have supposedly changed for the better. Claudia confirms with a sly smile that Luna is indeed present at the feast. The dowager waves her hand and commands her attendants to bring Lady Luna forward immediately. Knowing she can no longer avoid the situation, Luna stands up to face the royal summons. Still wearing her protective veil, Luna performs a formal and elegant courtesy before the emperor and the dowager. The dowager points toward Luna, asking Claudia to verify if this is really the sister she spoke of. They lean in closer, questioning why Luna would still be wearing a veil if her birthmark has disappeared. Claudia puts on a fake concerned face, lying that Luna is currently suffering from a contagious skin infection. The emperor and dowager react with pure shock and alarm at the mention of a potential illness. Harold looks at Luna with irritation, wondering why she bothered to attend if she was going to cause such a scene. Claudia watches with a cold smirk, confident that her latest scheme has successfully trapped her sister. Harold bows nervously while trying to explain the situation to the emperor. Luna speaks up from behind her veil, clarifying that she isn't suffering from a contagious infection. She explains that her veil was merely a precaution against spring allergies before the emperor. Claudia grinds her teeth in frustration as her plan to humiliate Luna starts to fall apart. The emperor scolds Harold for being negligent regarding his own daughter's health. The dowager empress watches with a knowing smile and asks Luna to finally reveal her face. Luna reaches up to comply with the royal command and remove the silk covering. The court is stunned as Luna reveals her clear, beautiful features to everyone present. Nearby nobles whisper about how Luna's beauty and talent actually overshadow her rivals. One of the young lords smiles, finally understanding why she kept herself hidden. The emperor and his consort remark on how blessed Harold is to have such beautiful daughters. Harold quickly acts flattered by the royal praise, hiding his earlier disdain. Luna watches her father with skepticism, unimpressed by his sudden change in attitude. The Dowager Empress notes how much Luna's appearance has improved since they last met. Harold reflects on the Dowager's previous interest in mechanical gifts while the banquet continues. Luna steps forward and informs the Emperor that her special gift is waiting just outside. The royal family grows curious, wondering if she has brought a traditional wood carving. Luna shakes her head, explaining that her offering is actually a unique painting. Attendants struggle to carry a massive, heavy scroll into the center of the hall. The Dowager Empress appears slightly less interested when she sees it is just a painting. The Emperor keeps an open mind, suspecting there might be a surprise hidden within the gift. Claudia realizes with a shock that her previous sabotage wouldn't have worked on a scroll this size. Luna requests more staff to unroll the canvas and asks for the lights to be dimmed. Claudia clings to the Dowager, pretending to be frightened of the dark to create a distraction. Luna smiles confidently, promising the court that she is about to perform a magic trick. The Emperor calls for ladders so the massive artwork can be properly displayed for all to see. Lord Han waves off the guards and offers to handle the heavy lifting himself. Luna hesitates, not wanting to trouble such a high-ranking noble with the task. Han ignores her protests and calls Edgar over to help him secure the painting. Edgar stands up silently, ready to assist his friend and help Luna. Claudia is consumed by jealousy as she watches the most eligible lords rush to help her rival. Luna looks on in confusion, wondering why Edgar is being so cooperative all of a sudden. The two men work together to pull the giant canvas into its upright position. Luna's eyes go wide as she jumps to a humorous, mistaken conclusion about the bond between the two men. In a playful moment, she directs the lords to hang the painting specifically on the gate. The Dowager Empress smiles to herself, sensing that one of the men definitely has a crush on Luna. The other noble ladies whisper and gossip among themselves as the grand reveal begins. Luna wonders if a ladder is needed to reach the high beam for her display. Lord Han dismisses the concern, telling her they have everything under control. With a sudden leap, the men spring into action to mount the massive scroll. Han and Edgar work together to hoist the heavy artwork high into the air. They expertly secure the top of the scroll to the ornate wooden beam. The giant canvas unfurls, but the audience is confused to see a blank white surface. Claudia looks on with a smug expression, certain that Luna has failed. The men signal each other, explaining that the art is actually hidden behind a protective layer. Han begins to peel back the paper to reveal the masterpiece underneath. A breathtakingly realistic painting of a deer in a lush forest is finally unveiled. Lord Han admits that even as an art enthusiast, he is completely outclassed by Luna's talent. Luna offers a humble smile while explaining the complex light and shadow techniques she employed. The Emperor is left speechless by the sheer detail and lifelike quality of the work. The crowd erupts in whispers, amazed that a painting could look so vivid and real. A noble father instructs his daughter to stay close to Luna and build a strong friendship. Young Hannah gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, showing her full support for her friend. Harold stares in stunned silence, realizing just how much he underestimated his daughter. Claudia is consumed by envy, unable to comprehend how Luna managed this feat in secret. The Empress Dowager looks on with soft eyes, clearly touched by the meaningful gift. Prince Abbott watches the scene unfold, noting Luna's cleverness in catering to the Dowager's tastes. The court's attention shifts entirely to Luna as her reputation reaches new heights. One of the guests suggests that the Prime Minister should receive a royal award for this display. Harold puts on a fake, jovial front to soak up the unearned praise. Luna is visibly frustrated that her father is taking the credit for her hard work. When the Emperor asks what reward he desires, Harold is paralyzed with indecision. The Emperor observes the Prime Minister's awkward silence with growing skepticism. Harold is gripped by terror, realizing he has no idea how to navigate this royal favor. The Emperor tells him to take his time thinking while he addresses the rest of the family. Madame Sharon is singled out and asked how she raised such a talented daughter. Sharon is caught off guard, looking nervous as the spotlight turns toward her. Prince Abbott sighs to himself, pitying Luna for having to deal with such difficult parents. A noblewoman decides she needs a closer look at the stunning artwork. She approaches the screen, staring intently at the details with a curious expression. The lifelike deer in the painting leaves her absolutely impressed by the craftsmanship. She is suddenly startled, realizing that no matter where she stands, the deer's eyes seem to be fixed directly on her. Intrigued by the claim, the Empress Dowager asks for confirmation of this strange phenomenon. Luna smiles serenely, explaining that the deer's gaze is designed to follow the viewer wherever they go. Onlookers move from left to right, amazed to find that they each feel as though the animal is looking only at them. Eager to experience the magic herself, the Empress Dowager asks to be escorted to the painting. The Emperor assists the Empress Dowager, offering his arm as they move toward the display. Meanwhile, a young girl wonders why the lights haven't been extinguished yet as planned. Luna suggests waiting until the Empress Dowager has finished her initial inspection before changing the lighting. The Empress Dowager approaches the painting with a joyful smile, ready to be amazed. The Empress Dowager marvels at the realistic depiction, while the Emperor asks if it is time to blow out the candles. She agrees, nodding as she prepares for the next stage of the presentation. The candles are extinguished, and Luna asks the royal guests to take a step back to appreciate the full effect. In the darkness, the painting transforms into a glowing, ethereal deer standing amidst magical blue foliage. The Empress Dowager is left speechless by the dramatic shift in the artwork's appearance. Luna looks on with a humble and satisfied expression, pleased by the reaction. Overwhelmed by the beauty, the Empress Dowager asks Luna exactly how she managed to paint such a wonder. Luna explains that she ground up luminous pearls and mixed the powder into her pigments to create the glow. The Empress Dowager is deeply touched by the girl's ingenuity and thoughtfulness. As the hall is relit, the group stands together, still processing the incredible display. The Empress Dowager looks at Luna with newfound affection and warmth. She reaches out and places a beautiful floral charm in Luna's hair as a personal compliment. Luna is caught completely off guard, her eyes widening in surprise at the sudden gesture. The Empress Dowager beams, stating that the accessory suits the young artist perfectly. Luna immediately drops into a deep bow to show her immense gratitude for the royal favor. The Empress Dowager gently tells her to rise, holding her hands in a friendly manner. A young woman nearby watches the scene with a sharp, suspicious gaze. The Empress Dowager explains to the onlookers that the gift is a well-deserved reward for such a masterpiece. The rival girl fuming in the background realizes the charm is actually the Empress Dowager's favorite jade keepsake. Noticing the tension, the Empress Dowager playfully tells the girl not to be jealous of her sister's success. Another woman smiles awkwardly as the rival remains stunned by the turn of events. The Emperor helps the Empress Dowager back to her seat, noticing her emotional state. She reflects on how the deer reminded her of memories from over 20 years ago, bringing both joy and sadness. The Emperor offers to have the painting moved to her palace to comfort her. The Empress Dowager declines the offer, feeling that she should let the past remain in the past. The Emperor decides to keep the magical deer in his own palace, so she can visit it whenever she likes. Luna finally breathes a massive sigh of relief, glad that her work didn't accidentally offend the royal family. The festivities continue at the Long-Live Palace, where colorful banners and decorations fill the grand hall. Claudia seethes with rage while Luna remains perfectly composed at the banquet table. Seeing her rival's frustration, Luna innocently asks if Claudia finds her gift to be lacking. Sharon notices the hushed whispering and asks the girls what they are discussing so intently. Claudia quickly puts on a fake smile and claims they were only talking about the fine details of painting. Luna leans in with a smug grin, offering to showcase even more of her hidden talents from now on. Claudia stares back with pure contempt, her eyes narrowing as she suppresses her growing anger. The Empress Dowager eventually turns her attention toward Claudia to ask about her own contribution. Looking nervous, Claudia explains that she spent time wood carving to create a custom frame for her work. The Empress Dowager looks visibly disappointed by the underwhelming nature of the presentation compared to the previous masterpiece. Claudia holds up a standard landscape painting, but the energy in the room has already shifted away from her. Sharon offers a polite smile to keep up appearances, while the Empress Dowager calls for the next set of gifts. Another young lady steps forward to present her offering to the royal family. A box is opened to reveal a decorative keepsake intended as a token of respect. Meanwhile, Luna ignores the courtly drama to focus entirely on enjoying a large piece of meat. One of her sisters leans in close, desperate to know how Luna managed to clear up her complexion so well. The sister begs for help, hoping that Luna will share her beauty secrets with the rest of the family. Luna stops eating and adopts a serious expression, agreeing to let her in on the secret. Overjoyed by the response, the sister claps her hands together and thanks Luna for being so generous. Luna points directly at the girl's hair ornament and tells her that throwing the charm away will fix her face in 3 days. The sister is stunned by the bizarre suggestion, unsure of why her jewelry would be the problem. Luna casually sips her tea and tells the girl she is free to believe the advice or ignore it. Suspicion takes over as the sister wonders if Luna is just playing a mean trick on her. Luna simply smirks to herself, keeping her eyes low while she enjoys the reaction. The sister becomes defensive, accusing Luna of being jealous of the expensive accessories her mother gave her. Luna dismisses the outburst with a wave of her hand, completely unbothered by the accusation. Insisting she won't be fooled by such a transparent lie, the sister turns away in a huff. Suddenly, a young man with heavily bandaged hands approaches the Emperor to make a formal presentation. The Emperor looks surprised to see the prince in such a state during the celebration. The prince's attendants reveal a massive tiger skin rug as a grand gesture of his hunting prowess. He explains that he managed to hunt the beast himself, just before sustaining his current injuries. While the Emperor acknowledges the gift, the atmosphere in the room becomes noticeably tense. The prince lets out a heavy sigh, lamenting that his hands might never recover from the damage they took. The Empress Dowager is shocked by the news and demands to know why no one reported this injury sooner. The prince covers his face and bows, acting as though he is too ashamed to speak of the incident. Growing more concerned, the Empress Dowager insists that he reveal the person responsible for hurting a prince. The prince drops to his knees, feigning deep emotional pain as he prepares to point the finger. He finally speaks up, claiming that Luna Wu is the one who caused his injuries. The Empress Dowager is left speechless, unable to reconcile the accusation with the girl she just honored. Luna bows her head, realizing that her moment of peace has officially come to an end. The Empress Dowager maintains a serious expression as she questions Luna about the alleged injury to the prince's hands. Prince Samiz chips in, showing off his bandaged limbs and claiming the damage is so severe he can no longer write. The matriarch asks for further clarification to see if Luna truly caused the harm. Luna looks completely stunned by the accusation and immediately denies the claim. An agitated Samiz continues to act offended while Luna tries to offer an explanation for the misunderstanding. The Emperor and Empress Dowager exchange looks as they weigh the validity of the prince's story. Taking a meaningful pause, the Emperor prepares to address the room regarding the scandal. Luna is shocked when her own father turns around and apologizes for her before she can even finish her defense. He claims that multiple witnesses from their household saw the incident occur, further pinning the blame on her. Samiz puts on a theatrical display of tears, loudly demanding justice from his grandmother. The Empress Dowager looks troubled by the display and asks the prince what kind of punishment he has in mind. Glancing at Luna with a hidden smirk, the prince pretends to be merciful toward the delicate girl. He shocks the court by requesting permission to marry Luna, instead of seeking a standard punishment. The Empress Dowager is visibly taken aback by the sudden and nonsensical proposal. A bystander frowns, pointing out that Luna's social standing makes her ineligible to be a royal wife. Samiz clarifies with a dismissive look that he only intends for her to be a lower-ranking companion. Another noble questions why the prince wants Luna when he already has many companions in his household. The crowd warns the prince not to be too hasty with such a controversial demand. Nearby rivals see that with intense anger, throwing insults as they watch Luna gain more attention. Samiz insists that taking her into his household is the only fair way for her to repay the debt of his injury. A witness notes that such a demand is entirely improper for someone of his royal status. The room erupts into a heated discussion as the different factions argue over the prince's request. Luna remains quiet for a moment, processing the betrayal of her family and the prince's trap. She finally speaks up, urging the Empress Dowager to investigate the full truth of that day's events. The prince grows defensive, claiming his offer is generous given the supposed crime she committed. Luna counters by highlighting how the prince used the situation to publicly humiliate her father. The prince looks caught off guard as Luna flips the narrative back onto his behavior. Her father is struck by the realization that he has been manipulated into a humiliating position. The Emperor turns to Harold, questioning why this crucial detail was never mentioned earlier. Watching from behind a fan, a noble is impressed by how smartly Luna is navigating the trap. Two young women whisper to each other, realizing that Luna is more than capable of handling the pressure. Luna points an accusatory finger, exposing how the prince insulted her and her entire family's honor. She demands to know if his proposal is just another way to continue mocking her household. Her father realizes that failing to support her now would make him look like a weak and mean parent. Luna begins to sob, explaining how the prince mocked her appearance despite her father's devotion to the country. She drops to her knees, pleading for actual justice while maintaining her innocence. Prostrating herself on the floor, she tells the court she will accept any punishment they decide. With a look of cold determination, she declares that she will never agree to be the prince's companion. The Emperor notes that his investigation revealed a previously cancelled engagement involving the parties present. Luna confirms the report with a respectful, downcast gaze. Squinting with suspicion, the Emperor questions why she refused Prince Semiz's insistent marriage proposal. Luna begins to tear up, arguing that the prince's offer was a calculated insult to her family's honor. Harold quickly interrupts the proceedings, claiming Luna was born dull and only recently improved, using this as an excuse to delay her marriage. The Emperor remains firm, pointing out that his son was still physically harmed during the encounter. Harold defends her by stating no one witnessed the act, yet he offers to pay compensation to settle the matter. Luna grits her teeth in frustration as she realizes her father is prioritizing his other daughter's reputation over her safety. The Emperor laughs at the proposal and asks Harold exactly how he plans to make amends for the injury. Harold bows deeply, submitting himself entirely to the Emperor's judgment. After a moment of thought, the Emperor decides to withhold Harold's salary as a formal penalty. Prince Samiz is visibly outraged by such a light punishment and begins to protest loudly. Samiz tries to charge forward to argue with his father, but is immediately restrained by the palace guards. The Emperor rubs his forehead in exhaustion, clearly tired of his son's lack of composure. Desperate, Samiz turns to the Empress Dowager, begging for her intervention. She remains unmoved, telling him to respect the Emperor's decision while promising to send imperial physicians for his recovery. Harold attempts to smooth things over by promising to gather the world's best doctors and medicines for the prince. The Empress Dowager warns Luna that the outcome would have been far more severe if she were anyone else. Luna performs a deep, formal curtsy to express her gratitude for the royal mercy. Internally, she reflects on how close she came to a death sentence and credits her survival to her own quick thinking. Samiz continues to scream in the background, unable to believe a concubine's daughter was spared over his grievances. Nearby, a rival watches with a frustrated glare, annoyed that Luna managed to escape the trap once again. The Empress Dowager declares that she has seen enough of the drama and officially ends the feast. She begins to walk away, her footsteps echoing through the hall. The Empress Dowager departs with her full retinue of attendants as the royals look on. The Emperor gives a final order for everyone to leave the premises now that the event is over. Outside, the palace decorations sway as the evening transition begins. A young girl looks around the courtyard, wondering where Luna has disappeared to. Her companion suggests they head to the lake without her since another guest is waiting. The group arrives at the edge of Crescent Lake, marveling at the sight of hundreds of glowing lanterns on the water. Bright is questioned about her sister's location but appears distracted by the festivities. One of the girls smiles, deciding to focus on her own wishes for the night. She squats down at the water's edge to carefully release a lantern into the current. With her hands pressed together, she prays for a future with her ideal partner. Luna watches with concern as her lotus lantern begins to sink into the dark waters of Crescent Lake. The delicate flower-shaped lantern wobbles precariously on the surface, threatening to submerge entirely. Her companion urges her to leave, warning that a sinking lantern means her wishes won't come true. The two quickly move away from the water's edge just as a voice calls out for Lady Claudia. The sudden sound catches the girls off guard, causing them to turn in surprise toward the source. Nearby, Prince Semete stands with a lantern of his own, accompanied by another noble lady under the cherry blossoms. One of the girls whispers a question, wondering why the prince is always following them around the festival grounds. Claudia lets out a mock laugh, dismissive of the idea that she could ever be jealous of someone like Luna. She sarcastically notes how pathetic it must feel for a person to fall so far from grace in the public eye. The girl giggles to herself, confident that the court has already forgotten about Luna's earlier actions. They decide to slip away quietly to avoid interrupting what they assume is a budding romance between the prince and Claudia. Prince Semete appears visibly flustered, his face flushing as he tries to maintain his composure during the conversation. Claudia stands before him with a gentle smile, holding her lantern while preparing to share a secret. The prince looks at her with wide, hopeful eyes, eagerly waiting to hear what she has to say. Claudia directly asks the prince if he has developed a crush on her sister, Luna. He immediately denies it, scratching his head and claiming he only wants to vent his anger for his earlier injury. In a comical moment, he explains that his only goal is to teach the girl a lesson in proper behavior after what happened at the feast. Claudia offers a knowing smile, seemingly amused by his transparent excuses for his obsession. Semete continues to blush, clearly affected by Claudia's presence and her flattering words. She compares Luna to a commoner, telling him that her sister could never truly compete with someone of his status. She hints that as Luna's sister, she is willing to help him achieve his goals regarding their family connection. The prince stammers in response, caught off guard by her sudden offer of support in his pursuit. Claudia leans closer to emphasize her point, asking if he would like to become part of their family through marriage. He enthusiastically accepts the idea, his mind racing with the potential benefits of such an alliance. Secretly, Claudia scoffs at his gullibility, mocking him for thinking he could ever reach for such a high prize. The two reach a mutual agreement, celebrating their new partnership with a cheerful nod and shared laughter. Elsewhere in the Imperial Garden, a mysterious man with a fan reflects on the beauty of the night sky. He suddenly turns his head, sensing that someone is watching him from the shadows of the garden stairs. His eyes narrow as he scans the dark foliage, searching for the source of the movement. A young girl is spotted peeking through the bushes, having been caught in her attempt to sneak around. The man approaches her calmly, asking if there is something she needs from him in this secluded area. The girl looks up at him with a mixture of fear and determination, her face tightening with nerves. He looks down at her with a neutral expression, waiting for her to explain her presence. Frustrated and cornered, the girl glares back at him, clearly unhappy about being discovered. Night falls over the Imperial Palace as the festival continues in the background. Lord Edgar stands firm on his offer, though he questions if the items currently available are enough to secure the deal. Melody becomes visibly upset, accusing him of trying to back out now that she has finally agreed. Edgar clarifies his stance, explaining that he actually wants a full batch of her crafted items. The request leaves Melody completely bewildered as she tries to process the scale of his demand. He explains that he will trade various favors in exchange for the items until the debt is settled. Melody realizes that fulfilling such a large order would take a significant amount of time. Time isn't a concern for Edgar, who seems perfectly willing to wait for the results. Melody begins to ask for something specific, clearly impatient to move the conversation forward. Edgar abruptly cuts her off, using his fan to pat her head and end the discussion. Stunned by the sudden interruption, Melody stands frozen in silence. He tells her to signal him when she's ready to talk and turns to walk away. Melody is left staring at his back, unable to believe he is just leaving her there. Edgar disappears into the night, leaving the young girl standing alone in the garden. She fumes with rage, frustrated by his unpredictable attitude and the way he just ended their talk. Her servant approaches, worried that the Lord might have discovered Melody's true intentions. Melody dismisses the concern with a sharp look, her frustration still boiling over. The two girls make their way down the palace stairs to head back home. When the servant asks if they should participate in the lantern lighting tradition, Melody ignores the suggestion. She bitterly claims that lighting lanterns is a waste of time and that no higher power is watching. The servant looks downcast, saddened by her lady's cynical outlook on the festival. Outside the heavenly gate, the horses wait patiently for the guests to depart. Luna breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the hectic events of the day are finally coming to an end. She carefully steps down from the carriage as she arrives at her destination. Her relief is short-lived when she spots Melody waiting for her with an anxious expression. Luna immediately senses that something is wrong and focuses on her friend's face. Melody appears distressed, holding her hand against a clearly visible mark on her cheek. Luna and her servant rush forward, shocked to see that Melody has been injured. Despite the pain, Melody insists she is fine and asks Luna for a private moment. Luna remains skeptical, her gaze narrowing as she evaluates the situation. Melody becomes flustered when pressed for details, refusing to name the person responsible for the strike. The possibility that someone from their own household caused the injury crosses Luna's mind. Melody pulls Luna aside, clearly needing to discuss something of great importance. With a hesitant look, Melody asks Luna if she has a close relationship with Lord Eagar. Luna is taken aback, fearing that her secret deal with the man has been discovered. Luna cautions Melody about the dangers of getting too close to Lord Eagar. Melody pushes back, questioning how Luna even knew about her secret meetings. Luna tries to maintain a calm facade despite the intense interrogation. Melody remains skeptical, sensing that her friend is hiding a much deeper secret. Luna insists that Eagar isn't someone to be trifled with and fears for their safety. Frustrated, Melody demands to know exactly what rumors or information have reached Luna's ears. The tension grows as Luna notices other guests nearby, forcing her to stay quiet. Nearby guests chat happily about the evening's festivities and the gifts they received. A pair of ladies discuss a musical performance while Luna stands awkwardly in the background. Luna decides to end the conversation and heads toward the carriage to depart. Melody, her young companion, watch Luna go, feeling unsettled by the abrupt exit. Melody's eyes sharpen as she realizes the stakes of her situation are rising. The young maid expresses her belief in Melody's inherent kindness and honesty. The group finally gathers to leave the palace grounds as the night deepens. Sir Harold walks with other nobles, listening to their praise of the day's events. An older gentleman laughs about the investment made for Lady Luna's protection. Another man expresses his envy over Harold's talented and successful children. A group of women enthusiastically gossip about the brilliance of Luna's recent artwork. Sir Harold maintains a stoic and professional demeanor while accepting the compliments. A woman nearby looks visibly annoyed that Luna is being compared to her daughter, Claudia. An elderly woman approaches Sir Harold to ask about the marriage status of his daughter. Another lady leans in, showing a keen interest in a potential family alliance. The older woman beams, clearly eager to facilitate a match for her own kin. Sir Harold listens to the proposals with an earnest and calculating expression. The woman laughs heartily, convinced her eldest son would be a perfect husband. A younger lady chimes in, suggesting her own son as a candidate for the marriage. Harold contemplates the offers, seeing marriage as a way to neutralize a threat to his household. The carriage glides through the night, illuminated by the glow of the palace lights. Melody sits in silence, momentarily relieved to be away from the direct confrontation. The other women in the carriage gossip harshly about Luna's social interactions. One of the girls notices the injury on Melody's face and asks what happened. Melody covers the bruise with her sleeve, making up a quick excuse about falling in the dark. Another girl focuses entirely on her own reflection in a hand mirror. Melody glares at the self-absorbed girl while she examines her skin. The carriage makes its way through the quiet city streets as the moon hangs high. The driver suddenly pulls the horses to a halt as something blocks the path. The girls inside are thrown into a panic by the sudden jolt and the noise outside. Melody opens the carriage window to see what has caused the unexpected interruption. The town falls quiet as night settles over the empty streets and glowing lanterns. Inside the carriage, the girls discuss a mysterious white shadow that darted past them and struck their transport. Luna peers out the window, wondering what kind of creature could move with such incredible speed and vanish into the night. Her companion nervously watches the roadside, eager to reach their destination as the hour grows late. The carriage continues its steady journey through the estate grounds under the pale light of the moon. The girls whisper about the possibility of ghosts, though some try to act brave despite their nerves. One of the younger girls looks startled by the spooky direction of the conversation. They are warned to keep quiet about the encounter, as discussing such strange sightings is frowned upon by their elders. Luna shifts the conversation, asking the others if they have heard the latest rumors circulating about the recent festivities. The girls lean in close, their curiosity getting the better of their fear as they wait for the gossip. Luna's expression turns dark as she recounts an eerie tale of a lady who fell into the water during a grand feast. The listeners cry out in terror, begging her to stop telling such frightening stories in the middle of the night. She finds their panicked reactions quite amusing and asks if they are truly sure they want her to stop. The girls huddle together in fright, refusing to hear another word of the ghostly legend. Satisfied with the little bit of chaos she caused, Luna simply shrugs and smiles. Meanwhile, A swordsman stands in the shadows of the city, looking deeply concerned about a discovery he just made. His eyes widen as he spots someone familiar and in a state of distress nearby. He finds Lord Eager collapsed on the ground, appearing significantly weakened. The swordsman rushes to support him, shocked that anyone was capable of causing harm to such a powerful noble. He tries to wake the unconscious man, but Eager remains unresponsive to his touch. Realizing the situation is critical, the swordsman hoists the noble onto his back to seek immediate medical attention. A mysterious figure jumps away into the darkness, leaving the scene of the confrontation behind. Back at the manor, Luna stretches out her tired limbs, feeling the physical and mental exhaustion of the long day. Sir Harold assists Frost as she steps down from the carriage, treating her with careful politeness. Watching this display from the side, Claudia's face clouds with a look of intense anger and resentment. Harold speaks kindly to his companion, making it clear that he intends to spend the rest of the evening with her. Frost looks visibly touched by the public show of respect and the way he is acknowledging her presence. The two walk away together, leaving the others to settle in for the night. One of the girls can't help but gloat over the obvious shift in the household's social dynamics. Her rival snaps back with a mocking comment, sparking a petty argument between the two. Amidst the noise, Luna's gaze hardens as she thinks about her urgent need to speak with Edgar. She is led toward the house, her mind already racing with plans for the next day. The starry house stands quiet under the night sky, illuminated by lanterns and surrounded by blooming trees. Inside, Harold stares down Claudia, demanding an explanation for her reckless behavior that nearly caused a scandal. Claudia looks on in stunned silence, her usual confidence shaken by her father's stern tone. Harold makes it clear that Prince Samiz and Luna will never be allowed to unite. He dismisses her immediately, ordering her return to her room and stop asking questions. Sharon enters the room with a frustrated expression, questioning why Harold has only come back to lecture them after being away for so long. Harold remains cold, accusing Sharon of being the one who encouraged Claudia's recent actions. Sharon is momentarily speechless, shivering under the weight of his intense gaze. The mood shifts slightly as Harold tries to justify his stance while Sharon remains skeptical of his intentions. Harold explains that regardless of the prince's reputation, they cannot risk the family's standing through a messy marriage. He declares that the current priority is to arrange a prestigious marriage for Luna. Without looking back, Harold slides the door open and exits the room. Sharon sits alone, feeling slighted by how heartlessly her husband departed. Claudia rushes to her mother's side, gripping her arm and asking if Luna is truly becoming a threat. Sharon dismisses the concern, claiming Luna is only using cheap tricks and bluffs to get ahead. Claudia remains agitated, noting that they have completely lost the upper hand in the household. Sharon suggests that the best way to handle the situation is to marry Luna off as quickly as possible. Claudia wonders if her father will actually find a respectable husband for her rival. Sharon's expression turns predatory as she plans to find a suitor who looks good on the outside, but is secretly troublesome. Claudia worries that Luna might cause a public scene if she refuses the arrangement. Sharon remains firm, stating that as parents, they have the final say according to the rules of the house. Claudia reminds her mother of Luna's unpredictable nature and how she recently acted against Yara. Sharon is surprised to hear the full extent of Luna's recent boldness. Claudia expresses fear that Luna's strange strength might even put a prince in danger. Sharon assures her daughter that she already has a plan to deal with the girl. Sharon places a hand on Claudia's face, telling her to focus on her own future as the potential crown princess. Claudia worries that Prince Abbott might be hesitant, because Prince Samiz seems interested in her instead. Sharon asks if the crown prince has made any direct comments. Claudia shakes her head, frustrated that he didn't even pay her any attention during their last encounter. They both look distressed, suspecting that a poorly chosen gift might be the cause of the cold shoulder. Sharon scolds her daughter for not being more vocal when her father was present. A hand slams onto the table in a fit of rage. Sharon is furious that prominent figures like Lord Eager and Lord Han are now openly supporting Luna. Claudia adds to the tension, fearing that even the crown prince is starting to notice her rival. Sharon draws Claudia into a supportive hold, reminding her that her grandmother still has high expectations for her. Sharon wears a confident smile, believing the elder woman will not let things fall apart. Claudia nods in agreement, deciding to visit her grandmother the very next day to secure her position. Night falls over the traditional palace grounds as cherry blossoms drift through the cool air. Inside her room, Luna examines a small, silver flute-like instrument. Intrigued by its delicate design, she gives the device a light blow, but it only produces a faint, barely audible sound. Disappointed, she notes that the signal is much quieter than she had originally imagined. Luna tries again with much more effort, puffing out her cheeks to blow as hard as she can. After several attempts, she stops to catch her breath, looking visibly annoyed by the lack of results. She gazes out into the silent night, wondering if the item is a dud or if she's being played. Thinking it might be an ultrasonic device that humans can't hear, she stretches and decides it's time to call it a night. A sudden movement at the window catches her off guard, signaled by a sharp swishing sound. Luna clutches her chest in surprise as a mysterious presence suddenly appears in her room. A figure dressed in dark, traditional attire offers a formal salute to acknowledge her presence. Shocked, Luna realizes that the silent whistle actually worked and successfully summoned a contact. A young messenger with a small bird perched on his shoulder introduces himself, stating he is at her command. Luna quickly gets to business, asking if the messenger can deliver a high-priority message to Lord Edgar. The young man listens intently while absent-mindedly feeding his bird as she prepares her request. With a serious and determined look, Luna explains that she needs to gather intelligence on a woman named Anna Yin. The messenger is taken aback by the request as his bird takes flight to begin its journey. Luna meets his gaze firmly, asking if there is a problem with her seeking this specific information. He quickly regains his composure, acknowledging the order and promising to relay it to Lord Edgar immediately. Luna adds a final note, telling him to reassure Edgar that she will uphold her end of their deal regardless of the circumstances. The messenger bows, preparing to make a quiet exit from the chambers. Before he can leave, Luna stops him to ask about a specific medical treatment he had mentioned previously. She tries to act casual about the inquiry, waving it off as if it isn't a major concern. The messenger pauses at the exit, looking back as if there is one more thing he needs to discuss. Luna waits for him to speak, curious about what else could be on his mind. He finally asks if she possesses the skills to completely disguise one person to look like another. Luna's first thought is a simple application of makeup to alter a person's appearance. However, the messenger clarifies that he is looking for a much more advanced and thorough disguise. Luna realizes that there is a secret regarding a person named Lee that even Edgar is in the dark about. She questions if this request for a transformation actually originated from Edgar himself. The messenger waves his hands frantically, making it clear that this was not Edgar's idea. Luna smiles knowingly, seeing through his reaction and realizing the messenger is the one who needs the favor. She then turns the conversation back to Edgar, asking why he failed to show up in person that night. Luna correctly deduces that Edgar must be facing some sort of trouble, which visibly shocks the messenger. They both look out at the moon as the messenger admits that Edgar is indeed in a very difficult situation. He looks away with a regretful expression, realizing that Luna is every bit as observant and sharp as Edgar. Luna stares into the night with a contemplative look, wondering exactly who the messenger wants to transform into. The young man's eyes light up with excitement, hoping that her curiosity means she is agreeing to help him. Luna immediately shuts him down with a dismissive gesture, claiming she never actually gave him a definitive yes. Luna agrees to help the messenger for Edgar's sake, setting aside her previous refusal. The messenger pleads for her assistance in creating a disguise for a close female friend. This revelation catches Luna off guard, leading her to question the nature of Edgar's relationships. Looking guilty, the messenger explains that it is currently very difficult for the two to meet openly. Luna reluctantly agrees to give the request a try despite her private disappointment. With the deal struck, the messenger bows respectfully and prepares to depart. Later, Luna carefully feeds her grandmother, whose mood and appetite improve significantly in her presence. The matriarch affectionately encourages Luna to visit and share meals with her more often. Their peaceful moment is interrupted as a servant announces the arrival of Lady Claudia and Lady Bright at the Starry house. Claudia enters the room with a look of visible annoyance, followed closely by Bright. The two women offer their formal greetings to Grandma as they join the gathering. Grandma immediately praises Luna for the honor she brought to the family during the recent festival. Luna humbly smiles, crediting her success entirely to her grandmother's guidance. Grandma is amused by the flattery, playfully questioning when she ever taught Luna how to draw. Luna charmingly responds that while Grandma didn't teach her art, she taught her how to speak with grace. The old woman laughs heartily, clearly delighted by Luna's efforts to please her. Meanwhile, Claudia grinds her teeth in jealousy, questioning the quality of the gifts given to the family. Bright looks on with a confused expression as Claudia continues her subtle interrogation. Grandma's face turns stern and angry at the disrespectful tone of the questioning. To diffuse the tension, Luna offers to paint a special portrait just for her grandmother. The matriarch smiles at the idea, imagining a future where they can admire the art together. Luna promises to try her best to capture even a fraction of the woman's elegance. Grandma playfully scolds Luna for being a little girl, while clearly enjoying the praise. Claudia watches the exchange with intense fury, feeling that her status is being threatened. Grandma acknowledges that everyone performed well and brought honor to the household. Luna's eyes light up as she asks if there will be any special rewards for their hard work. Claudia is outraged that a concubine's daughter would have the audacity to ask for more. Ignoring the tension, Grandma pulls Luna into a warm embrace and tells her to ask for anything she needs. Claudia watches with a cold smirk, already plotting her next move based on the rewards received. Bright titters to herself, finding amusement in the obvious jealousy radiating from her sister. Grandma's expression hardens as she senses the greed and poor influence surrounding her other granddaughters. Claudia dismissively tells Luna to take whatever she wants, acting as though she is above such petty rewards. Her anger boils over when she feels Luna is intentionally trying to embarrass her in front of the family. Luna remains calm, simply stating she was hoping for an eye-opening display of sisterly talent. From the shadows, Sharon watches the brewing conflict with a sinister grin, eager to see who will come out on top. The sun shines over the Prime Minister's grand mansion. Inside, the family matriarch shouts for silence as she deals with the internal squabbling. Luna bows her head in apology, acknowledging the tension in the room. Claudia turns away in a huff, clearly annoyed by the current situation. Secretly, Claudia smirks behind her sleeve, realizing she's been putting on an act the whole time to hide her true feelings. Grandma sighs at the drama, noting how much Claudia's mother has spoiled her. A servant presents a tray filled with colorful keepsakes for the girls to choose from. Claudia steps forward with a polite smile, ready to claim her favorite pair. She feels quite smug, believing her status as the legitimate daughter makes her the priority. Grandma calls Luna over to join them, ensuring no one is left out of the rewards. As they gather, Luna keeps her thoughts to herself about the family's complex social hierarchy. Bright watches the exchange with a cold, calculating gaze. The matriarch settles back, satisfied that order has been briefly restored among the girls. She beams as she shares the news that Quentin will be returning home in just 3 days. Claudia's eyes light up with pure excitement at the prospect of her brother's arrival. While Claudia celebrates, Bright remains indifferent, feeling the news doesn't affect her at all. Grandma explains that Quentin is finally finished with his studies and is coming back for good. She tells Claudia to help her mother with the massive preparations for the homecoming. With a knowing wink, Grandma reminds the girls that they must learn to manage the household and its accounts. Luna looks on seriously, already wondering if these returning family members will be new rivals. Claudia chuckles to herself, imagining a future where she and her brother dominate the mansion together. Shifting focus, Grandma decides it's time to find a proper female tutor for the girls. Bright immediately protests the idea of studying, claiming she'd much rather stick to needlework. The thought of academic lessons clearly makes Bright feel uneasy and reluctant. Grandma waves off the complaints, insisting they only need to learn enough to be competent hostesses. Claudia hides a mocking smile, doubting that any amount of knowledge will help Bright's social prospects. Feeling defeated by the decision, Bright lets out a heavy, depressed sigh. With the lessons settled, the girls are dismissed so the adults can speak in private. The room settles into a quiet atmosphere, surrounded by elegant golden decor and flowers. Grandma sips her tea and encourages Sharon to say whatever is weighing on her mind. Sharon hesitates for a moment, looking deeply troubled by a secret she's holding. She finally looks up, ready to discuss a serious matter regarding the household's reputation. Sharon voices her concerns about Luna, warning that her recent bold actions might cause a major scandal for the family. Grandma frowns while holding her tea, processing the news about Princess Sia's absence. Sharon sighs deeply, expressing her concern that Luna's wayward behavior will lead to more trouble for the family. Grandma's expression turns intense as she questions if the king has been informed about the princess's injury. Sharon quickly confirms that no one has reported the incident to His Majesty yet. Grandma looks sternly at her, asking for confirmation that everything is indeed Luna's fault. Sharon suggests that Luna may have manipulated Prince Abbott into causing the injury. Grandma is visibly surprised by the idea that Luna could actually influence someone like the prince. Sharon doubles down, claiming that Luna is far more calculating and capable than she appears. Grandma falls silent, carefully considering the weight of these accusations while holding her teacup. Grandma watches Sharon closely, asking if Prince Abbott has developed feelings for Luna. Sharon looks visibly embarrassed, sweating under the pressure of the direct question. Grandma maintains a skeptical gaze, waiting for a clearer answer from her daughter-in-law. Sharon whispers about Luna's status, arguing that her background makes her an unworthy match for the prince. Grandma sighs, admitting that Claudia would be a much more suitable choice for a royal marriage. Sharon seizes the moment, reminding Grandma that everyone expects Claudia and the prince to be a couple. Grandma continues to ponder why the prince would show any interest in Luna at all. Grandma warns that they must be careful, as the king might become suspicious of any radical moves. Sharon apologizes and suggests they find a different match for Luna to keep her out of the way. Grandma hesitates for a moment, taking a sip of tea as she weighs her options. Sharon urges her not to wait, listing all the powerful people Luna has already offended. Grandma interrupts, stating that even as a concubine's daughter, Luna's marriage is a serious matter for the Prime Minister. Sharon feels frustrated by the interruption and bows her head in submission. Grandma instructs her to continue searching for a perfect match for Luna before they make a final decision. Grandma issues a sharp warning to Sharon, telling her not to let a personal grudge cloud her judgment regarding the girl's marriage. Sharon acts embarrassed, insisting that everything she does is strictly for the benefit of the Prime Minister's household. Grandma looks at her with a knowing gaze, questioning if she has hidden ulterior motives. Sharon claims her only goal is to secure a perfect future for Claudia. Grandma dismisses Sharon, allowing her to leave the room so she can focus on other matters. Grandma turns her attention to a hidden spy stationed in the West House to keep everything under control. A stone tile is pried open to reveal a hidden compartment containing important items. Luna struggles to carry a heavy wooden box and blows away the accumulated dust. Inside the box, several white charms are lined up for inspection. Luna sighs as she looks over the collection of keepsakes she has gathered. Luna carefully examines a white mask, thinking about how to use it to gather information. She places the mask back into the box, determined to use these tools for her survival. Luna watches closely as liquid is poured into several small cups. A tray is prepared with 3 cups, ready for the next part of her plan. Luna holds a large bundle, looking resolute as she prepares to use these things to make her return. Luna arrives at the West House and prepares to use her newly found items. Outside, a small bird takes flight across the evening sky. Luna watches the bird, feeling a sense of connection to the creature. A loyal subordinate approaches Luna, greeting her with a formal salute. Luna informs him that all the necessary preparations have been completed. He notices the large bundle she has brought for him. She reveals the package contains essential tools for creating disguises to keep his people safe. Grateful for the assistance, the subordinate offers his thanks to the young lady. Luna decides to write down specific instructions to ensure the tools are used correctly. After finishing the letter, she carefully folds the paper and sets her brush aside. The conversation shifts to the ongoing investigation regarding Anna's past. The subordinate reveals a location known as Hidden Dragon Pass in the south. A flashback shows the moment Harold Wu brought a pregnant Anna to meet Madame Sharon. The subordinate appears slightly flustered while discussing the sensitive family history. Luna snacks on a peach as she listens to the dramatic details of her parents' past. The story continues, showing how Harold eventually abandoned Anna for Madame Sharon. Despite the hardship, Anna held baby Luna close and vowed to protect her. Madame Wu looked down on the child with clear disdain after discovering her birthmark. Hearing about her mother's suffering and her own difficult childhood makes Luna sigh. She asks for more details regarding the specific village where her mother originated. Unfortunately, the subordinate reports that those villages were wiped out by natural disasters. Luna feels a wave of disappointment at losing a potential connection to her mother's roots. As the subordinate prepares to leave, Luna questions him about Igor's current location. He gives a final respectful bow before making his exit. He carries away the bundle of disguise tools, silently hoping Luna moves on from her interest in Igor. Luna remains behind, confused by his reaction after she went through so much effort to help. Luna stretches her arms as she walks, ignoring her maid's concerns about Madame Wu's orders to stay inside the mansion. The maid looks confused and asks exactly what they are planning to do during their outing. Luna ponders for a moment, explaining that she needs to buy some supplies to make new items. The maid looks doubtful, suspecting that Luna just wants an excuse to hang out. Laughing, Luna playfully pokes her companion's forehead for knowing her so well. The maid rubs her head and warns that they need to be quick to avoid getting caught for a third time. Suddenly, Luna's feet come to a complete halt on the stone path. The maid looks around in a panic, realizing they aren't even heading toward the mansion's exit. Luna stays calm, making the maid even more confused as they veer off course. With a mischievous smile, Luna claims they have to deal with a ghost first. She reaches down and picks up a small stone from the dirt path. The maid watches in shock, unsure of what her lady is planning to do with the rock. Deep in the bushes, a pair of eyes watches their every move. Luna flicks the stone with incredible accuracy, hitting the hidden target with a loud bang. She shouts for the stalker to get out of hiding, leaving her maid completely stunned. A figure dressed as a maid immediately bolts through the greenery to escape. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Luna commands the runner to stop at once. Luna tosses another stone into the air, ready to take down anyone working against her. She launches the rock with a powerful throw. The stone strikes the fleeing maid squarely in the back. The impact causes the spy to trip and flop face first onto the ground. Dazed and seeing stars, the girl groans in pain from the sudden fall. Luna stands over a captive with a triumphant expression. The girl tries to hide her face, claiming she was just busy walking and didn't hear the command to stop. Luna pulls the girl's arms away, revealing her to be Beth, the maid serving Melody. With a dark look, Luna demands to know why Melody ordered her to follow them. Beth begins to tremble and cry, frantically denying that she was following anyone. The sun shines over a peaceful stone path leading through the lush gardens of the Prime Minister's mansion. Luna maintains a firm stance, causing the maid Beth to look visibly startled and uneasy. Beth desperately pleads with Luna to stop, fearing the consequences if the confrontation continues. Refusing to back down, Luna gives the girl a cold, piercing look and demands she finally come clean. Beth tries to deflect, nervously claiming that she was simply passing through the area by coincidence. Luna ignores the weak excuses and turns to walk away, leaving the maid in a state of panic. The protagonist bluntly tells Beth to save her explanations for Mistress Zoe instead. Luna arrives at the entrance of the Wind Pavilion, calling out to see if Melody is home. Mistress Zoe appears at the doorway, looking caught off guard by the unexpected visit. Accompanied by her own attendants, Luna offers a brief apology for the sudden intrusion. Zoe remains wide-eyed and surprised as Luna confirms her intent to speak with Melody. While strolling through the area, Luna offers a polite compliment on how neat and clean the yard is kept. Zoe immediately instructs a nearby servant to go inside and call Melody out to meet their guests. Showing proper hospitality, Zoe gestures for Luna to take a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. As they sit together, Zoe remarks on how much Luna's personality and presence have changed recently. Luna looks directly at her host, asking for clarification on what that observation implies. While pouring the tea, Zoe admits she is relieved Luna didn't end up following the same tragic path as her mother, Anna. This mention of the past catches Luna's full attention, and she asks if Zoe was close to her mother. Zoe serves the drink, explaining that they were both in similar miserable positions and shared a sense of mutual sympathy. Luna takes a quiet sip of the tea, carefully processing this rare bit of family history. The maid returns shortly after, looking flustered as she reports that Melody is currently fast asleep. Zoe looks confused by the news, wondering why her daughter would be napping at such an unusual time. Luna maintains a polite smile, expressing a small amount of regret that she missed the chance for a chat. Zoe promises to send Melody over to Luna's place as soon as the girl wakes up. Accepting the offer, Luna thanks Mistress Zoe for the time and the hospitality. Zoe remains cautious, asking if there was an urgent matter that brought Luna to the pavilion. Zoe listens intently as Luna explains her visit was prompted by news of Melody's recent facial injury, while Luna examines a piece of needlework. Zoe tries to downplay the situation, claiming her daughter is fine now. Luna gives a meaningful look, probing to see if Melody shared the details of how the injury happened. Zoe appears worried, noting that Melody only mentioned she had accidentally offended someone. Sensing the woman's distress, Luna tells her there is no need to panic and calms her down. Luna stands up from the table, deciding it is best to leave rather than disturb Melody's rest. As she departs, Luna acknowledges that while Melody is hiding for now, she won't be able to avoid a confrontation forever. Luna and Beth walk through the woods as Luna points out that their current lives aren't much better than Zoe and Melody's situation. Beth remains skeptical, believing that Melody has never truly caused them any major problems. Luna questions if Beth actually thinks the other pair is leading a difficult life. Luna asks if Beth happened to notice the specific hairpin Mistress Zoe was wearing. Beth recalls a very plain-looking accessory with no decorations. Luna smirks, revealing that the seemingly simple item is actually worth a massive fortune. Beth is left completely stunned by the realization of Zoe's hidden wealth. Luna continues the lesson by asking if Beth knows what Zoe is growing in her yard. Beth innocently guesses that the plants are just common weeds. Luna explains that they are actually rare tulipa buds, with each dried one worth a significant amount of gold. Beth is overwhelmed with shock, realizing just how rich Zoe actually is. Luna speculates that Zoe might be hiding her wealth so Melody doesn't become too arrogant. Beth wonders if Zoe was telling the truth about her past connection with Anna. Luna notes that while Zoe keeps to herself, her life is far more comfortable than she lets on. Beth tries to wrap her head around why someone would pretend to be miserable. The complexity of the deception leaves Beth looking entirely confused. Luna realizes that if Zoe was telling the truth, her misery stems from her feelings for a man rather than her living conditions. A close-up of a nearby plant highlights the serene yet secretive atmosphere of the conversation. Beth is terrified by the idea of such deep, calculated deception happening right under their noses. Luna shrugs, noting that Melody is ultimately the biggest victim of her mother's schemes. She explains that if Melody knew the truth about their money, she wouldn't act so defeated. Beth feels pity for Melody, realizing her mother has watched her be bullied without stepping in. The more Beth thinks about the hidden motives, the more frightened she becomes. Luna pats Beth's head, reminding her that they must stay sharp to survive among such deceptive people. She instructs Beth to hire several smart servants to keep a quiet eye on everyone from a distance. Looking at the mansion walls, Luna sighs, thinking she would have run away long ago if she had Zoe's resources. The duo arrives at the street market, with Luna intending to finish their errands quickly. Beth immediately gets distracted, looking around at the various stalls and goods. A merchant calls out to them, claiming his jewelry is made of fine materials and offering a supposed bargain. Beth is instantly tempted by the offer and begins to walk toward the stall. Luna stops her, pointing out that the accessories are cheap junk and the merchant is trying to rip her off. Beth is left frustrated, realizing once again that she can't keep up with Luna's sharp intuition. The scene opens in a local blacksmith shop filled with various metal tools and a burning furnace. Luna hands over a specific list of items to the shopkeeper, demanding he follow her instructions to the letter. As they wait, Luna promises to craft a pair of accessories for Beth, affectionately patting her head. Beth is thrilled by the offer, knowing Luna's craftsmanship is superior to anything else available. The two share a brief, lighthearted moment of joy before getting back to business. The shopkeeper respectfully presents a wrapped package, confirming he will deliver the rest to the mansion as usual. Luna tucks a note away and prepares to move on to their next destination. Beth asks if it's finally time to go home, but Luna insists they still have more shopping to do. The long day of errands is clearly taking a toll on Beth, who looks completely drained. Luna playfully teases her exhausted companion while explaining they have one last stop at the pharmacy. They arrive at the medicine shop, which is stocked with numerous jars and wooden drawers. An elderly pharmacist greets them, asking if they are looking for a consultation or just supplies. Luna hands over a prescription, stating she only needs the medicine listed. The pharmacist looks over the paper with a deeply skeptical and focused expression. He questions the specific combination of medicinal materials Luna is asking for. Luna looks confused, wondering if the shop is unable to fulfill such a specialized order. The pharmacist quickly backtracks, promising to gather the requested items immediately. Two neatly tied boxes of medicine are placed on the counter for the duo. Beth handles the payment as they finish up their initial purchase. Before leaving, Luna asks if the shop has any tulipa in stock. The pharmacist hesitates, looking a bit uneasy about the rare request. When he reveals they only have one, Luna sighs in disappointment, noting that one is simply not enough. The man tries to maintain his composure while asking exactly how many she intended to buy. Luna firmly explains that she needs several of the rare plants. The pharmacist offers to reach out to his dealers to find more and deliver them them to her address later. Beth pulls Luna aside and whispers a worried warning about the logistics. She panics upon remembering that each plant costs a dozen taels of gold, a price they surely can't afford. Luna remains perfectly calm, telling Beth not to worry because she already has a plan. Luna tells the pharmacist to deliver the plants to Lord Egar's home and bill him for the entire order. Beth is stunned by the realization that Luna is shamelessly charging the massive expense to the Lord. The pharmacist is delighted to hear he's dealing with such a high-profile client. Luna walks out of the shop with a satisfied smile, happy with her acquisition. Beth remains incredibly worried about the fortune they just spent on the Lord's behalf. Luna stays confident, showing no signs of guilt regarding the expensive bill. She explains that since they are taking what they need, it is only fair for him to pay for it. Beth begins to accept the situation as they finally start their journey back. Luna is in high spirits, celebrating the end of a successful day of errands. However, Luna then mentions she's seriously considering forging her own iron in their yard to save time. Beth is left completely stunned and terrified by the thought of Luna running a forge at home. The merchant admires a sparkling amethyst placed among various delicacies on the table. Raj Varric maintains a serious expression, telling the merchant to take the gem if they like it. The merchant laughs and quickly pockets the gift, thanking Raj for his immense generosity. Raj's expression sours as he prepares to get down to business. The merchant puts on an innocent front, acting as if they have no idea what is coming next. Losing his patience, Raj slams his hand onto the table, causing the tea set to rattle. He points directly at the merchant, demanding to know exactly where Eager is hiding. The merchant scoffs, claiming they aren't a footman and have no clue where Eager went. Raj isn't buying the act, noting that he heard the two were very close while he was away. This accusation causes the merchant to react with total shock, calling the rumor completely ridiculous. Raj huffs in frustration, clearly tired of the runaround. He leans in close, threatening to teach the merchant a lesson regardless of whose kingdom they are in. The merchant simply shrugs, insisting that even if the shop is destroyed, the information won't appear. Raj demands they stop stalling and give back the amethyst if they won't talk. Fearing for the gem, the merchant finally admits they told Eager about Raj's arrival, which prompted him to flee. Raj looks downcast, wondering why Eager is working so hard to avoid him. The merchant tries to push Raj away, suggesting he just give up and go home. Raj remains adamant, stating that he absolutely must see Edgar. Behind a fan, the merchant sighs at how much trouble Edgar seems to be in. Raj defends his friend, insisting that no one is more capable than Edgar. The merchant snickers, comparing Raj to a devoted spouse searching for a partner who left home. Infuriated by the joke, Raj hurls his teacup at the merchant. The merchant easily leans back, letting the cup fly past without a scratch. Raj follows up by throwing a glazed bowl in a fit of rage. The merchant uses their fan to block the projectile, telling Raj to stop breaking the expensive inventory. The merchant examines the damage, deciding the amethyst will now serve as payment for the broken bowl. Raj snaps back, claiming a simple bowl is worthless compared to the high-quality gem. The merchant falls silent for a moment, pondering who else might have the information Raj needs. A light bulb goes off as the merchant suddenly realizes there is one other lead. Raj grabs the merchant by the collar, demanding to know who has the answers. With a sly grin, the merchant suggests that Lady Luna from the Prime Minister's mansion might know the whereabouts. The two stare each other down as the gravity of the name sinks in. The merchant's smile falters, realizing that Raj truly has a one-track mind for finding his friend. Raj shouts that there is no time to waste and demands to be taken to Lady Luna immediately. The merchant agrees to the request, finding the situation increasingly interesting. Raj grinds his teeth, making it clear that finding Eager is the only thing that matters to him. The story continues in a bustling marketplace, filled with traditional architecture and busy citizens. Luna pauses in the street as her stomach lets out a loud rumble, signaling her desperate need for a meal. She suggests finding a place to eat before returning home, but Ninger remains hesitant about the delay. Ninger's own stomach betrays her with a loud growl, proving she is just as hungry as her lady. The two share a light-hearted laugh and decide to prioritize finding food immediately. Luna excitedly points toward a building called the Snow Pavilion, thinking it looks like a promising restaurant. Ninger immediately panics and stops her, explaining that the establishment is actually a social club for men. Instead of being deterred, Luna looks intrigued and expresses a sudden curiosity to see the interior. Ninger nervously suggests they visit a different restaurant further away to avoid any trouble. Luna spots another nearby building called the Sweet House and wonders if that would be a better choice. Ninger becomes completely exasperated upon realizing this second location is also a gentleman's club. Luna insists they can just have a quick meal there and tries to pull her reluctant companion along. Ninger pleads her to reconsider, worried that entering such a place will ruin their reputations. Luna remains unbothered, casually waving off the concerns about what others might think. As they bicker, a man nearby takes notice of the lively pair. Lord Hen approaches with a pleasant smile, surprised to find Luna wandering in this part of town. Luna and Ninger immediately offer a respectful and polite greeting to the nobleman. Hen looks a bit flustered by the formality and asks Luna to simply address him by his name, Wayne. Luna politely maintains her distance and keeps the conversation strictly professional. She prepares to end the encounter and resume her journey back home, home. Wayne stops her, curious about where she is heading in such a hurry. He offers a warm invitation for her to visit his own establishment since they rarely run into each other. He points directly at the Snow Pavilion, revealing that he is the owner of the club. Luna is visibly shocked to learn that a high-ranking lord is behind such a business. Wayne keeps a friendly expression while encouraging her to come inside for a visit. Luna tries to decline the offer, though her expression reveals she is dying to see what it looks like. Wayne notices her hesitation and uses his fan to playfully nudge her toward an agreement. He asks if she is worried about his character, or if she truly thinks he is a bad person. Luna considers the opportunity, thinking that entering might lead to a helpful favor later on. Wayne leads her toward the entrance, promising they will only have a brief chat. Luna finally agrees, setting her sights on the interior of the mysterious club. Inside the Snow Pavilion, the decor is revealed to be incredibly lavish and well-appointed. A servant begins the visit by pouring fresh tea for the guests at a central table. Luna looks around and compliments the elegant and chic atmosphere of the room. They settle in at the table, which is already prepared with an assortment of snacks. Wayne is delighted by her praise, especially since it comes from a woman known for her craft. Luna smiles back, telling him to stop teasing her with such high-level flattery. Wayne then introduces his companion, the stern and quiet Raj Varric. Luna observes that Raj has the look of a foreigner, which he calmly confirms. Wayne's expression shifts as he asks Luna if she can provide any information on Igor's current whereabouts. Luna is caught completely off guard by the sudden mention of the man Raj has been tracking. Wayne claims he saw Igor scaling a wall into Luna's yard in the middle of the night. Luna quickly denies the claim, worried that such rumors will damage her reputation. Wayne points out that Igor even gave her a precious keepsake, making it hard to believe they aren't close. Raj abruptly cuts into the conversation with a stern expression. He confronts Luna directly, demanding to know if she truly lacks information on Igor's whereabouts. Luna puts on a sincere face, questioning why a high-ranking lord would share his secrets with her. Wayne points his fan at her, insisting his gut feeling says she is hiding something. Despite the pressure, Luna maintains her composure and sticks to her story. Both men remain unconvinced, certain that Luna is the key to finding their missing target. Raj's gaze turns aggressive as he tries to intimidate the truth out of her. Luna stands her ground firmly, refusing to buckle under the intense questioning. Raj glowers at Wayne, frustrated by the lack of progress and demanding back a specific charm. Wayne changes tactics, pleading with Luna to help them as a personal favor. Luna becomes visibly annoyed by Wayne's constant attempts to manipulate the narrative. Wayne argues that Igor clearly needs her assistance to complete a certain task. Luna counters that being needed for a task doesn't mean she knows where the man is currently hiding. Wayne presses harder, demanding to know the details of the arrangement she made with Edgar. Luna chooses to remain silent, refusing to comment on any potential deals. Wayne takes her silence as a confirmation of their partnership, realizing he has cornered her. He gives a smug smile, satisfied that he has successfully trapped her in her own logic. Raj shifts his request, asking Luna to at least deliver a message if she won't reveal location. Luna finds herself in a difficult position, weighing the risks of cooperating with these men. Raj lowers his guard and asks sincerely, promising to return the favor if she helps. Feeling she has no other choice, a helpless Luna agrees to relay the message. Raj tells her to inform Igor that he has returned and has been searching for him. Luna is taken aback by the simplicity of the message after all the intense interrogation. She accepts the task, promising to let Igor know when the opportunity arises. With the deal struck, Wayne offers Luna free lifetime access to the Snow Pavilion as a reward. Luna smiles graciously, happy to accept the perks of her reluctant cooperation. Various charms and keepsakes sit on a shelf as Raj prepares to head toward a new territory. Luna raises her cup in thought, curious about the mysterious destination Raj mentioned. Staring into her drink, she realizes Edgar is tied to a powerful prince in a distant land and has many secrets. Luna and Ninger decide it's finally time to leave the establishment and head home. Their exit is interrupted by an intoxicated man who stumbles directly toward them. Fearing a collision, Luna quickly pulls Ninger back to keep her out of the way. The man stops in his tracks and stares at Luna with a flushed face. Luna is momentarily stunned by the man's sudden and unwanted focus on her. The man's eyes light up with excitement as he addresses her with an unwelcome compliment. Luna tells Ninger to ignore the stranger and tries to walk past him. Refusing to let them go, the man reaches out and grabs Luna's shoulder to stop her. A staff member from the pavilion intervenes, attempting to redirect the man's attention to someone else. The arrogant official dismisses her, insisting he is willing to pay any price to have his way. Luna rolls her eyes in total frustration at the man's persistent and annoying behavior. The man boastfully claims to be a high-ranking lord of the 6th rank to intimidate them. The staff member warns the official that Luna is a close associate of Lord Han and should not be messed with. A servant arrives to announce that the carriage Lord Han prepared is waiting just outside. Luna and Ninger successfully return to the back entrance of the Prime Minister's mansion under the moonlight. As they walk, Luna reflects on the strange and difficult people they encountered throughout the day. Luna Luna suddenly halts her movement, causing Ninger to accidentally bump right into her back. Sensing someone nearby, Luna pulls Ninger behind a tree to take cover and stay hidden. They witness Lady Lindsay sharing a quiet, affectionate moment with a mysterious man among the roses. Luna watches the scene with a knowing smile, amused by the unexpected coincidence. She signals Ninger to keep her voice down so they don't alert the couple to their presence. The couple shares a tender embrace, while expressing how much they have missed one another. Ninger is shocked by Lady Lindsay's daring secret meeting, but Luna tells her to just relax and watch the drama unfold. The man promises to check on Lady Lindsay again soon as they prepare to part ways. He quickly departs on horseback, leaving Lady Lindsay behind in the garden. Lady Lindsay watches him leave with a heavy blush, wishing him a safe journey. Later, Luna and Ninger discuss the secret romance they just uncovered while resting. Luna waves off the concerns, speculating that the two must have fallen for each other at a recent festival. Ninger sighs, wondering if the man's social status is the reason they have to meet in secret. Luna sternly warns Ninger to keep her mouth shut about what they saw to prevent any trouble for Lady Lindsay. The Prime Minister's mansion is decorated with festive banners as the family gathers at the gates for a homecoming. Lindsay expresses her excitement about Lincoln's return, hoping he brought plenty of gifts for her. While the other girls are filled with anticipation, Luna remains stoic and unimpressed by the commotion. Luna notices Lindsay is wearing a restrictive, high-collared outfit, despite the sweltering heat. Concerned for her well-being, Luna suggests that Lindsay change into something more comfortable before the brothers arrive. Lindsay looks nervous and insists that the fabric is actually quite cooling. She quickly pulls at her collar to ensure her skin is completely covered. Luna pats Lindsay on the head, silently acknowledging the secret her sister is trying to hide. A young girl spots Quentin arriving and grabs her mother's sleeve in excitement. The grandmother eagerly steps forward to be the first to greet her grandson. Quentin arrives on horseback and skillfully prepares to dismount in front of the crowd. He stands tall and greets his gathered family with a calm and composed expression. Quentin immediately kneels before his grandmother to show his deep respect and devotion. Lord Wu observes his son and remarks that Quentin has grown much stronger during his time away. The grandmother worries that he has actually become thinner and insists he needs a hearty meal. Luna watches the overly dramatic reunion with a skeptical and tired expression. Cherry blossoms bloom beautifully around the estate, signaling the arrival of the next traveler. Lincoln pulls back the curtain of his carriage to offer a warm smile to his waiting family. The grandmother and Lord Wu look relieved to see their other son has returned safely. Lindsay and the other women gather around Lincoln to welcome him back with open arms. Luna observes the scene and notes that while some are happy, others look indifferent or bitter. She turns her attention to the third brother, William, who stands quietly on the sidelines. Lord Wu ignores the others and tells Quentin to meet him in the study for a test of his knowledge. William looks on with a disappointed expression, as he is once again overlooked by his father. The grandmother continues to dote on Lincoln as she leads the group toward the shade. Luna sighs, realizing that William is treated like an outsider despite being part of the family. Two other girls whisper and gossip while watching the awkward family dynamic unfold. William approaches Luna and offers a polite greeting as the others move away. He looks surprised but pleased when Luna acknowledges him with a kind and genuine smile. Luna gives William a friendly pat, offering him the warmth and recognition he lacks from his parents. She gently takes his hand to lead him toward the house so he isn't left behind. One of the noble girls scoffs at them, mocking the two for sticking together as social outcasts. The banquet hall is prepared for the grand reunion, featuring a long red carpet and tables overflowing with food. Lord Wu comforts grandmother as she wipes away emotional tears, overwhelmed by the return of her grandsons. Grandmother expresses her deep regret for sending the boys away to study for so long, nearly breaking her heart. Quentin stands respectfully before her, offering a sincere apology for his long absence from the family. Grandmother smiles warmly at the eldest son and beckons him to step closer to her. She pulls Quentin into an affectionate embrace, clearly overjoyed to have him back home. Luna watches the emotional display from the sidelines, privately feeling that the entire family is putting on a dramatic performance. A family member notes with delight that Quentin has grown significantly, nearly reaching his father's height. Lord Wu turns his attention to his son's progress, asking how they have fared in their studies while away. Lincoln respectfully claims that his master has deemed him fully qualified to assist his father with family matters. Lord Wu looks on with a satisfied expression, though he warns them that a test of their knowledge is coming soon. Both Quentin and Lincoln appear extremely confident, eager to prove their academic excellence to their father. Luna glances toward William, concerned that the upcoming test might be unfair given his shorter time studying. Claudia approaches the group and playfully asks if she can borrow Quentin to catch up after his long trip. Lord Wu laughs heartily at her request, giving the siblings permission to go off and talk. Claudia puts on a cute act as she stays close to Quentin, clearly happy to be reunited with her brother. Quentin playfully taps his sister's nose, promising that he would never let her down. Claudia looks up with wide, expectant eyes, wondering if he brought back any special gifts for her. Quentin flashes a bright smile, confirming that he has indeed prepared something special for his sister. Quentin claps his hands to signal the servants to bring in the various presents he collected during his travels. Servants enter the room, carrying decorative wooden boxes filled with treasures for the household. Quentin presents a rare wild ginseng to his grandmother, wishing her a long and healthy life. Grandmother is deeply moved by the thoughtful gesture, praising Quentin for his kindness and consideration. Quentin then reveals a dark steel dagger, presenting the expertly crafted weapon as a gift for his father. Lord Wu examines the rare blade with genuine praise, impressed by the high quality of the craftsmanship. Quentin continues distributing gifts, handing over items to other happy family members. He carefully places a beautiful glazed butterfly hairpin into Claudia's hair, delighting her with the accessory. The gift-giving continues as Quentin provides presents for Bright and Mistress Dream. A young girl looks ecstatic as she holds up a pair of vibrant red keepsakes gifted to her by her brother. Quentin ensures that everyone, including Mistress Zoe and Melody, receives a special token from his journey. With a gentle smile, Quentin reminds his siblings that he would never forget them while away. Grandmother watches the scene with immense pride, noting how carefully Quentin selected each individual gift. Luna snacks quietly while observing the scene, realizing that Quentin is strategically winning over the entire family with his generosity. The scene opens inside an ornate, traditional room decorated with vibrant floral arrangements. Quentin stands before Mistress Frost, who is seated at a table as the family gathers. A young woman with a pleasant expression is introduced as Mistress Frost, a newer addition to the household. Mistress Frost performs a polite curtsy to greet Quentin with formal respect. Quentin observes the woman with a calculating and intense gaze. He presents a gift of specialized skin cream to the pregnant Mistress Frost, further cementing his image as a thoughtful eldest son. Mistress Frost accepts the token with a gracious and polite smile. Quentin then shifts his focus toward Luna with an aggressive and focused stare. Luna stands up, feeling the weight of her brother's sudden and intense scrutiny. Quentin offers a sneering, fake smile, commenting on how much Luna has changed since he was last home. Grandmother prays with a devout expression, hoping the siblings will find a way to get along. Quentin laughs off the fact that he didn't bring a gift for Luna, claiming he was unaware of her recovery. Luna puts on a cute and cheerful front, though she internally questions his convenient excuse. Quentin pretends to be supportive, telling Luna to ask him for anything she might need. He then suggests that Luna should spend her time learning the household rules and how to read from Claudia. Claudia gloats silently, relishing the idea of Luna being treated like an uneducated subordinate. Claudia maintains a smug look, certain that Luna wouldn't dare to talk back to the eldest brother. Lord Wu agrees with the suggestion, believing Luna has no need for formal study. Luna raises an eyebrow and calmly explains that she already knows how to read thanks to her late mother. Quentin is visibly annoyed by Luna's sharp and unexpected retort. Luna leans in and asks Quentin if he is familiar with the story of the ugly duckling. She narrates the tale with a serene expression, using the metaphor to highlight her own hidden potential. Quentin seethes with internal rage as Luna continues to challenge him in front of the entire family. Luna maintains a look of wide-eyed innocence, while delivering her stinging metaphorical message. Grandmother and Lord Wu try to keep the mood light, attempting to ignore the obvious tension between the siblings. Sharon struggles to hold back her growing anger at Luna's perceived insolence. Luna adopts a wronged and victimized expression, which only serves to irritate Sharon further. Suddenly, the sound of urgent footsteps echoes through the hall as a messenger arrives. The messenger breathlessly announces the unexpected arrival of Prince Abbott. Lord Wu and the rest of the family immediately stand up to prepare for their royal visitor. Claudia clings to Sharon, wondering if the prince has come specifically to see her brother Quentin. Sharon holds Claudia's hands firmly, advising her to stay composed and not let Luna steal the spotlight. Claudia wears a determined and slightly frustrated expression as she prepares for the meeting. Luna looks completely unhappy, grumbling to herself about having to wait on a prince while she's still hungry. A sister pulls Luna aside, warning her that she needs to apologize to Quentin for her earlier behavior. The sister is shocked when Luna asks why, unable to believe Luna has forgotten the past grievances between them. Luna looks lost in thought, realizing she doesn't actually remember what Quentin did to the original owner of her body. Prince Abbott arrives at the estate, announcing himself as a student of Taoist priest Cloud and looking for Quentin. Lord Wu and Quentin immediately perform a respectful greeting to welcome His Highness. The prince tells the Prime Minister he doesn't need to be so formal since he's only there to visit an old friend. Lord Wu expresses his gratitude while Quentin steps forward to join the conversation. The prince gives Quentin a friendly pat on the shoulder, curious how he finished his difficult studies so early. Noticing the heat, Lord Wu invites the royal guest to move the conversation inside the manor. Claudia watches from behind the group, clearly interested in the prince's arrival. She immediately orders her servant to bring some plum syrup to help the guest cool down from the summer heat. The prince thanks Claudia for the thoughtful gesture, which causes her to flush with pride. Claudia plays with her hair, delighted by the positive attention she's receiving from royalty. Luna watches the display with a look of pure disgust, clearly unimpressed by her sister's antics. The scene transitions to the parlor where the family and their guest prepare for a feast. Lord Wu asks the prince about the current whereabouts of his mysterious master. The prince admits he has no idea where the priest is, looking a bit embarrassed by the question. He quickly brushes it off with a smile, shifting the focus away from his master's wandering habits. A bowl of dark plum syrup is served to the guests to refresh them during the meeting. Lord Wu becomes visibly excited when the prince mentions finding a government position for Quentin. The prince ponders for a moment before suggesting a role as an official for the Imperial Academy. Lord Wu is absolutely delighted and tells Quentin to immediately thank the prince for such a great honor. Quentin stands up and bows, promising to do his absolute best to serve the country in his new post. The prince watches with a satisfied smirk, thinking that everything is proceeding much easier than he expected. Suddenly, a loud clatter fills the room as a ceramic bowl shatters into pieces on the floor. Lord Wu and the prince look on in surprise, while Luna remains completely indifferent to the mess. The broken shards and spilled liquid sit on the floor, interrupting the formal atmosphere. Claudia immediately points the blame at Luna, accusing her of acting out and being disrespectful in front of the prince. Lord Wu turns his anger toward Luna, demanding that she apologize to His Highness for the disruption. Luna remains perfectly calm, questioning why she should have to apologize for a simple accident. Enraged by her lack of remorse, Lord Wu shouts that she is a failure of etiquette and an unfilial daughter. Luna maintains eye contact and flatly states that she wasn't the one who actually broke the bowl. Lord Wu is fuming with rage, unable to handle Luna's defiance in front of their royal guest. The prince watches the family drama unfold with a curious and interested expression. Claudia seethes in the background, convinced Luna is just using this scene to steal the prince's attention. Sharon steps in with a fake show of concern, suggesting that Luna didn't mean to cause trouble. Luna points out the logical flaw, noting that while the bowl broke in front of her, no one actually saw her touch it. She places her hand firmly on the table, refusing to be bullied into a false confession. In the background, another woman looks on with a visibly guilty expression, hiding her involvement in the incident. Luna grabs Bright by the arm and demands to know why she broke the bowl. Bright looks visibly shaken, trying to deflect the blame back onto her sister. Sharon immediately jumps in to back up the lie, telling Luna she shouldn't let others take the fall for her. Luna puts on a helpless act, pretending to be overwhelmed by the group's accusations. She lets out a quiet smirk, realizing that her family has walked straight into her trap. Lord Wu reaches his breaking point and shouts for everyone to be quiet. He turns his fury toward Sharon, telling her she has no right to speak in this situation. Claudia steps in with a fake smile, trying to act as the peacemaker to soothe her father's rage. Lord Wu bows his head to Prince Abbott, apologizing for the chaotic scene he's forced to witness. Abbott watches the drama with a keen interest, wondering how Luna plans to prove herself innocent. The patriarch looks completely humiliated by the spectacle, his face flushing with embarrassment. Quentin tries to smooth things over by telling the prince that Luna simply isn't herself yet. Abbott finds the internal family politics fascinating, keeping his eyes locked on the unfolding mess. Claudia continues her self-righteous act, claiming that a simple broken bowl reveals a person's true character. Luna lets out a mocking laugh, finding the hypocrisy of her family members hilarious. She tells everyone to just assume she did it, baiting them further into their own lies. Suddenly, she stops Bright from leaving, signaling that she isn't actually finished with the matter. Luna wipes her lips and mentions that she was wearing a very specific shade of cosmetic tint earlier. She pulls out a cloth with a clear print on it, comparing it to the residue left on the broken dish. Lord Wu realizes he's been lied to and directs his anger toward Bright, who is caught red-handed. Bright is paralyzed with fear, realizing her attempt to frame Luna has completely backfired. Luna looks on with a cold, triumphant gaze as her sister's plan crumbles into dust. Terrified of her father's wrath, Bright drops to her knees and begs for forgiveness. Lord Wu grinds his teeth, visibly exhausted by the constant scheming and drama within his household. Prince Abbott laughs out loud, mocking the fact that a tiny bowl has turned into such a theatrical production. The Prime Minister can only hang his head in shame, apologizing once more for the family's conduct. Quentin stares at Luna with a malicious look, clearly hating that she managed to outsmart them. Claudia tries to change the subject, announcing that the feast is finally ready to be served. Abbott hesitates to join, suggesting it might be inappropriate for him to attend a family dinner. Lord Wu gives a meaningful look, insisting that having the prince stay would be a great honor. He places a friendly hand on Abbott's shoulder, ushering the royal guests toward the dining hall. Luna sighs as she watches her father desperately try to get on the prince's good side. Once the adults are gone, Bright lashes out at Luna, looking shocked that she was outmaneuvered. She points an accusing finger at Luna, screaming that the whole thing was a setup. Luna scoffs at the hypocrisy, calling her sister shameless for trying to play the victim now. The two sisters stand off in a tense confrontation, neither one willing to back down. Luna decides she's had enough and turns to walk away, leaving the fuming Bright behind. Sharon puts on a forced, obsequious smile and tries to act as a mediator to keep the peace. Luna agrees to let the matter drop for now, closing her eyes with an air of mock superiority. A lavish feast is laid out on the table, featuring several steaming and delicious-looking dishes. Prince Abbott presents a golden walnut, noting the impressive craftsmanship of the item he holds. The prince stares intently, his mind drawing a comparison between the intricate work and Luna's skills. Quentin scoffs at the suggestion, clearly looking down on his sister's supposed talents. Abbott turns to Luna, offering to show her the golden object while she sits at the banquet table. Luna looks at the prince with a reluctant expression, unsure why she's being put on the spot. The golden walnut flies through the air as the prince tosses it toward the young girl. Luna holds her hand out and catches the gift as Abbott challenges her to replicate the design. She examines the golden trinket closely, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Quentin whispers to Lord Wu, insisting that Luna doesn't have the skills to match such high-quality work. Luna politely declines the challenge, stating she has no idea how to work with precious metals like gold or silver. When the prince asks about wood instead, she admits she could do it, but questions if it's worthy of his status. Abbott bursts into laughter, clearly amused by the girl's blunt and unexpected honesty. Luna points out that the walnut isn't even that great since it has some green residue on it. The prince's smile fades into a neutral expression as he considers her critique of his master's work. She reaches out and returns the golden item to the prince, urging him to take a better look. Quentin loses his cool and yells at Luna for making such irresponsible remarks about a master's craft. Luna ignores the outburst and continues eating her meal with complete indifference. Quentin's face turns red with rage as he grits his teeth, unable to believe his sister's audacity. Luna can't help but let out a small laugh, finding her brother's overreaction quite entertaining. Lord Wu commands Quentin to sit down and stop causing a scene in front of their royal guests. The patriarch's face is tight with frustration as he realizes how much embarrassment his son is causing. Quentin reluctantly takes his seat, looking thoroughly shamed by his father's public reprimand. Abbott looks at the walnut again, asking for a real explanation of its quality before he decides to keep it. Luna tells him to just take the gift if he likes it, dismissively saying the craft doesn't matter that much. The prince smiles broadly, finding Luna's straightforward attitude refreshing and correct. Abbott puts the walnut back in its box while Quentin stands by, looking dejected. Lord Wu leans in toward the prince, desperately trying to change the subject and salvage the mood. The master of the house invites Abbott to his study to hear more about the Taoist priest's teachings. Elsewhere, Bright lashes out and slaps a young girl, demanding that she get out of the way. The girl clutches her reddened cheek in shock, asking why she was suddenly attacked. Bright angrily holds up her dress, accusing the other girl of getting dirt on her expensive clothing. The young woman tries to defend herself, insisting that she didn't do anything wrong. Furious at the denial, Bright raises her hand again to deliver another harsh lesson. Luna suddenly appears on the scene, moving with incredible speed to intervene in the conflict. She pushes the victim safely to the side, stepping in between the two to stop the violence. Luna walks away without a word, leaving the girl to watch her in silent gratitude. The garden is a sea of vibrant red and yellow flowers blooming under the afternoon sun. Luna maintains a composed expression as she instructs her servant to check on the injuries sustained by William. The pair quickly agrees on the plan, ready to move forward with their next task. Luna dismisses her assistant to ensure she has total privacy for the upcoming confrontation. Claudia lurks behind a rock formation, watching Luna with a calculating gaze. The two women stand in the open garden, prepared for a tense verbal exchange. Claudia wastes no time, bluntly warning Luna to stay away from the crown prince. Luna is caught off guard by the sudden and baseless accusation regarding the royal family. Claudia lashes out with insults, bringing up Luna's past struggles to undermine her standing. Luna calmly raises a hand to signal for silence, refusing to be rattled by the outburst. Claudia insists that her warning is for Luna's own good, demanding she keep her distance from the prince. A confused Luna wonders when she ever showed any interest in pursuing a royal connection. Claudia points to their previous conversation at the palace as definitive proof of a scheme. Luna mocks the logic, suggesting that by those rules, they are currently interested in each other. The remark hits a nerve, leaving Claudia visibly fuming and speechless with rage. Luna keeps a cool head, simply mirroring the absurd reasoning used against her. Leaning in close, Luna asks why Claudia seems so insecure about her own future position. Claudia declares herself the future crown princess and commands Luna to stay in line. Luna whispers a chilling reminder that peace is impossible after everything Claudia has done. Grabbing Claudia's shoulders, Luna promises that all past grievances will be repaid in full. The sudden shift in intensity leaves Claudia trembling with genuine fear. Claudia draws a small dagger, threatening Luna while reminding her of the legal consequences of harming a legitimate daughter. Luna plays the part of the ignorant outsider, pretending not to understand the gravity of the threat. A dark and mischievous smile spreads across Luna's face as she stares down her opponent. Claudia is stunned to find that her weapon hasn't intimidated Luna in the slightest. Luna correctly guesses that Claudia plans to harm herself just to frame Luna for the act. With a menacing grin, Luna encourages Claudia to go ahead and make the first move. Luna steps forward and reaches for the weapon, completely flipping the power dynamic. Luna points out the obvious flaw, No one will believe a victim is the one holding the weapon. Claudia shakes uncontrollably as her desperate plan to frame Luna falls apart. Luna dares her to follow through, knowing full well that Claudia lacks the courage to act. In a bold move, Luna grabs the dagger by the blade to show she isn't afraid of a little steel. Terrified by the display of fearlessness, Claudia screams for Luna to let go. Luna smiles, satisfied that she has successfully called her opponent's bluff. The small dagger clatters onto the stone path as the confrontation reaches its end. Claudia turns and retreats in a huff, unable to handle the psychological pressure. Luna laughs out loud at the retreating figure, teasing her to stay and continue their talk. Luna politely bows to Prince Abbott in the garden, apologizing for interrupting his time among the flowers. Abbott stops her with a calm smile, asking why she seems to be in such a rush to leave. Luna points out that Claudia just headed in the opposite direction if he is looking for company. Internally, she wonders if the prince happened to overhear her heated confrontation with Claudia. Abbott leans in close, telling Luna that he has something specific he needs to discuss with her. Luna looks skeptical, claiming she is just an average girl with nothing of value to offer a royal. The prince points out her lack of modesty at the earlier feast as she cautiously takes a step back. Luna maintains a neutral expression and offers a hollow apology for her previous behavior. She challenges him to get to the point and reveal exactly what he wants to talk about. Abbott's expression turns dead serious as he prepares to make a formal request. Luna listens intently, trying to figure out what kind of task the prince could possibly have for her. Abbott approaches her directly, stating his desire to join forces and work together. Luna breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this offer of cooperation sounds suspiciously familiar. She tries to back away politely, claiming her own limitations would make her a poor ally. Her jaw drops in total shock as she processes the prince's sudden and unexpected marriage proposal. Abbott remains completely composed, reiterating his intent to marry her after a coming-of-age ceremony. Luna frantically suggests that Claudia would be a far better match, since she is the legitimate first daughter. The prince clarifies that he specifically needs her unique wisdom and craft by his side. Luna feigns worry, suggesting he might eventually get angry if she fails to be a helpful consort. Abbott dismisses her concerns, confident in his own ability to judge a person's true potential. He offers her a prestigious title and wealth as an incentive if she helps him secure the throne. Luna puts on a cute, innocent act while internally processing the absurdity of his bargain. Abbott encourages her to just agree for now and worry about the details at a later date. He frames the entire proposal as a simple business deal that would benefit them both. The prince tells her to take all the time she needs to think it over before her ceremony. Luna agrees to give him an answer later, privately planning to have escaped the family long before then. Abbott bids her farewell, looking forward to hearing her final decision in the future. Half a month passes, and Luna spends the hot summer days relaxing and enjoying fresh watermelon. William peeks around a doorway, tentatively calling out to see if Luna is available. Luna's eyes light up with a sharp glint as she notices the young man approaching. William steps closer to her chair, looking hesitant as he prepares to ask for a favor. Luna lounges back comfortably, ready to hear whatever is on his mind. William explains that his father is going to test their knowledge and begs Luna to help him study. Luna stands in the garden of the West House, flatly refusing to teach the young man anything. William is left stunned and speechless by her cold rejection. Luna questions if his father is planning to test him, which is why he's suddenly seeking help. She reclines lazily, suggesting he just enjoy his life as a rich, idle son. William looks away with a pained expression, insisting that he doesn't want to live such a meaningless life. A young maid tries to lighten the mood by offering William some tea, while he stands dejectedly. Despite the tension, William remains firm in his request for Luna's guidance. The maid joins in, tearfully begging Luna to help the young sir. Luna points out that he asked others for help years ago and wonders why he's coming to her now. She closes her eyes, appearing unmoved by his claims that she is better than anyone else. Luna maintains her stance, claiming she has no special tricks that could actually help him. William continues to plead his case with a look of desperation. Luna gives him a sharp look, demanding to know what she would get in return for her efforts. She reminds him of the harsh life she and her mother endured in this mansion, refusing to help the family that caused them pain. Both William and the maid are left visibly upset by her blunt refusal. William eventually gives up and prepares to leave, looking completely defeated. Once they are alone, the maid gazes at Luna with large, pleading eyes. Luna admits she is hesitant because she doesn't know William's past, or if he might turn against them. The maid looks down sadly, explaining that William has been bullied just as they once were. Luna closes her eyes and tells the maid they will discuss the matter another time. Later, while Luna is resting in the garden, her maid rushes over with urgent news. Luna is startled to hear that Lady Shen has arrived for an unexpected visit. The maid explains that the guest is waiting in a carriage outside and looks deeply depressed. Realizing the situation is serious, Luna decides to go and check on her. Outside the mansion, Luna meets the visitor's maid who is waiting by the carriage. Luna steps inside the carriage and finds Hannah sitting in the shadows, looking miserable. Hannah's eyes appear dull and lifeless, showing how much she is struggling. Luna looks at her friend with deep concern, asking what could have happened to cause such despair. She gently takes Hannah's hands, offering her a supportive gesture of friendship. Hannah looks back at her, clearly touched by the presence of her friend. Luna's expression turns fierce as she vows to stand up for Hannah and deal with whoever harmed her. The storyteller kicks off his performance at the tea house as the crowd gathers to listen. Hannah leads Luna through the busy building to find a place to sit. They settle at a table while a server approaches to take their order. Luna places a silver ingot on the table, requesting the finest tea and refreshments available. Luna questions why Hannah chose this specific location for their meeting. Hannah stares toward the stage, clearly focused on the performance taking place. The storyteller begins a dramatic tale involving a beautiful lady and a group of bandits. Hannah and Sue wait with bated breath as the story continues to unfold. Luna begins to notice that the names being used in the story are suspiciously familiar. The server returns to the table with a tray of snacks and tea for the group. Luna realizes the narrative is a direct attack on people she knows and calls out to Sue for confirmation. Luna's suspicions are confirmed as she realizes the story is a targeted smear campaign. It becomes clear that the villain in the storyteller's tale is actually Walton Lin, the man who previously harassed Hannah. Hannah nods solemnly, acknowledging that these public rumors are intentionally malicious. Luna is visibly outraged that such blatant lies are being told to a public audience. Sue explains that these rumors have been circulating for days and are rapidly destroying Hannah's reputation. Luna demands to know the exact nature of the insults being hurled from the stage. Sue leans in to whisper the details of the disrespectful and scandalous claims being made against her lady. Sue is overwhelmed with fury at the blatant slander directed toward her mistress. Luna grits her teeth in anger, disgusted by Walton Lin's choice to use such underhanded tactics. Sue wonders if the Lin family even fears the consequences of insulting the Shen family so publicly. Hannah finally reaches her breaking point and collapses onto the table in tears. Sue explains that with the general away and Mrs. Shen ill, Hannah has no one left to protect her. On stage, the storyteller continues his mocking performance with exaggerated and insulting gestures. Luna decides she's heard enough and reaches for a heavy gold block to take action. Luna shouts for the man to stop his nonsense as she prepares to launch the object. Her aim is perfect, and the gold block flies straight into the storyteller's open mouth, silencing him instantly. The man begins to cough and sputter in shock, demanding to know who interrupted him. Sue looks to Luna with hope, admitting they had nowhere else to turn for help. Luna realizes this character assassination was a long-term plan orchestrated by the Lins. She comforts Hannah, promising that she can handle Walton Lin even without the rest of the family present. Hannah looks up with tear-filled eyes, desperate to believe that Luna can truly fix this mess. Luna offers a warm and reassuring smile, knowing Hannah came to her because she is the only one capable of fighting back. Hannah asks Luna what the actual plan is to stop the slander. They suspect Walton Lin is acting on his own without his father's knowledge. The storyteller is left coughing and struggling after his public performance was cut short. Hannah is skeptical about forcing the gossipers to take back their words. Luna tells Hannah to invite Walton to come propose the very next day. The suggestion leaves Hannah and her maids completely floored. Luna explains that the condition for marriage will be something Walton can't possibly fulfill. Hannah is terrified of the risk, fearing the plan might backfire. Luna promises they will use Walton's own fabricated stories against him. Hannah remains worried that the rumors could permanently damage their reputations. To finalize the strategy, Luna decides to stay the night at the mansion. Hannah agrees to the plan, seeing it as their only real option. Luna reassures her friend that they have backup options if things go south. As the storyteller continues to suffer, Luna tells the servants to lock the gates tomorrow. Luna decides to keep the storyteller around for a bit longer as a witness. The next morning, Luna checks to see if Hannah is ready to face the music. Hannah reveals she was too anxious to get any sleep at all. Luna tries to lighten the mood by joking about getting married alongside her. Luna's expression turns cold as she vows to make Walton pay for his schemes. A maid encourages Hannah to trust in Luna's leadership. Sue rushes in to report that Walton has arrived with a massive crowd. Luna calmly asks for the specific number of people waiting outside. Sue confirms that Walton has brought about 70 people to witness the proposal. Luna decides to wait even longer before heading out. She wants the crowd to grow even larger to maximize the impact of their counter move. Sue is visibly nervous about the scale of the gathering. Hannah instructs Sue to keep a close eye on the gates and keep the peace. Sue acknowledges the orders and prepares for the confrontation. Inside the quiet room, incense burns as the tension reaches a boiling point. Sue returns to announce that the street is now completely packed with people. Luna decides it's finally time to step out and face Walton. Hannah stops her, reaching for a weapon to bring along. Hannah draws a sword, looking determined to defend her honor. Luna tells her to stay calm and let her lead the negotiation. Hannah agrees but promises to use the blade if Walton refuses to be reasonable. Walton Lin puts on a performance for the crowd, feigning absolute misery. Behind the scenes, Hannah is fuming and ready to take him down with her sword. Luna holds her back, promising she'll get her chance after they finish the plan. Walton continues his sob story, claiming he was heartbroken when they were separated. Hannah's anger reaches a boiling point as she listens to his blatant lies. Luna turns to Sue, asking if there are any shadow guards nearby. She focuses on the strategy, asking exactly how many guards can be mobilized. Luna instructs Sue to gather all 40 shadow guards to the location immediately. Sue acknowledges the command with a determined look. Luna confirms the final steps of the plan with her allies. She tells Hannah to stay hidden and wait for the perfect moment to strike. strike. Luna pushes open the doors to confront the manipulative crowd outside. Walton pretends to be a patient, devoted suitor waiting for his lady. Luna watches his shameless display with a cold, calculating gaze. The onlookers notice someone emerging from the building and point toward the entrance. Walton jumps in surprise when he realizes it's not Hannah stepping out. He stares at her in total confusion, wondering why she's the one appearing. Luna greets him with a mockingly sweet and knowing smile. Walton immediately drops the act and demands to know why she's there. Luna keeps her cool, reminding him that as a best friend, she has every right to be involved. Walton looks around desperately, searching for any sign of Hannah. Luna explains that she's acting as a representative to test the sincerity of his love. Walton quickly switches back to his fake, charming persona to save face. Luna stands her ground, ready to begin the public interrogation. Walton boldly declares to the crowd that he will do anything to prove his devotion. Luna asks him to specify exactly what it is he loves about her friend. Walton shouts his answer, trying to sound as romantic as possible for the witnesses. Luna nods along, encouraging him to keep digging his own grave. Walton puts on a confident face, claiming that family status doesn't matter to him. The crowd cheers, completely falling for his noble-sounding lies. Luna begins to tear down his pride by listing off all of his personal flaws. She giggles while pointing out that his supposed love is his only redeeming quality. Walton's face turns pale as he realizes he's walked straight into a trap. Walton receives a whispered suggestion to use the power of love as his primary argument to win over the crowd. He boldly claims that mutual affection between two people should be the only requirement for marriage. Luna mockingly agrees, reciting the classic trope of a wealthy girl falling for a promising young man. Walton enthusiastically nods along, believing he has successfully swayed the narrative in his favor. Luna turns to the gathered crowd, declaring that background shouldn't matter as long as the man truly loves Hannah. Walton's confidence begins to waver as he senses a trap being set. Luna invites every man in the audience to raise their hand if they wish to marry Lady Shen. Several men in the crowd immediately raise their hands, eager to take the opportunity. The surrounding men start shouting their interest, overwhelming Walton's position. Walton tries to regain control as the men promise they would never take concubines if they married into the family. Luna points out that anyone can claim to be in love, meaning Hannah has plenty of options beyond an official son. Walton desperately argues that he can provide a high-quality life for her. Luna shuts him down by noting that Hannah's father is wealthy enough to support her regardless of her husband's status. The crowd cheers and continues to declare their love for the lady, further undermining Walton. Walton grows agitated, insisting he has unique advantages that the commoners lack. Luna looks at him with feigned innocence, waiting for him to elaborate on his supposed superiority. Feeling cornered, Walton flushes with embarrassment and claims he is simply a better person on the inside. The bystanders remain skeptical, wondering how one can possibly prove their inner character. Luna encourages him to demonstrate his worth right then and there. She starts the interrogation by asking about his education and the identity of his teachers. Walton is completely stunned into silence, unable to provide any details about his schooling. Luna laughs and asks if he has at least acquired any skills in martial arts. Walton stammers and rubs his head in shame while the crowd mocks his lack of talent. The observers conclude that he clearly has no training in the martial arts whatsoever. Luna continues her public takedown, highlighting his complete lack of any useful skills. Walton reaches his breaking point, glaring at Luna with intense malice and warning her to stop. Luna reacts with wide-eyed surprise at his sudden outburst of anger. She challenges him to correct her if she is wrong, but he begrudgingly admits her tongue is too sharp to beat. Luna offers him a final chance to prove himself through a literature or martial arts contest. Walton breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing he cannot win a battle of wits against her. Luna smiles, confirming that he is incompetent in both academic and physical pursuits. Fuming with rage, Walton demands that Hannah come out and face him directly. Luna physically pushes him back, refusing to let him intimidate his way through the door. She reveals that this entire interrogation was a test commissioned by Hannah herself. Walton remains defiant and miffed, refusing to accept the results of the public trial. The doors finally creak open, revealing Hannah standing there with a stern expression. Hannah glares at Walton, making it clear that Luna has been speaking on her behalf the entire time. The scene opens with a shot of General Sean's mansion under the warm glow of the setting sun. Walton is thrilled to see Hannah finally come out, though she greets him with a cold and stern expression. Thinking he still has a chance, Walton smiles brightly and takes a step forward to speak with her. Hannah immediately draws her blade and tells him to stop right there, catching him completely off guard. Emitting a dark aura, Hannah berates Walton for spreading rumors and ruining her reputation with his disgusting behavior. Walton is visibly shaken as he realizes just how much Hannah's attitude toward him has changed. He breaks down into tears, sobbing about how different she is now compared to his expectations. Hannah remains furious, shouting that she will never like him even if her life were on the line. Luna places a hand on Hannah's shoulder, telling her to calm down and let her handle the situation. Hannah takes a deep breath and holds back her anger, closing her eyes to regain her composure. Luna addresses the crowd, making it clear that Hannah and Walton are not a match, and that the general would never agree to such a marriage. Walton stares at Luna with a suspicious and annoyed look, wondering what she's up to. Luna turns to Walton and asks if he agrees with her assessment, causing him to recoil in frustration. With a confident smile, Luna asks how he could possibly think he deserves someone like Hana given his background and appearance. Walton and his companion are outraged by the blunt insult, with Walton's temper visibly flaring. Luna remains unfazed by their shouting, keeping a calm and amused expression while they try to defend Walton's supposed advantages. She pretends to ponder over their words, closing her eyes as if seriously considering Walton's character. Walton is annoyed by her theatrical behavior, demanding to know how she plans to find out the truth about him. Luna lets out a sly giggle, telling him not to worry because she already has an idea. She confronts him directly, asking if he truly intends to marry Hana as his primary wife. With a piercing gaze, Luna points out that he already has 5 companions at home before even taking a wife. Walton's face turns pale and breaks into a cold sweat as his secret is exposed to everyone. The onlookers are shocked by the revelation, whispering about who would ever let their daughters marry such a man. Desperate to save face, Walton reaches out and tries to claim the women at his home are just personal assistants. Luna dismisses his excuses, mentioning his companions by name, and noting that they are already treated as mistresses in his home. The crowd continues to gossip, amazed that Luna even knows the specific names of the people Walton is hiding. Walton is backed into a corner, stammering and sweating as he tries to deny the undeniable facts. Seeing him struggle, Luna lets out a sigh of relief, clearly enjoying how easily she's dismantling his reputation. She then drops another bombshell, asking Walton about the 2-year-old child he is keeping hidden. Walton is completely stunned, his face turning purple with shock as his biggest secret is brought to light. Luna leans in close, staring him down and calling it ridiculous that he has started a family before even finding a wife. Walton explodes in a panic, demanding proof of the claim while looking utterly terrified. Luna lets out another mischievous laugh, mocking Walton for his own history of trying to frame others. She casually mentions that while she might not provide proof of the child yet, she has other things she definitely can prove. Walton is left trembling in fear, wondering what other damaging information Luna has managed to uncover about his past. General Sean's mansion stands grand under a clear sky as the confrontation reaches its peak. Luna begins questioning Sir Lin's character, contrasting his lack of charity with General Sean's well-known generous donations. The onlookers agree that the general's kindness is legendary, putting immediate pressure on Walton. Luna wears a mocking smile as she asks if Walton has ever done anything similarly noble. Walton tries to defend himself, stumbling over his words as he claims he was simply short on funds. Luna laughs off his excuse, pointing out that his family isn't that wealthy anyway. Walton turns bright red with embarrassment as the crowd begins to snicker at his expense. The observers find the situation hilarious, mocking Walton for biting off more than he can chew. Luna continues to tease him with a playful giggle, further humiliating him in public. Luna shifts to a more serious tone, asking Walton about his history of mistreating people. Walton is visibly shaken, his face turning purple with rage and panic as his secrets are aired. Luna demands to know about specific incidents of him harming innocent people in the past. Walton tries to point a finger back at her, but Luna remains firm in her accusations. Luna's expression becomes intense as she lists even more of his past crimes, including property damage. The crowd is horrified to learn the extent of Walton's bad behavior, noting he is worse than any other rich youth in the city. Walton panics, shaking his head frantically in a desperate attempt to deny the mounting claims. Hana looks on with pure disgust, telling Walton that his actions are truly mind-blowing. Walton realizes his father's attempts to hide his past have failed completely. Hana snaps at him, calling him a creep and telling him to stop pestering her. Walton tries to play the victim, ordering his people to take back the betrothal gifts and leave. Luna stops him in his tracks, stating it is far too late for him to simply walk away after what he's done. Guards surround the area, preventing Walton and his group from making a quick exit. Luna declares that General Sean's mansion will not be discredited by such a man. A man pleads for mercy, admitting Walton paid him to fabricate a story about Lady Shen. Walton is absolutely terrified as his final scheme crumbles in front of the entire crowd. Hana interrupts his excuses, demanding the guards take him away for insulting her family. Walton breaks in tears as the guards seize him, while Hana remains cold and unmoved by his sobbing. Luna tells Hana to ignore the man as he isn't worth any more of her anger. Luna suggests sending him to Dali Temple to face the full legal consequences of his crimes. The guards begin to haul Walton away while Luna watches the scene with a satisfied smile. Lord Lin rushes onto the scene, desperate to save his son from being arrested. The onlookers whisper about how Luna was right about Walton's secret life and lack of character. Lord Lin is overwhelmed with shame as the public continues to criticize his family's actions. Lord Lin offers a humble apology to Luna, hoping to salvage whatever is left of his reputation. He begs for mercy, asking Luna to let his son go for the sake of their families. Hana looks down at him with a dark, mocking expression, completely unimpressed by his pleas. Hana accuses Lord Lin of being complicit in the attempt to force her into an unwanted marriage. Hana decides to let the personal slander charges go, But she isn't finished with the legalities. She tells Lord Lin to defend his son's other crimes at the temple instead. Lord Lin is stunned by her refusal to drop the matter entirely. Hannah stands her ground, ordering the guards to proceed with taking Walton to Dali Temple for judgment. The scene shifts to the quiet interior of the room where the plan reached its climax. A sword clatters down, signaling the end of the immediate conflict. Hannah stands in shock, still processing the swift resolution of her engagement troubles. Overjoyed, she pulls Luna into a grateful hug, celebrating her freedom from Walton. Hannah expresses her immense relief that the man will never bother her again. She then questions how Luna managed to uncover Walton's hidden family and past secrets. Luna admits with a smile that while she knew some facts, she strategically filled in the blanks for maximum impact. Hannah is amazed by Luna's quick thinking and boldness in the face of the Lin family. Hannah continues to wonder how Luna gathered such a vast amount of evidence in a single night. She remains deeply impressed by her friend's efficiency and dedication. Luna looks thoughtful as she prepares to credit her source for the vital information. She reveals that Lord Edgar was the one who provided the necessary help to expose Walton. This revelation leaves Hannah completely stunned by the unexpected collaboration. Hannah wonders why someone as distant as Edgar would bother assisting Luna with such a personal matter. Luna explains that the favor was simply a professional exchange for her artistic wood carvings. Hannah looks skeptical, suspecting there might be more to the story than a simple trade of crafts. Luna defends the trade, noting the significant amount of time and effort she put into her work. Hannah listens, still finding the connection between the two highly unusual. She asks if Edgar also arranged for Walton's witnesses to appear at the mansion. Luna clarifies that her aide, Ninger, was the one who handled that specific part of the plan. With the trouble settled, Luna decides it is time for her to depart. She mentions the need to return home and manage the complex dynamics of her own household. Hannah offers a carriage for a safe return, but Luna prefers to take a walk through the town first. Hannah reiterates her deep gratitude, promising to help Luna with anything she might need in the future. She then teases her friend about the special way Edgar seems to look at her. Luna immediately denies any romantic implications, looking visibly flustered by the suggestion. Hannah laughs, trusting her intuition that Edgar's interest is more than just academic. Hannah advises Luna to rely on Edgar's vast influence whenever she faces trouble in the future. She emphasizes that Edgar is a powerful ally who can get her through any difficult situation. Luna smiles, acknowledging the advice as they wrap up their conversation. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of the city under a clear sky. Luna and Ninger stroll through the market, snacking on steamed buns while hearing people gossip about the recent scandal. Luna ignores the rumors and focuses on her meal, unfazed by the public chatter. Ninger happily follows along, enjoying the peaceful moment after the successful operation. Suddenly, a rider on a horse gallops past them in the crowded street. Luna stops mid-bite, recognizing the familiar figure on the horse as he passes by. She tells Ninger that she just spotted Lee, Edgar's associate, in the crowd. Realizing she has an important message for Edgar, Luna decides they need to catch him immediately. She points toward the direction he went, and the two set off to intercept him. Luna and Ninger find themselves trapped inside a narrow, high-walled alleyway with no sign of their target. Luna realizes that Lee has completely vanished, but she refuses to give up the search just yet. After searching for another half hour, the girls start to realize that the alley feels strangely spooky. Luna investigates the brickwork, noting that it's impossible for a simple alley to have no exit. Ninger looks around in confusion, wondering if they have somehow gotten themselves lost. Luna begins knocking on the stone walls, suspecting that they are dealing with some kind of camouflage. They find it hard to believe that such a trick would be used right in the middle of the downtown area. Ninger starts to panic, sweating as she wonders how they will ever find their way out. Luna keeps her cool and continues to tap on the surfaces, looking for any hollow points or hidden mechanisms. Ninger watches her closely, hoping her lady can find a way through the solid stone. Luna pauses to think, realizing that knocking on every single brick in such a long alley will take far too long. The path ahead remains empty and silent, offering no clues to their current predicament. Ninger becomes visibly distressed, fearing that they are officially stuck in this dead end. Luna closes her eyes and enters a deep state of focus to brainstorm a new strategy. A lightbulb moment hits, and Luna excitedly announces that she has figured out a potential solution. She reasons that since there are no branches, heading in the exact opposite direction might lead them to an exit. Luna suggests they split up to cover both ends of the alley simultaneously. Ninger immediately breaks into tears, terrified of being left alone in the eerie corridor. Luna looks at her with a serious expression, explaining that staying together might leave them with no chance of escape. Ninger clings to Luna, sobbing that she refuses to split up regardless of the plan. Luna sighs and looks at the height of the walls, considering a more direct approach. Looking down from above, the 2-meter-high walls seem like a tricky but possible obstacle to overcome. Luna reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a pair of sharp metal wedges. She begins driving the metal tools into the gaps between the bricks to create a foothold. After testing the first wedge to make sure it's solid, Luna continues the process. Soon, a series of steps are firmly embedded into the side of the wall. Ninger is completely awestruck by Luna's impressive climbing skills and resourcefulness. Luna decides to scale the wall first so she can pull Ninger up to safety once she reaches the top. With a determined look, Luna gets ready to make her move and climb out. She carefully places her foot on the first metal step, applying her weight to test the grip. Step by step, she ascends the vertical surface with practiced ease. Luna finally reaches the top of the wall and crouches down to survey the area on the other side. Her face drops into a frown as the sound of loud, aggressive barking fills the air. Below her, Ninger is confused by the noise and asks what is going on. Luna looks down into the neighboring courtyard with a look of pure shock and apprehension. Two massive, ferocious guard dogs are prowling the grounds, barking menacingly at the intruder. Luna yells at the guard dogs to stop their constant barking. Two massive mastiffs growl and snap fiercely at the intruder. To quiet them down, Luna pulls out a small mechanical keepsake. She holds the device in her mouth while reaching for a small pouch. Luna carefully loads a projectile into the firing mechanism. Standing atop the high wall, she aims the device toward the aggressive animals. A loud bang echoes through the courtyard as she triggers the device. The sudden recoil catches Luna off guard, pushing her backward. Losing her balance, she tumbles off the wall and falls toward the ground. Before she can hit the floor, a pair of strong hands catches Luna mid-air. She looks up in total shock at the person who saved her from the fall. It turns out to be Igor, who holds her steadily in his arms. A nearby guard quickly intervenes to keep the barking dogs at a distance. Igor sets Luna down on her feet as the situation begins to settle. He gives her a piercing look, wondering why she's trespassing on his property. Luna offers a nervous laugh and tries to make up a quick excuse. Igor and his companion stare back in silence, clearly unimpressed by her story. Realizing her lie didn't work, she continues to laugh awkwardly while thinking of a backup plan. Igor decides to invite her for a formal chat since she's already inside. He dismisses her worries about her waiting aid, mentioning that Lee will take care of her. The surrounding garden is breathtaking, filled with vibrant pink blossoms. Luna notices Edgar's relaxed attire and starts questioning the nature of this place. Igor clarifies her confusion by explaining that this is his private home. He asks her what she's thinking about, noting that she seems to be in a trance. Luna quickly looks away, insisting that she wasn't thinking about anything in particular. Igor leads the way, assuming she arrived because she had something vital to share. She suddenly remembers the reason for her visit and perks up. Luna explains that someone specifically asked her to deliver a message to him. Igor turns back with a serious expression, asking who the message is from. She reveals that Raj Varric is currently in need of his assistance. Igor immediately follows up by asking about Raj's current location. He takes in the information with a cold and calculating gaze. Luna is slightly annoyed that he didn't seem more surprised by the news. The pair continues walking through the expansive and beautifully manicured courtyard. Luna is mesmerized by the sheer abundance of flowers decorating the yard. Attendants offer their greetings to Lord Edgar as they pass by. The two eventually sit down at a table to discuss the situation properly. Edgar reveals that he has already begun an investigation into Anna Yin and the item Luna sent. Luna is stunned to realize he was already several steps ahead of her. Edgar pours tea while promising to keep the investigation into Anna Yin and Lee moving forward. Luna is stunned that he managed to find out so much in such a short amount of time. He casually clarifies that the entire investigation actually only took him 2 hours to complete. Edgar notes that while Anna Yin's history is a mystery, tracking her recent movements was relatively simple. He suggests that many secrets likely vanished the moment she passed away. Hoping to provide a lead, Luna pulls out a jade bracelet that once belonged to her mother. She presents the keepsake, thinking it might hold the key to uncovering more information. Edgar takes a closer look at the jewelry, agreeing to continue his search. Luna mentions she has some intricate wood carvings she can offer him as a gesture of thanks. He tells her not to rush, as he is still examining the items she has already provided. Edgar shifts the conversation, asking if the specialized tool she used can be made even more effective. Luna is momentarily confused by his sudden interest in her craftsmanship. She pulls out a small, custom-made device to confirm if that's what he's talking about. Edgar gets serious, wanting to know exactly how much power such a mechanism can reach. She explains that the capabilities depend entirely on the specific design of the tool. He pushes further, asking her to create a version with the absolute maximum output possible. Luna immediately shuts him down, reacting with intense disapproval to the request. She offers to make smaller, hidden versions for protection, but refuses to build anything more dangerous. Seeing her hesitation, Edgar asks if she's worried about the tools being used for conflict. He reassures her that he only wants her to have a way to defend herself. Luna puts her invention away, feeling a bit relieved by his promise. Edgar gives her a reassuring pat on the head while questioning why she's so concerned about distant battles. Luna quickly covers her head, explaining that she just wants to avoid any trouble that makes her life harder. He explains that most conflicts stay near the borders and shouldn't affect her where she is. He looks thoughtful, acknowledging that shifts in power are simply a matter of time. Luna catches onto his tone and asks if he expects a major conflict to break out soon. Edgar ends the discussion and tells her it's time to head back home. Luna looks at him with suspicion, feeling like he's hiding something behind his sudden dismissal. A carriage waits near the estate gates to take her back to her residence. As they walk, Edgar reminds her to reach out to Lee if she ever finds herself in need of assistance. Luna waves a cheerful goodbye as she prepares to depart the estate. Lee takes the reins of the carriage, ready to escort her safely home. Once she's gone, Edgar warns Lee that any further independent actions won't be tolerated. Lee accepts the reprimand with a serious expression, acknowledging his master's order. Edgar turns away, looking slightly drained by the day's events. Lee tries to bring up Princess Melissa, hoping to discuss another pressing matter. Edgar's aura turns cold as he strictly forbids Lee from meddling in the girl's affairs ever again. Luna checks on Ninger, who appears to be lost in a daze. Ninger admits she's a bit shaken after flying so high, but claims she's doing fine now. Luna stays close to her friend to offer some comfort after the stressful journey. Ninger blushes as she recalls how Lee helped her travel using his martial arts skills. Seeing her friend's flustered reaction, Luna can't help but give a bright, knowing smile. Luna dismisses the awkwardness, teasing that Lee is likely too careless to have noticed Ninger's embarrassment. Luna then pulls out a small, scented charm that Edgar gave to her as a gift. Ninger leans in to get a whiff of the pleasant aroma coming from the small pouch. Luna notes that Edgar always seems to have the finest items on hand while holding the keepsake. The trip takes a sudden turn when the carriage comes to a complete halt in the middle of a dense forest. Both girls look toward the front of the vehicle, confused about why the driver has stopped. Luna peeks outside through the curtain and is shocked to find the driver has completely disappeared. Realizing they are stranded in the woods, Luna prepares to exit the carriage to investigate the situation. Ninger looks on in a panic, worried about what might be lurking outside in the trees. Luna gives a confident look, reminding her friend that she is more than capable of handling herself. Luna steps out onto the path, her feet hitting the stone ground with a firm tap. Looking around the silent forest, she calculates that they are still over a kilometer away from Edgar's estate. Luna narrows her eyes, wondering who would be bold enough to set a trap in this specific area. Ninger cautiously follows her out, asking for their next course of action now that they are alone. Luna decides they can't afford to stay still and must head back immediately. The two of them start running through the greenery to find a way to safety. Luna leads the way forward while Ninger struggles to keep up the intense pace. Clearly exhausted, Ninger gasps for air and admits she can't run any further. Luna urges her to keep going, promising that they are almost back to familiar territory. Ninger suddenly shouts a warning as a mysterious figure emerges from the shadows. An unknown woman appears before them with a confident and sinister smirk. The newcomer speaks directly to Luna, asking if she still remembers her face. Luna is visibly stunned as she processes the identity of the person standing in front of her. The woman mocks them, stating she underestimated how smart Luna actually was during their previous encounter. Luna remains composed and stares back, refusing to show any signs of fear to her adversary. Luna continues to provoke the woman, acting as if she has no idea who this old lady is. Infuriated by the lack of respect, the woman reaches for a hidden weapon to settle the score. Luna immediately tells Ninger to stay back, recognizing the immediate danger of the looming confrontation. Sunlight filters through the dense trees of a quiet forest path. Luna quickly dodges an incoming attack, her expression tense as she realizes her opponent's lethal intent. The mysterious woman glares with intense anger, clutching the handle of her weapon. A red whip with a sharp, pointed tip lashes out through the air with incredible speed. Luna barely manages to deflect the sharp weapon with her hand, realizing the whip is as dangerous as a blade. The whip's tip strikes a nearby tree trunk, shattering the wood with a powerful impact. Luna backs up slowly, keeping her eyes locked on her relentless attacker. A close-up shows Luna's palm, which is now bruised and trembling from the force of the blow. The antagonist laughs mockingly as she winds up for another strike with her barbed whip. Luna stands her ground, calculating her next move while acknowledging the deadly stakes of the fight. The whip snakes through the air again, narrowly missing the fabric of Luna's dress. The woman continues her aggressive assault, swinging her weapon with expert precision. A sharp snap rings out as the whip catches a piece of Luna's sleeve, tearing the material. Luna clutches her arm and shouts back, frustrated that her opponent cannot distinguish between friends and enemies. The woman's face contorts with even more rage, her eyes wide with unbridled fury. Luna takes cover behind a thick tree trunk as the whip continues to lash out at her. Reaching into her sleeve, Luna pulls out a small cylindrical signal device to call for backup. As the whip strikes the tree once more, Luna prepares to use the tool in her hand. Luna steps out and demands the woman remove her mask, claiming she was the one who created it. The attacker pauses in shock, her grip on the whip loosening as she processes the revelation. Luna peeks from behind the tree, questioning why the woman is so determined to end her life. The woman looks on with a suspicious and confused expression, staring at the object in Luna's hand. Suddenly, the red whip flies through the air again, aimed directly at Luna's hand. The whip wraps around the signaling device, crushing it into pieces within Luna's grasp. The woman stands triumphantly over the broken device, questioning why Luna was even holding it. Refusing to back down, the antagonist pulls the whip top between her hands, ready to continue the assault. Luna pulls out a small, handheld projectile weapon and points it directly at her foe. The woman raises her whip again, seemingly unfazed by the new threat Luna is presenting. A small projectile flies through the air, perfectly severing the red whip in two. Stunned and furious, the woman stares at the remains of her broken weapon, her face turning purple with rage. Luna narrowly dodges a hand reaching for her, declaring that she won't be taken down easily. Her attacker loses her footing and hits the ground with a heavy thud. Seizing the moment, Luna pulls out a projectile launcher and aims it directly at the woman. Luna warns the antagonist to stay back or face the consequences. The woman reacts with pure shock and anger, insulted that she is being threatened by such a small device. Refusing to back down, the attacker reaches for the blade at her waist and draws it. She swings the sword with full force, determined to end the confrontation right then and there. From a distance, Ninger screams out a desperate warning to her mistress. Luna hurls the launcher at the woman, telling her to take her grudge up with Edgar instead. The blade slices through the device midair, causing it to fall apart. While the woman is distracted, Luna turns and sprints deeper into the forest to escape. Leaning against a tree, Luna gasps for breath as her physical strength begins to fail. Her legs give out, and she collapses onto the grass, completely exhausted from the chase. In her weakened state, she compares the expressions of the woman and a young boy, noting their striking similarities. Suddenly, a figure appears and stands over the fallen Luna. Igor arrives just in time, catching Luna and promising to protect her from further harm. He lifts her up to carry her to safety, ignoring the presence of the hostile woman. Igor glares at the attacker with a cold, menacing stare that halts her in her tracks. The mysterious woman begins to tremble, realizing she is no match for his presence. Igor scolds her, stating that he has clearly been too lenient with her behavior in the past. Luna looks up at her protector, processing the sudden shift in the situation. Igor asks if she is alright, his tone filled with uncharacteristic concern. The attacker tries to play the victim, pathetically claiming she did nothing to harm anyone. Luna isn't buying the act and immediately calls her out for the attempted assault. The woman remains in a state of distress as her lies fail to gain any traction. Her discarded sword lies forgotten on the ground, signaling the end of her offensive. She covers her face in despair, begging Igor not to cast her away. Despite her pleas and warnings about the people around him, Edgar remains cold and dismisses her entirely. Igor carries an unconscious Luna away, while the mysterious woman looks on in despair. The woman cries out, asking Igor how he could treat her with such coldness. Igor remains unmoved, telling the attacker she must face the consequences for her actions against Luna. Lee, the agent, questions the decision to abandon the woman in the forest. Igor shoots a sharp, intimidating glare back at Lee to remind him of his place. Lee immediately looks cowed and backs down from his questioning. The weeping woman reaches out one last time, begging Igor for mercy. Igor keeps his back turned, completely ignoring her desperate pleas for attention. He sternly commands her to stay away and orders Lee to remove her from the area immediately. Lee carries out the order, leading the dejected woman away into the trees. Igor checks on Ninger, asking the aide if she is still able to walk after the ordeal. Ninger follows closely behind as the group leaves the forest behind. They arrive at Igor's private residence with the unconscious Luna still in his arms. Attendants at the house are shocked to see Luna's injuries and quickly offer their assistance. Igor's expression remains grim as he focuses on getting immediate medical attention for the lady. Ninger notices that Igor is actually wounded himself, though he seems to ignore his own pain. A servant named Jewel arrives, ready to take over the care of the patients. Igor carefully places Luna down so her recovery can begin. Luna briefly stirs and notices blood on Igor's clothing, looking at him with concern. She apologizes for making a mess of his clothes while he was rescuing her. Exhaustion quickly takes over again, and she closes her eyes to rest. Jewel takes charge of the room, promising to look after the lady while Igor steps away to deal with his own matters. Jewel and Ninger work together to begin cleaning and bandaging Luna's wounds. Ninger offers to help with the medical tasks to ensure her lady recovers quickly. Inside the bamboo pavilion, a lamp glows on a table covered in various scrolls. Igor begins to loosen his belt to address the injuries he sustained during the confrontation. He reveals heavy bandaging around his torso that is already soaked through with blood. Jewel enters the pavilion to change Igor's medical dressings and check on his progress. She sets down her supplies while providing a reassuring update on Luna's stable condition. Jewel begins treating the wounds on Igor's back, noting that they have reopened from the physical strain. Igor closes his eyes, stoically enduring the discomfort of the medical treatment. Jewel expresses her deep worry, urging him to take a proper rest so he can heal correctly. Igor dismisses her concern, stating that helping Luna was worth the personal cost he had to pay. Jewel curiously asks if the girl staying at the Crabapple place is his princess. Igor sternly tells her to mind her own business and focus on her tasks. Jewel quickly apologizes and prepares to head out. The scene shifts to the serene Crabapple place, where pink blossoms drift through the air. Luna finally regains consciousness, wincing from the sharp pain in her body. Ninger is relieved to see her lady awake and checks on her immediately. Luna notices her hands are wrapped in heavy bandages and realizes the extent of her injuries. Seeing her lady's distress, Ninger breaks into tears and offers to call for Jewel. Luna looks around the room in confusion, wondering exactly where she has been taken. Ninger explains they are at Igor's private residence and that she's been out for an entire day. Luna stares blankly, feeling far too weak to handle any more trouble. She sits up in a panic, shocked to learn she has been unconscious for so long. Ninger tries to calm her down, explaining that Igor and Lady Shen have everything under control. Luna leans back against her pillows, hoping that Igor's intervention was enough. The sudden movement causes causes another wave of pain to surge through her body. Luna looks up expectantly when Jewel is mentioned as her healer. Jewel enters the room with a warm smile, ready to provide further medical assistance. Ninger rushes to Jewel, begging her to help soothe Luna's lingering pain. Jewel brings a medicine box and tells everyone to stay calm while she begins the checkup. While Jewel examines her bandaged wrist, Luna asks about Igor's current location. Luna looks down thoughtfully, processing the news that Igor is nearby at the bamboo pavilion. Jewel informs her that Igor promised to visit the moment she woke up. After some rest, the attendants help Luna dress so she can head out for some fresh air. Ninger supports Luna as they walk through the courtyard filled with falling blossoms. Jewel smiles and leaves the two for a moment to go fetch Lord Igor. Igor approaches through the garden, asking Luna how she is holding up. Luna looks at him with a mix of surprise and admiration, noting his calm demeanor. The pair sit down at a garden table for tea as Igor asks about her recovery progress. Igor offers a gentle smile, promising to make things right after everything she's endured. Luna looks serious, asking how the debt of her near-fatal experience will be paid back. Igor offers to do whatever is within his power to make amends. Luna stares him down, demanding the identity of the woman who attempted to take her life. Igor hesitates, asking what she plans to do with that information. Luna sits down and firmly states her intention to seek her own justice. Igor offers a gentle smile but refuses to reveal the name, promising she won't be harmed again. Angered by the vague promise, Luna delivers a frustrated kick to show her disapproval. Jewel interrupts the tension, asking Igor to help organize the medicinal herbs. Jewel leads Ninger away, taking her by the hand to help with the chores. Igor reiterates his commitment to keeping Luna safe under his watch. Igor turns his attention to Lee, calling him forward for a new assignment. Lee bows respectfully, awaiting his master's command. Igor orders Lee to follow and protect Luna at all times moving forward. Lee looks shocked by the sudden change in his duties. Igor closes his eyes, signaling that his order is final and not up for debate. Lee acknowledges the command with a final, respectful bow. Luna slams the table, protesting the idea of having a constant shadow. Igor explains that Lee will assist with tasks she can't handle while her hands are recovering. Luna points out the awkwardness of having a male guard following her everywhere. She recalls the previous attack involving masked assailants and remains skeptical of the guard's loyalty. Igor glares at Lee, realizing there were details about the conflict he wasn't fully aware of. Igor looks genuinely confused, claiming he had no knowledge of those specific events. Luna accuses him of being complicit since his agents follow his orders. Igor looks hurt, asking if she truly doesn't trust him after their history. Luna turns away, her expression softening as she considers his words. Igor sighs behind his fan, lamenting the lack of trust after everything they've faced together. Luna offers a compromise, stating she will trust him if he identifies the mysterious woman. She asks why the question is so difficult for him to answer. Igor finally reveals the woman is from the frigid land and won't be returning to the area. Luna explodes in anger, accusing him of protecting the assailant just because they share a hometown. Igor tries to reassure Luna that the situation isn't what she thinks, but she remains skeptical. Luna demands to know the truth if his explanation isn't the whole story. Igor admits he cannot reveal too much yet and urges her to stay and recover from her wounds. As he departs, Luna watches him leave, wondering if she said something to upset him. She can't help but feel that something is fundamentally wrong with Igor's behavior. Lee approaches her suddenly, catching her off guard in the garden. He explains that he has been ordered by the Lord to act as her protector. Lee asks for her cooperation as they stand among the blossoms. Luna decides to stop arguing and accepts the arrangement for the time being. 4 days later, Jewel checks on Luna and notes that her wounds are healing remarkably fast while handing her a small charm. Luna asks if the bandages are still necessary now that she's feeling better. Jewel confirms they can be removed to help the skin heal more efficiently. She cautions Luna to avoid making any sudden or large movements with her arms during the final stages of recovery. Luna smiles, relieved to finally be on the mend. Jewel plans to report this progress to the Lord, but Luna insists on seeing herself out. Jewel gives a warm smile and agrees to the request. She informs Luna that Lee has already prepared everything for her departure. Ninger watches Lee with a suspicious expression, clearly uneasy about his presence. Ninger whispers her concerns, wondering if Lee will cause trouble since he was affiliated with their attacker. Luna remains calm, confident that Lee wouldn't dare defy Igor's direct orders. At the gate of the private residence, Jewel bids Luna a safe trip and expresses how much she will be missed. Luna asks if Jewel is worried that being friendly with her might anger Igor. Jewel is confused by the suggestion and asks why the Lord would be upset. Luna points out that since Igor is her master, being close to his critic might cause friction. Jewel dismisses the idea, insisting that Igor is actually very open-minded. Luna remains unconvinced, privately thinking he is incredibly petty for avoiding her after their argument. Lee waits patiently by the carriage as the group prepares to leave. Ninger gives Lee a stern warning not to try anything funny while they travel together. Jewel waves one last time, inviting Luna to return whenever she can. The carriage begins its journey, moving away from the estate. Jewel turns back to find Igor waiting nearby. With a look of deep concern, Igor asks if Luna is truly doing all right now. Jewel reassures him that the physical wounds are fine and will leave no lasting marks. Igor's expression remains heavy as he asks about the status of the poison in her system. Jewel admits that while the poison is currently under control, it remains a latent threat. Igor takes in the news with a grim nod. Noticing his fatigued appearance, Jewel offers to check his pulse, worried about his own health. Edgar brushes her off, insisting he is fine and demanding she focus all efforts on finding a permanent cure for Luna. A carriage departs the estate, heading back toward the Prime Minister's mansion. Inside, Luna notices Edgar even went as far as preparing special tea for her journey. She reflects on the gesture, realizing he might not be as petty as she initially thought. The group finally arrives at the grand gates of the Prime Minister's residence. Lee pulls the reins to bring the carriage to a complete halt. He assists Luna as she prepares to step out and return to her family. Lee promises to stay hidden nearby, ready to assist whenever he is called upon. Luna slides the door open to the starry house, announcing her long-awaited return. She greets her family with a bright, relieved smile. Her grandmother and relatives are stunned to see her back home so soon. Her grandmother immediately pulls her into a warm, welcoming embrace. The elderly woman expresses how much she truly missed her granddaughter during her absence. Meanwhile, Claudia stands in the background, clearly annoyed by the happy reunion. She glares at Luna, wondering how the situation will unfold now. Luna remains oblivious to the hostility, focused entirely on her grandmother. The grandmother accidentally brushes against Luna's hidden wound, causing a sharp sting. Luna bites her lip and forces a smile to avoid causing any unnecessary worry. Her grandmother is simply happy to see her looking healthy and vibrant. She offers a silent prayer of thanks for Luna's safe return to the mansion. Her mother asks how she managed to secure the help of such a skilled doctor. Luna is caught off guard, realizing she needs to come up with a believable cover story. Her grandmother presses for more details about the impressive physician who treated her. Thinking fast, Luna claims she met the doctor while visiting a friend's house. The grandmother is impressed by Luna's growing network of influential and skilled contacts. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as her grandmother prepares to ask a very serious question. Luna waits nervously, wondering what could be bothering the elderly woman. The grandmother asks point-blank what is happening between Luna and Prince Abbott. Luna maintains her composure while trying to figure out how these rumors started. Her grandmother pushes further, asking if the two have been meeting in private. Luna reflects on her brief and chaotic encounters with the prince. Claudia seizes the moment to accuse Luna of hiding her secret activities from the family. The grandmother looks at Luna intently, waiting for an honest explanation. Luna insists they only met by chance and aren't even considered friends. Her grandmother reveals a formal red envelope, much to Luna's surprise. She explains that Prince Abbott has sent a formal invitation for Luna to visit his mansion. Luna stares at the invitation in disbelief, confused as to why the prince would want to see her again. Grandmother explains to Luna that Prince Abbott likely heard of the recent events and wants to see her. Luna realizes the prince's interest stems from the arrest of Walton. Madame Wu adds that the public is aware of Luna's involvement in the arrest, and that the prince is concerned with the matter. Grandmother holds Luna's hands, urging her to seize this chance to rise in status and become a princess. Luna pulls back, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden expectations. Nearby, Claudia watches the interaction with a furious expression, gnashing her teeth in envy. Madame Wu scolds Claudia for her lack of manners, reminding her that she also received an invitation from the prince. Luna begins to ponder her grandmother's true motives behind this sudden push for marriage. Grandmother continues to hold her hands, telling Luna she is lucky the prince has taken a liking to her. Luna becomes highly alert, sensing a deeper scheme at play. Grandmother smiles with joy, imagining the honor and nobility this match would bring to the family. Madame Wu and Claudia discuss how their social standing will solidify once the girls are wed into the royal family. Luna asks for clarification, questioning if she is expected to serve as Claudia's escort concubine. She whispers that she has no romantic feelings for Prince Abbott. Grandmother dismisses her concerns, calling her a silly girl and insisting this is for her own future benefit. Madame Wu firmly states that marriages are a family matter and Luna should feel ashamed for questioning the arrangement. Luna tries to protest, stating clearly that she does not want to proceed. Grandmother looks displeased, accusing Luna of going against her will after all the family has done for her. Luna immediately shifts tactics and begins to fake tears, claiming she is simply too sad to leave her grandmother's side. Softened by the emotional display, grandmother pets Luna's head and comforts her. She agrees that Luna can stay at the mansion for a few more years, provided she still attends the date with the prince in 2 days. Grandmother is pleased that Luna has seemingly become compliant again. The two share a close embrace as Luna continues her performance to maintain favor. Luna walks quickly across the grass, her footsteps sounding out as she leaves the meeting. She looks frustrated and sulky, followed closely by her maid. Luna declares privately that she would rather die than marry the prince. Her maid looks worried about the lack of time, while Luna focuses on finding a way to deal with the upcoming date. The scene shifts to the West House, where cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Luna and her maid peep through a doorway to see a man lounging casually in their yard. The maid informs a surprised Luna that the man is a new valet who arrived while she was away. Luna puts on a smile, deciding to handle the newcomer herself. Luna approaches Lee, questioning why he is appearing in the yard so openly. Lee remains indifferent, noting that there are few people around and they are mostly trusted servants. Luna is annoyed by his casual attitude and dismissive behavior. Lee reminds her that he is there by official order specifically to provide protection. He looks slightly guilty for the previous commotion involving the princess. Luna remains displeased, crossing her arms while reflecting on how the recent trouble almost cost her life. Lee points out that the real issue is her close association with Lord Edgar. Luna clenches her fists in anger, Frustrated by the mention of her getting too close to Edgar, Lee tries to calm her down by explaining that the woman is simply Edgar's confidante. Refusing to listen, Luna storms off and tells Lee to stay away from her room. A door slams shut with a loud bang as Luna retreats in a huff. The maids gossip about how the new valet has the nerve to speak to their lady so rudely. One maid warns the others to stay alert, claiming the man seems to have a bad conscience. Ninger confronts Lee directly, calling him out for his bad attitude. Lee ignores the chattering maids and leans casually against a tree, telling them not to waste time. The other maids watch in shock as Ninger fumes with rage at the valet's indifference. They whisper among themselves, noting how bold Ninger has become under Luna's influence. Inside the study, a young man sits peacefully reading classical philosophy. The peace is shattered when Claudia bursts into the room, demanding to know how he can read at a time like this. The man remains completely focused on his book, ignoring her initial outburst. Claudia grows more agitated, trying to force him to pay attention to her grievances. He tries to pacify her with a smile, but Claudia continues to shout for him to listen. He teases her by calling her the top beauty of the kingdom, which only annoys her more. Claudia snaps back, telling him that now isn't the time for jokes. Seeing her distress, the man finally asks who exactly has managed to get her so worked up. Claudia grits her teeth and identifies Luna Wu as the source of all her problems. The man finds it hard to believe that the grandmother is showing so much favoritism toward Luna. He dismissively suggests that Claudia should have just handled things with force like she used to. Claudia gives a dark smirk, knowing that dealing with the new Luna won't be that simple. She explains that Luna has become increasingly arrogant during the 6 months he was away. The man shows pure disdain, viewing Luna as nothing more than a humble, unimportant girl. Claudia remains suspicious, wondering how Luna managed to change her entire personality so suddenly. He stands up and expresses doubt regarding the rumors of Luna's impressive skills. Claudia looks up at him, surprised by his sudden change in demeanor. The man narrows his eyes, suspecting that there must be a powerful figure pulling Luna's strings. He concludes that Luna is likely just a pawn being used to target the Prime Minister's mansion. Claudia's eyes widen as she realizes that having a secret backer would explain Luna's sudden rise in capability. Claudia's brother declares he won't stand by while Luna brings embarrassment to their family. Claudia asks her brother what kind of plan he has in mind to deal with the situation. The brother explains his scheme to frame Luna for treason by hiring people to pose as enemy spies. Claudia likes the idea, noting that a charge of complicity is the perfect way to eliminate her rival. However, she worries that waiting until her brother officially takes office will be far too late. She points out that Luna has been getting close to Prince Abbott, and that even their grandmother supports a marriage. The brother remains indifferent, shrugging off the concern by noting that princes often have multiple wives. Claudia grows furious, refusing to allow Luna any position within the prince's household. Seeing her distress, the brother steps in to comfort his sister and calm her down. He promises Claudia that he will never allow Luna to gain any advantage over her. Claudia warns him that Luna has become much smarter and more dangerous than before. The brother takes a moment to ponder, agreeing that they must sever Luna's link to the prince. Claudia asks for the specifics of his next move. The brother leans in to whisper a secretive plan directly into his sister's ear. A devious smile spreads across Claudia's face as she approves of the chosen candidate for their plot. Confident in their scheme, the brother prepares to set the wheels in motion. A few days later, cherry blossoms fall around the quiet courtyard of the West House. Luna takes a moment to stretch her body and enjoy the fresh air outside. A maid named Cherry approaches while Luna continues her physical exercises. A close-up reveals that Luna's arm is heavily wrapped in medical bandages. Cherry offers a polite greeting to Lady Luna upon her arrival. The maid explains that Lady Claudia has sent her to invite Luna to meet some guests. Luna looks surprised and asks if there is anyone she knows among the visitors. Cherry claims she is unaware of the guests' identities, though her expression seems tense. Suspecting a trap, Luna flatly refuses the invitation and decides to stay put. She explains that she has no desire to meet with high-ranking nobles or the Grand Duke's family. The refusal sends Cherry into a fit of anger as she glares at the young lady. Luna remains calm and tells the maid to leave if she has nothing else to say. A playful smile appears on Luna's face as she dismisses the frustrated servant. Cherry storms off, vowing that Luna will regret her stubbornness. A nearby maid warns Luna that Cherry is the type to hold grudges and spread lies. Luna isn't worried, knowing that her relationship with Claudia is already beyond repair. Lee watches the interaction from a distance, predicting that the maid will be back soon. The accompanying maid asks if Luna actually intends to follow through with her refusal. She wonders why Claudia would suddenly decide to include Luna in a social gathering. Luna realizes the invitation is a deceptive trap meant to cause her downfall. A peaceful scene unfolds by the small lake near the Star House. A group of relatives and friends gather for a celebratory outdoor party hosted by Quentin. Eunice, Mo, and the guests raise their cups to welcome Quentin back from his studies abroad. Quentin smiles broadly, enjoying the warm reception from his childhood companions. One of the guests praises Quentin for securing an official post immediately upon his return. Quentin modestly credits his success to the endorsement he received from Prince Abbott. The young lady watches Quentin with an expression of pure admiration for his achievements. The conversation shifts to Lincoln as a friend asks about his future plans. Lincoln shows his disappointment that his father wants him to study under Quentin, instead of becoming an official immediately. Quentin explains that he took a break from his busy new duties just to host this gathering. Claudia keeps a close watch on the guests while they enjoy their drinks. Noticing the arrival of others, Claudia quietly steps away from the main group. Two guests whisper about the surprise appearance of Sheyue at today's event. One girl points out that Sheyue and Quentin are close friends and fellow disciples. They note that Sheyue is rarely seen at social gatherings like the recent Feast of Flowers. The girls agree that Sheyue only showed up because of his strong bond with Quentin. One of the ladies expresses her pride in Quentin as her only older brother. Claudia pulls Cherry aside to demand an update on Luna's whereabouts. Cherry prepares to deliver the news that their target has avoided the social trap. Claudia's face twists in anger when she learns Luna decided to skip the meeting entirely. In a momentary lapse of composure, Claudia slams her hand down on the table. She quickly regains control, offering a fake apology to the guests for her sudden outburst. A guest laughs off the tension, remarking on Luna's bold and independent personality. Gossip begins to spread among the guests about Luna being too proud to attend a small party. One guest suggests they simply move on and enjoy the festivities without the absent lady. Quentin insists that it isn't right for Luna to be missing and resolves to invite her again. Claudia plays the role of the shy sister, pretending to be surprised by Luna's absence. Other guests look annoyed, feeling that Luna's presence usually overshadows everyone else. Quentin questions Cherry directly to see if Luna gave a specific reason for staying away. A guest scoffs, suggesting Luna thinks her status is higher than that of a prince. Another guest defends Luna's talent, though the tone remains backhanded. Claudia puts on a performance, crying fake tears and wondering if Luna is still holding a grudge. The guests are fooled by the act, praising Claudia for her supposed kindness toward her rival. A woman warns Claudia not to waste her sympathy on someone so ungrateful. Lincoln listens intently as the group continues to criticize Luna's reputation. The partygoers continue to question why Claudia would even bother trying to be nice to Luna. The scene shifts to the serene star house by the small lake, where the sun glistens off the tranquil water. Claudia plays the victim, sighing that she should have been more generous despite Luna's supposed faults. Quentin smirks to himself, satisfied that Luna's absence is successfully ruining her reputation among the gathered guests. Claudia continues her manipulative act, while a guest addresses her as her half-sister. She feigns surprise, wondering aloud if Luna still bears a grudge after all this time. Suggesting they visit Luna in person, Claudia convinces the group to leave the tea table and head toward the West House. One of the male guests eagerly agrees, looking forward to confronting the absent lady. The other guests find the idea acceptable and prepare to follow along to witness the drama. As they walk, the ladies gossip about how Luna deserves to be taught a lesson for her behavior. Prince Semiz joins in the praise, noting how remarkably kind and popular Claudia appears to be. The group moves through the gardens, filled with anticipation for the upcoming confrontation. Semiz pushes Quentin forward, reminding him of a promise they made regarding the visit. He promises to help Quentin's career if the plan succeeds, revealing his true self-serving motives. Quentin hides his irritation, looking down on Semiz's blatant ambition and interest in his sister. Claudia walks with her maid, focused on proving to everyone that Luna is simply an arrogant person. She confers with her companion, ensuring everyone is on the same page for the upcoming scheme. Claudia's expression turns dark as she instructs her ally to wait for the right moment to intervene and help her. Suddenly, Luna appears from behind the foliage, looking radiant in an elegant green gown. One of the guests is instantly captivated by her beauty, pointing her out with genuine admiration. Quentin and Semiz stop in their tracks, stunned to see Luna looking so lovely and composed. Quentin's eyes widen in shock as his plans for a confrontation are immediately thrown into disarray. The female guests are left confused, wondering why she showed up before they could even reach her house. Luna greets Claudia with a cheerful smile, catching her rival completely off guard. Claudia stammers in disbelief, unable to hide her shock that Luna actually showed up to the event. Internally, Claudia fumes, suspecting that Luna is playing some kind of strategic trick on her. Luna politely apologizes for the delay, explaining she spent time grooming herself for the occasion. Prince Semiz quickly approaches her, showering her with compliments about how lovely she has become. Quentin watches the interaction with a sour expression, clearly unhappy with this sudden turn of events. The guests whisper among themselves, noting that Luna looks far too innocent to be the villain Claudia described. Luna maintains a confused and delicate appearance, perfectly countering the negative rumors. In a humble gesture, she offers another polite apology for being late to the gathering. Claudia tries to regain control of the narrative, acting relieved and asking if Luna is still mad at her. Luna tilts her head in confusion, asking why she would ever have a reason to be mad at her sister. Claudia's face turns a dark shade of frustration as her smear campaign falls apart in front of the guests. Quentin finally steps in to break the tension, dismissing the situation as a minor sisterly misunderstanding. Luna wonders aloud if someone has been spreading malicious rumors to damage her reputation. Cherry looks visibly shaken as the crowd starts to question the validity of her claims. Claudia attempts to mask the awkwardness with a strained, polite smile. Luna demands an explanation for the wedge being driven between her and the family. A young onlooker watches the confrontation with a mix of confusion and curiosity. The surrounding guests begin to lose patience with the ongoing family drama. Quentin snaps at Luna, accusing her of making a scene after keeping everyone waiting. Luna calmly calmly defends herself, stating she only intended to clear up a misunderstanding. Frustration builds as Quentin clenches his fist, unable to easily dismiss Luna's logic. Luna finds the entire situation amusing, seeing right through the siblings' frustration. A level-headed guest suggests they get to the bottom of the conflicting stories. Luna is momentarily taken aback that someone is actually willing to support her. Quentin reluctantly agrees to investigate the matter further to save face. Turning to Cherry, Quentin demands to hear the exact words Luna supposedly used. Luna calls out the blatant fabrication, denying she ever spoke those words. A small witness observes the escalating tension with wide, focused eyes. Backed into a corner, Cherry desperately insists that she is telling the truth. Luna points out the obvious contradiction of being accused of hiding while standing in plain sight. Quentin loses his temper and strikes Cherry for her public deception. Cherry collapses to the ground, begging for forgiveness while maintaining her story. Quentin sternly reminds the servant of the harsh penalties for lying about her betters. Quentin asks Luna if this public display of discipline is enough to satisfy her. Luna keeps her composure, noting she has no authority over Claudia's staff. She offers a chilling warning to Claudia about the dangers of keeping a dishonest servant. Claudia is left seething in silence, unable to retaliate in front of the guests. A guest attempts to steer the group back toward the actual party festivities. The group begins to relocate to a cooler area to escape the humid garden. Quentin leads the guests away, hoping to move past the embarrassing ordeal. Down by the lake, Claudia deceptively offers Luna a specially reserved seat. Claudia drops her act for a moment to whisper a sharp warning to Luna. Luna responds with a radiant smile, clearly unimpressed by the petty threat. Claudia watches from a distance, anticipating the success of her hidden trap. Luna spots the messy table and the dangerous pits hidden beneath the seating mat. Realizing how low her rival has sunk, Luna's expression turns cold and focused. Claudia plays the part of the gracious host, urging Luna to take her seat. Luna enjoys the snacks, praising the effort her sister supposedly put into the treats. Claudia watches with a hidden motive, encouraging Luna to have a good time. Oblivious to any immediate danger, Luna happily digs into the snacks. She then invites Claudia to join her at the table, unaware of the tension in the air. Quentin notices something is off and asks Claudia what's bothering her. Claudia looks away, clearly irritated that her plan hasn't gone as expected. Yara tries to lighten the mood by inviting Claudia to sit down and join the group. Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain shocks everyone at the lakeside. Claudia collapses to the ground in agony, catching everyone off guard. The younger girls watch in stunned silence as the scene turns chaotic. Quentin immediately jumps up to see what happened to his sister. Meanwhile, Luna investigates the seating area and realizes the trap was meant for her. Quentin rushes to support Claudia, demanding to know where she's hurt. Nearby, others speculate if she accidentally struck the corner of the table. Trembling in pain, Claudia claims that someone hid needles inside the sitting mat. The revelation of such a cruel prank leaves the onlookers completely shell-shocked. Quentin instructs Yara to help Claudia up so he can properly inspect the wound. He carefully checks the fabric of her clothing to find the source of the injury. Yara supports the injured girl while Claudia points toward the spot where she was pricked. The men conclude the needles must have hit a joint, explaining the intense level of pain. Quentin's expression darkens as he vows to find and punish whoever is responsible. The purple-haired man wonders how such a dangerous object ended up in the seating area. He asks Luna for the truth, but she remains defiant, insisting she had nothing to do with it. He lets out a sigh of relief, hoping they can just move on and find some peace. However, the girl beside him whispers that Luna is definitely the culprit. She stares at Luna with pure hatred, refusing to let the matter drop. Seeing an opportunity, the man decides to play along and wait for the perfect moment to take Luna down. The doctor attends to Claudia's injuries by the lake as she cries out in agony. Quentin is absolutely fuming, demanding to know if Claudia will be able to recover. The doctor presents a tray containing the sharp needles he removed from the girl's knee. Quentin vows to find the culprit who would use such a vicious method to hurt his sister. Claudia sobs about the pain while the doctor reassures her that she only needs a few weeks of rest. Quentin orders the servants to take Claudia away while he turns his attention back to the crime scene. He glares at the cushion, wondering how a simple seat mat could have been turned into a weapon. While inspecting the fabric, Quentin accidentally pricks his own hand on a hidden needle. The crowd watches in horror as they realize just how many needles were hidden inside the mat. Quentin holds up the dangerous cushion and aggressively demands that Luna explain herself. An observer points out that the mat specifically belonged to Claudia, making its presence even more suspicious. Quentin and Yara grow more agitated, convinced that the mat was swapped right under their noses. Quentin corners Luna, pressuring her to confess to the supposed prank. Luna remains calm and acts completely oblivious to the accusations being hurled her way. Quentin points out that Luna's seat was the only one left untouched, making her the prime suspect. Luna flips the script, suggesting the trap was actually meant for her instead of Claudia. She questions how she could have possibly switched the mats in front of so many witnesses. A woman speaks up for Luna, telling Quentin he shouldn't jump to conclusions without any real evidence. Yara concocts a theory on the spot, claiming Luna snuck around to set the trap before they met up. Luna points out the obvious hole in that story, noting that the party and the seating were Claudia's idea. Yara starts to panic, realization hitting her as she struggles to keep her lies straight. Quentin places a hand on Yara's shoulder, telling Luna to stop being so defensive. Luna puts on her best innocent face, staring back at them with wide, clear eyes. Yara continues to shout, desperately trying to frame Luna as the one who set the trap. Luna turns away, noting that she was actually the intended target of this little scheme. Yara gets worked up, pointing a finger and insisting that Luna's timing was too perfect to be a coincidence. Luna counters by asking why she'd switch a mat if she didn't even know it was dangerous. The bystanders begin to agree that Luna's logic is actually pretty sound. Luna explains the layout of the mansion to prove there was no way she could have beaten them to the lake. Yara reaches for straws, suggesting Luna must have used some secret shortcut to pull off the swap. Luna smiles internally, seeing that these people will never believe her regardless of the facts. She stares them down, ready to embrace the role of the villain they've already cast her in. Quentin argues that even if Luna didn't do it personally, someone under her command must be responsible for the trap. Luna mocks the idea, pointing out that everyone who skipped the party should then be considered a suspect. Quentin is left frustrated by her logic, unable to understand how everyone could possibly be under suspicion. Losing his temper, Quentin raises a fist and prepares to lash out in anger. A companion quickly steps in to restrain him, urging him to stop before he makes a scene. She looks at him sternly, telling him that he is the one acting without thinking. She suggests that they need to find actual evidence before pointing any more fingers at Luna. Quentin eventually settles down and apologizes for losing his composure during the heat of the moment. Luna begins to wonder why her brother was so incredibly certain that the mat had been swapped. Looking at the evidence, she notes that the trapped mat looks identical to the one she was originally using. Quentin continues to vent, insisting that even if Luna isn't the culprit, she is still responsible for the situation. He demands that she apologized to Claudia for the injury, but Luna remains completely unfazed by his pressure. She questions why he is wasting time scolding her instead of actually searching for the person who planted the needles. The surrounding crowd begins to catch on, wondering why Quentin is so obsessed with blaming Luna without proof. One of the observers tries to silence a girl to keep her from speaking out of turn and causing more trouble. The girl throws off the hand, warning the others not to make the situation any worse than it already is. With a thoughtful look, Luna claims that she has figured out exactly who is behind the scheme. Quentin and his ally look on with deep suspicion, waiting to hear who she intends to blame. Luna confidently points the finger at Cherry, naming her as the obvious culprit. The accusation sends a shockwave through the group as they process this new development. The bystanders are stunned by the sudden turn of events as Luna begins to lay out her theory. She explains that Cherry likely lied to Claudia about Luna being angry to create a rift between them. Luna posits that Cherry used the distraction of pouring tea to secretly plant the needles in the mat. The observers realize that Cherry's earlier story about Luna refusing to attend the party was the root of the misunderstanding. Luna points out that the truth was bound to come out eventually, making Cherry's actions make perfect sense. Quentin is left fuming, realizing he can't disprove Luna's claims despite his own doubts. Yara jumps to Cherry's defense, arguing that the maid has always been loyal and that Luna is just looking for a scapegoat. Luna simply smiles, remarking that while you can know a person's face, you can never truly know their mind. The witnesses decide to step back and watch the drama unfold, curious to see how the investigation will conclude. The scene opens at the West House, where a new message arrives for the young lady. Luna is surprised when her maid brings a letter from Igor, who is reaching out with an unexpected invitation. The letter asks her to meet him at the Flower God's temple in 3 days, promising to teach her the tricks needed to win the Feast of Flowers. Though she is suspicious of his motives, Luna decides to attend the meeting to see exactly what he has planned. 3 days later, the setting shifts to the beautiful Flower God's temple, which is currently in full bloom with cherry blossoms. Igor waits patiently under the falling petals, looking perfectly at home in the aesthetic environment. Luna arrives and immediately questions why he wanted a flower viewing session instead of getting straight to business. She remains focused, demanding to know the secret strategy he mentioned in his letter. Igor remains calm, suggesting that it would be a waste not to appreciate the natural beauty surrounding them first. This nonchalant attitude irritates Luna, who suspects he is simply trying to trick her into a stroll. Sensing her annoyance, Igor teases her by asking if she needs him to hold her hand while they walk. As they move through the grounds, Igor continues to admire the scenery while Luna remains on edge. Her focus shifts when she hears a nearby voice crying out for help regarding a contest. They discover a young artist sitting on the ground, frustrated because he lacks inspiration for his painting. Igor approaches the boy with a kind smile, asking what exactly is bothering him. The boy explains that he comes from a long line of painters and needs to win a contest to inherit his family's secret technique. He presents his current work, lamenting that despite his efforts, the piece still feels like it is missing its soul. Igor looks at the canvas and suggests that they can help the boy complete his masterpiece. He tells Luna they should stand under the trees together, though she is initially confused by the request. To help the struggling artist, the two of them pose together amidst the cherry blossoms as models. The young boy is delighted by the scene and instructs them to maintain their position. 15 minutes later, the artist finishes a stunning portrait of the pair and celebrates his potential victory. He quickly thanks them and rushes off to submit his work before the deadline. With the artist gone, Igor watches him leave with a satisfied expression on his face. Luna wasted no time, puffing out her cheeks and demanding to know the actual trick to winning her own contest. Igor suddenly leans in close to her, whispering his answer and causing her to blush intensely. A serene landscape reveals a sparkling blue lake surrounded by lush green trees. A young girl looks around the forest with a confused expression, searching for someone who was just there. Luna looks startled as she realizes a companion has suddenly vanished from sight. Nearby, a group of travelers engages in a heated debate about their next move and potential injuries. Quentin grinds his teeth in frustration, clearly losing his patience with the situation. He turns his anger toward his subordinates, who stand nervously before him in the clearing. One of the followers acknowledges a command with a worried and hesitant look. Quentin clenches his fist tightly, trembling with silent rage as he issues an order. He marches away into the woods, ordering his team to follow him immediately. Luna watches the group depart with a smug and confident smirk. The remaining party members stand awkwardly in the clearing as the heavy tension lingers. Prince Samiz locks eyes with Quentin, refusing to back down from the silent confrontation. Quentin attempts to maintain his composure, offering a stiff and formal apology for the day's drama. His companion looks on with a sharp side eye, clearly unimpressed by the display of temper. Quentin gestures toward the path, eager to see the guests off and bring the meeting to an end. One of the women waves a cheerful goodbye, relieved to finally be heading home. Quentin and his assistant walk away to handle their private business, leaving the others behind. The group gathers around an outdoor table laden with snacks and tea for a moment of rest. Prince Samiz flashes a sharp, calculating smile while holding his drink, clearly plotting something. The other men at the table exchange wary glances, sensing his ulterior motives as they talk. One of the guests raises a cup, attempting to lighten the heavy mood with a toast. Luna and her friend join in, though Luna remains cautious of her surroundings. Prince Samiz approaches Luna directly, greeting her with a suspicious amount of cheer. Luna dismissively tosses a piece of food aside, showing her complete lack of interest in his presence. The prince looks taken aback by her cold and blunt attitude toward his greeting. Luna fires back with a sharp glare, making it clear she wants nothing to do with him. She looks away, maintaining a stoic expression to discourage any further conversation. Prince Samiz refuses to take the hint and leans in close to pressure her with his presence. A rival watches the scene from a distance, enjoying the uncomfortable interaction and hoping for trouble. The prince holds a cup out to Luna, demanding she join him for a specific drink to settle their dispute. Luna retorts with a fierce look in her eyes, ready to call out his questionable behavior in front of everyone. The serene lakeside setting provides a quiet backdrop for the gathering. A variety of snacks and delicacies are laid out on a colorful table. Samiz grows increasingly impatient, demanding that Luna join him for a drink. Luna maintains a playful smile as she questions his intentions and brings up Claudia. Frustrated by her refusal, Samiz slams his cup down onto the table. While Samiz continues his tirade, Luna calmly focuses on her food. Nearby guests observe the tense exchange, noting how difficult the situation has become. Samiz leans in close, trying to use his status to pressure Luna into complying. Luna remains entirely unfazed, staring him down with a cup of her own. The rejection sends Samiz into a purple-faced silent rage. Luna's gaze remains sharp and calculating as she stands her ground. Overwhelmed with anger, Samiz throws a tantrum and vows to get even. Bystanders whisper among themselves, mocking the prince for his inability to handle the confrontation. Samiz eventually storms off, muttering excuses to save face. Gossip continues to spread about the prince's long-standing desire to marry into Luna's family. Luna sits in quiet contemplation, suspecting that the food and wine might be compromised. A dark, knowing look crosses Luna's face as she prepares for the next move. A pair of servants arrive at the table carrying a fresh tray of wine. In a sudden moment of chaos, one of the servants trips and spills the contents of the tray. The clumsy maid immediately drops to her knees to beg for forgiveness. Ninger tries to keep the peace, urging the girl to stand up before the guests notice. The servant insists on cleaning Ninger's robes with a cloth to make amends. The maid reaches out toward Ninger, appearing to focus on the damaged garment. The situation escalates quickly as the maid grabs hold of Ninger's clothing. With a sudden pull, the servant intentionally tears the fabric of Ninger's outfit. Luna intervenes immediately, using her own outer robe to cover the distressed Ninger. She instructs her ally to head back and change while she handles the aftermath. Turning her attention to the remaining servant, Luna helps the girl off the ground. Luna takes a firm hold of the servant's wrist and begins a direct interrogation. The girl, identifying herself as Loie, looks terrified under Luna's intense scrutiny. Luna maintains a polite facade while pressing for the truth about the girl's real employer. Loie winces as Luna's grip tightens, realizing she has been caught in a lie. The scene opens with a peaceful view of the sunlit lake surrounded by lush trees. Luna holds the servant Loie by the shoulders, questioning her inconsistent story. Dismissing the girl's excuses, Luna waves her away and orders her to report her mistakes to the steward for punishment. Loie looks on with a cautious and worried expression as she realizes she's been caught. Nearby, Luna watches Lindsay, who is sitting at the table looking dazed and lightheaded. Lindsay giggles to herself, clearly feeling the effects of her drink while clutching her cup. A nearby guest looks on with a worried expression, Noticing Lindsay's strange behavior, Luna observes the situation closely, realizing that the supposedly weak fruit wine has had a much stronger effect than expected. A clear liquid is poured into a cup as Luna prepares to investigate the source of the problem. Luna touches a piece of fruit on the table, while reflecting on how the liquid in the cup matches a previous incident. A flashback reveals Luna speaking with a gray-haired ally under cherry blossoms, planning her next move. The ally looks skeptical, but Luna insists that caution is the only way to ensure their safety. A tactical diagram illustrates the secret plan to switch the mats and flagons at the dining tables. A chibi-style Luna points to the map with a stick, ensuring everyone understands the details of the swap. Back in the present, Luna keeps a close eye on the sleeping Lindsay while worrying about her missing maid. Another servant girl approaches Luna and performs a formal curtsy to get her attention. Luna looks over in surprise, asking what the matter is. The servant girl maintains a neutral expression while delivering a message about Ninger. Luna narrows her eyes, immediately sensing that this request is a potential trap. The servant claims that Ninger is busy and has requested Luna to follow her to a specific location. Luna follows the servant through the woods, mentally preparing for a confrontation. As they walk, Luna discreetly reaches for a small keepsake hidden in her sleeve. The servant leads Luna to a secluded building and stops at the entrance. Luna pulls out her keepsake and directly questions what the girl expects to happen inside. The servant looks down, avoiding eye contact while trying to maintain her story. Luna stands her ground, holding her keepsake firmly and demanding the truth about the situation. Luna confronts the girl directly, asking which master she truly serves. The servant tries to laugh it off, claiming she only serves the household. Luna leans in close, pressuring the girl to reveal if Claudia or Quentin sent her. Luna threatens the servant with her keepsake, giving her one final chance to tell the truth. Luna's expression turns fierce as she demands to know who gave the orders for this setup. Terrified, the servant panics and frantically claims that Ninger was the one who sent her. Luna arrives at the secluded building in the woods, ready to uncover the truth. She corners the suspicious servant and threatens her with a sharp tool, demanding answers about Ninger. Luna's cold glare makes it clear she won't hesitate to take drastic measures if the servant continues to lie. The servant trembles in fear, begging for mercy as the situation turns increasingly hostile. Under pressure, the servant finally admits that there is a mastermind pulling the strings. She claims a mysterious man gave her silver to lure Luna here using Ninger as bait. Luna remains skeptical, questioning the servant to see if the story holds any weight. The servant breaks down into tears, desperately pleading for her life to be spared. Running out of patience, Luna demands the name of the man who hired her. She gives the servant one final warning, stating this is her absolute last chance to talk. The servant leans in close, whispering that she will reveal the identity of her master. In a split second, the servant's face twists into a malicious and calculating glare. She delivers a sudden strike to the back of Luna's neck to catch her off guard. The traitorous servant then tosses a handful of strange powder directly into the air. Luna tries to shield her face, but she realizes too late that she has inhaled the substance. The servant reveals a sinister smile, finally dropping her act of being a helpless victim. The effects of the powder hit instantly, causing Luna to stumble as her head begins to spin. Luna's vision blurs into multiple images, making it impossible for her to focus on her surroundings. Taking advantage of her weakness, the servant pushes Luna toward the open doorway. Luna loses her balance completely and falls backward into the dark, secluded room. The servant quickly slams the wooden doors and slides the heavy bolt into place. Inside the trap, Luna frantically bangs on the door, shouting for the servant to open it. The servant slides down against the door, relieved that she has successfully completed her task. She winces while touching her neck, feeling the slight injury from their earlier scuffle. The traitorous girl leans against the door to listen, waiting for the sounds of struggle to stop. She tears a piece of her garment to bind her wound and keep herself presentable. Folding her hands, she offers a mock prayer while expressing relief that the plan worked. Inside the locked room, Luna gasps for air as the sedating powder takes a heavy toll on her body. She fights desperately against the encroaching darkness, knowing she must stay awake to survive this trap. The scene opens on a quiet, secluded courtyard within the mansion grounds. Luna delivers a sharp slap to her own face, desperate to fight off the effects of the drug. Realizing that a simple slap isn't enough to maintain focus, she searches for a more effective solution. Her eyes fill with grim determination as she prepares to take drastic measures to stay awake. The plan seems to work as the shock of pain helps her clear her clouded mind. Struggling to stay upright, she leans against the wall while planning her next move. A sudden rustle startles her, prompting her to wheel around and confront the potential threat. She scans the empty area with heightened alertness, finding no one in sight. Nearby, another woman is visibly shaken after a sudden, loud disturbance. The woman clutches her chest, trying to calm her racing heart after the shock. Luna stands her ground, aiming her defensive tools at the perimeter. She remains suspicious as silence falls back over the courtyard. Deciding it was likely just the wind, she remains on high alert. She begins to wonder if the drugging is causing her to perceive things that aren't there. In another part of the garden, Lindsay sits at a table looking dazed and unwell. A servant catches the stumbling Lindsay, guiding her away from the banquet area. Unable to walk any further, Lindsay slumps down onto a stone bench in the garden. Lindsay begins to tug at her collar, complaining that she is suffering from the heat. The worried servant steps in to assist, trying to keep Lindsay's appearance orderly. Lindsay dismisses the help, insisting that she is far too stuffy and uncomfortable. The servant continues to struggle with the lady, who won't stop fidgeting with her attire. Lindsay pushes the servant away, demanding more personal space to cool off. She stubbornly argues that there is no one nearby to witness her behavior. Seeing that Lindsay is too intoxicated to listen, the servant decides to seek additional help. After quickly fixing Lindsay's clothes, the servant prepares to fetch some medicine. The servant urges Lindsay to stay put before rushing off to find reinforcements. Lindsay leans against a tree, feeling an overwhelming heat as the effects of the substance take hold. She wonders why her servant is taking so long and considers if she should try to leave the garden on her own. Struggling to maintain her balance, she rests her head back against the trunk with a flushed face. Nearby, two figures in traditional robes discuss their plans in hushed tones. Lindsay opens her eyes slightly, trying to identify the source of the voices through her hazy vision. She turns her head toward the sound, searching for whoever is talking in the distance. Rubbing her eyes, she tries to focus on the blurry figures but finds her sight increasingly clouded. A chibi depiction shows the two individuals appearing friendly as they celebrate the success of their secret arrangement. The pair steps back, satisfied with their mutual benefit as they continue their walk. Lindsay watches them from her hiding spot, her confusion growing as she listens to their conversation. She clutches her head in pain, finding one of the voices familiar but unable to place it. She watches the two figures walk away, still trying to make sense of the situation. She shakes her head vigorously, desperate to clear the fog and regain her senses. Suddenly, her eyes widen with a spark of recognition. In her confused state, she hallucinates a vision of Rojin appearing before her with a bright smile. Believing he has come to see her, she stares at the vision with a hopeful expression. She reaches out and stumbles forward, chasing after the retreating figures she believes is her friend. She falls to the ground, scraping her hand on the rough surface in her haste. Despite the injury, she continues to move forward, calling out for the figure not to leave. Meanwhile, in a different part of the estate, Luna stands in an unfamiliar courtyard trying to find her bearings. She looks around the quiet area, searching for any possible exit from the enclosure. She reaches out to a wooden door and tries to push it open, only to find it firmly shut. Her expression turns grim as she confirms that the door is indeed locked from the outside. She observes the high walls and realizes that escaping with her current injury will be nearly impossible. She smirks at the realization that her enemies chose a very effective place to trap her. Pushing open the door to a nearby building, she decides to investigate the interior. She steps into the empty room and calls out to see if anyone else is present. Her voice echoes through the sparsely furnished space, confirming she is alone. Relieved that her ally is not caught in this predicament, she takes a seat at a wooden table. She leans her head down, waiting for the effects of the powder to finally wear off so she can plan her next move. Lindsay wanders through the garden, calling out for Rojin while struggling with her blurred vision. Prince Samiz and his accomplice confirm their plan, with the prince deciding to enter the courtyard alone. The two conspirators celebrate their successful trap as the prince prepares to use a key to gain entry. Disoriented by her condition, Lindsay continues her search, unable to tell that the figure she sees is an illusion. A hand carefully inserts the key into the heavy lock to open the restricted area. The prince slowly pushes the double doors open, entering the courtyard with a look of anticipation. Lindsay remains unaware of the intruder's presence as she follows her hallucination. Inside, Luna hears the approaching footsteps and immediately goes on high alert. She moves swiftly across the room, seeking a tactical position to observe the visitor. Peering through the window, Luna identifies the intruder and realizes the danger she is in. The prince enters the building, scanning the area while searching for his target. Luna readies a defensive tool, determined to handle the situation with force if necessary. She watches the intruder's movements closely, her expression hardening as she calculates her next move. Lindsay catches a glimpse of the prince and mistakenly identifies him as Rojin. Luna realizes the full extent of the conspirators' plan and decides to make them face the consequences of their actions. Standing tall, she resolves to turn the tables on the intruders who think they have her trapped. The intruder searches behind the wooden screens, looking for any sign of movement. Luna sees her opening and rushes out from the shadows to take control of the situation. To prevent Lindsay from alerting the intruder, Luna quickly restrains her and covers her mouth. She moves Lindsay further into the room to keep her out of the intruder's line of sight. Luna pushes Lindsay onto a bed to keep her safely hidden away from the searcher. With the situation momentarily under control, Luna smiles as she prepares to settle the score. Prince Samiz grows frustrated, wondering why he has not found his target yet. Still searching with a look of excitement, the prince continues his sweep of the building. He heads deeper into the interior, confident that he will find his target soon. Prince Samiz stands by a doorway, while Luna looks on with a stern expression. Luna quickly jumps away from her hiding spot to avoid being spotted. A piece of cloth falls and rolls into the nearby bushes as she moves. Samiz watches with an arrogant smirk, confident in his plan. Luna stands her ground with a determined look as she prepares to face the threat. She keeps her hands close, ready to react to whatever happens next. Hands grip a piece of fabric, tearing it apart in a moment of intensity. She works quickly to secure a bandage around her arm to tend to a scrape. Luna looks back over her shoulder, feeling disgusted by the trap she's in. She carefully places a wooden lockback onto the door to secure the area. An hour later, the peaceful scenery of the West House is shown with cherry blossoms in bloom. Luna finally makes it back to her quarters, and is met by a concerned Ninger. Ninger explains the strange effects of the beverage she had earlier. Luna is visibly exhausted and out of breath after her harrowing escape. A small incense burner sits on a table inside the room as they talk. Ninger uses a cloth to gently clean the dirt off Luna's face. Luna takes the cloth to finish the job herself while asking for a medicine kit. She waves off the concern, insisting that her minor injuries are no big deal. Luna hands over her soiled clothes and instructs Ninger to dispose of them discreetly. Having changed into fresh garments, Luna closes her eyes to collect her thoughts. Ninger confirms she stayed in the West House the entire time she was missing. Ninger recalls an encounter with Mrs. Kim that prevented her from leaving sooner. She expresses her frustration over the argument she had with the woman. Ninger wonders what the real reason for the unexpected visit was. Luna listens intently, processing the new information about the day's events. The two girls continue their hushed conversation about the unfolding plot. Luna realizes that the chaos was orchestrated while she was away. Ninger points out that someone was spreading rumors about Luna's behavior. They both realize that a trap has been carefully set up for them long ago. Luna adjusts her clothing while contemplating the true intentions of those involved. Despite the danger, the two share a brief, lighthearted moment together. Luna turns away, feeling confident that Ninger can now look after herself. Madame Sharon is frustrated that Luna is missing, while Claudia cries on a servant's shoulder. The servant suggests Luna might have just stepped out of the mansion, trying to calm the tense situation. Madame Sharon refuses to let the matter drop, insisting on finding out exactly how Claudia got injured. A woman with a suspicious smile harbors malicious intentions, hoping Luna is hiding out of fear. The servant looks skeptical as they discuss the urgency of finding Luna immediately. Two men approach Madame Sharon, claiming they can prove Luna had nothing to do with the injury. One of the men explains they have analyzed suspects and are ready to track down the real culprit. The two men continue their investigation, noting that certain individuals might be hiding the truth. The servant smiles, mentioning that Quentin is already dealing with one of the primary suspects. The two men privately discuss how everyone knows the truth, but remains silent. Claudia thanks the men for their help today, acknowledging their support in the investigation. Claudia hides her face, appearing distressed as the search for Luna continues around her. A man rushes in, calling out for his family with urgent news. Madame Sharon asks with worry if they have finally located Luna. The man admits that they haven't found her yet, looking frustrated. A woman standing next to him mentions they heard rumors that Luna went toward the East House. Madame Sharon becomes nervous at the mention of the East House, questioning why Luna would go there. The man and woman admit they haven't checked the remote location yet and look around for other clues. The servant whispers to Madame Sharon, warning her about the potential dangers Luna might face. The servant holds Madame Sharon's hand to comfort her as the panic starts to rise. The two men observe the family's drama, deciding to stay a little longer to see how it unfolds. Madame Sharon looks surprised and uncertain as the family discusses going to the remote East House. Two girls agree that it is better to check for Luna's safety to be absolutely sure. Madame Sharon remains anxious, clutching her hand as she worries about what they might find. The family gathers around Madame Sharon, deciding to head to the East House together. The men follow behind the group, ready to see the situation through to the end. The search party arrives at the East House, where Quentin is ordered to investigate the premises. Quentin attempts to open the door but finds it firmly locked from the inside. He pauses in confusion, questioning how someone could have secured the lock without being trapped within. The investigators discuss the impossibility of the situation as they stand outside the high walls. Quentin wonders if Prince Samiz could have locked the door before departing the area. A nearby official notes that the walls are far too high for an average person to scale easily. Madame Wu appears momentarily relieved, hoping that Luna would never set foot in such a suspicious place. Quentin proposes bringing in the servant who claimed to have seen Luna nearby for questioning. The group agrees to the interrogation, and the servant is summoned immediately to explain herself. A young servant girl steps forward to give her account of the events to the gathered group. The investigator demands that she describe exactly what she witnessed regarding Lady Luna's whereabouts. The girl claims she saw Luna accompanying a man, though she remains vague about how the door was locked. Nearby, another girl tries to alert someone to the servant's lies, but is quickly hushed by her companion. Her friend physically stops her from speaking, fearing the repercussions for their families if they interfere. The warning is clear. They must stay silent and prioritize their safety over the truth of the situation. Madame Wu is visibly shaken by the servant's testimony and demands confirmation that every word is true. Quentin shoots a meaningful look at the servant, sensing something is off with her narrative. Despite the pressure, the servant girl maintains her story and insists she saw everything with her own eyes. The onlookers are anxious to uncover the truth and urge the investigators to open the house immediately. Madame Wu rants about the potential disgrace to her family while being comforted by those around her. A worker uses an axe to break the lock, officially clearing the way for the group to enter. Quentin offers to enter the building first to shield Madame Wu from any potentially distressing sights. One of the younger girls gazes into the room with wide-eyed shock at the evidence found on the floor. Madame Wu remains focused on the family's reputation, demanding that Luna be found unharmed and modest. Quentin prepares to push deeper into the house to verify the source of the mess. The two friends continue to bicker quietly as the search party moves forward. Unusual sounds and floating icons drift from the windows of the locked house, drawing the immediate attention of the search party. Infuriated by the scandal unfolding inside, Madame Wu orders her guards to storm the room and drag the occupants out immediately. Quentin delivers a powerful kick to the wooden doors, forcing his way into the private chambers. Madame Wu and the others are visibly revolted as they witness the scene unfolding behind the closed doors. Claudia watches the chaos with a hidden sense of satisfaction, believing her plan to disgrace her rival has finally succeeded. Shaking with rage, Madame Wu laments the perceived blow to her family's reputation and social standing. Quentin hesitates at the threshold, clearly uncomfortable with the task of confronting the people inside. The tension breaks when Luna suddenly appears behind the group, perfectly fine and wondering what all the fuss is about. Quentin is absolutely floored to see Luna standing safely outside, realizing the person in the room isn't her. Relieved but bewildered, Madame Wu reaches out to Luna to verify she is actually safe and sound. Luna offers a sweet smile while explaining she had simply gone to change her clothes after the day's events. The two continue their conversation as Luna recounts her journey back to the main house to find her family. Luna turns her attention to Claudia, innocently questioning how her supposedly injured knees healed so quickly. Caught in her own lie, Claudia freezes up, her face pale with the realization that her scheme is falling apart. Luna maintains her calm demeanor, while Claudia's internal frustration boils over at being outplayed. Quentin turns back to the room, scanning the area to identify who is actually hiding behind the curtains. Madame Wu remains focused on the mystery, demanding to know the identities of the individuals caught in the house. Quentin steps forward with determination, ready to reveal the truth to the entire gathered crowd. Luna watches the scene unfold with wide-eyed curiosity, playing the part of the oblivious bystander. Reaching out with a firm grip, Quentin prepares to pull back the heavy fabric and expose the hidden guests. The curtain is yanked back to reveal Prince Samiz, who looks completely unbothered by the intrusion into his privacy. Quentin's jaw drops in pure shock as he recognizes the high-ranking royal standing before him. Madame Wu confronts the prince, demanding an explanation for his presence and the potential scandal it brings to her household. The prince remains composed, offering a casual response while adjusting his robes after being discovered. Madame Wu listens to his explanation with a mixture of disbelief and concern for the fallout of the situation. Watching from the sidelines, Luna feels a sense of relief as the situation resolves in a way that shifts the focus away from her. Madame Wu urges Luna to leave the unlucky East House, while a voice calls out for someone named Rojin from within the room. Madame Wu is visibly annoyed and demands that someone quiet the person making noise. A young woman looks irritated, complaining about someone calling out another person's name during such a situation. Quentin looks stern and wonders why the voice from behind the curtain sounds so familiar. Quentin moves to investigate the room despite Madame Wu's warning that things might get unpleasant. Quentin steps forward and pulls back the curtain to reveal the person hidden inside. Quentin quickly covers the individual with a blanket to maintain her dignity and privacy. Madame Wu is shocked when Quentin calls out a name that definitely isn't Luna's. Quentin tries to wake up Lindsay, who is clearly unwell and resting in the bed. Bystanders are confused by the sudden plot twist, realizing it's Lindsay in the room instead of the woman they expected. Madame Wu is overwhelmed with stress, realizing that another one of her girls is caught in a massive scandal. Quentin is absolutely furious and demands a clear explanation from Prince Samiz for his presence there. Prince Samiz looks cornered and nervous as he tries to find the right words to explain his actions. Lindsay remains unconscious and tucked safely under the covers as the argument rages on around her. Lindsay is shown completely knocked out, oblivious to the chaos and the people surrounding her. Madame Wu is mortified by the behavior of her granddaughter, feeling completely disgraced by the family's situation. Luna watches the scene unfold, noting that Claudia's plan must have relied on some strong medicine to work. Prince Samiz tries to save face, claiming he thought he was with a simple servant girl all along. Quentin warns the prince to watch his words while Samiz insists he was the one being pursued first. Quentin is stunned by the prince's blatant lies and total lack of accountability for the situation. Prince Samiz acts tough, claiming he isn't intimidated by Quentin's recent return from studying abroad. The stress finally gets to Madame Wu as she loses consciousness from the sheer weight of the family disgrace. The family rushes to Madame Wu's side as she collapses under the pressure of the public scandal. Later, Luna stays by Madame Wu's side as she rests outdoors to recover her strength and composure. Madame Wu looks weary and defeated, reflecting on the unfortunate series of events that have unfolded. Prince Samiz continues to act defiant, staring down Quentin with zero remorse for his role in the mess. Quentin questions why the prince stayed behind in the house instead of leaving like he was supposed to. Prince Samiz smirks, doubling down on his story that Lindsay was the one who initiated the entire encounter. Quentin's anger boils over as he tightly clenches his fist in response to the prince's blatant disrespect. Madame Wu gives the prince a sharp, cold look, clearly not buying his excuses for even a second. Prince Samiz raises his hand to swear an oath, insisting he's telling the truth about the encounter starting with her. The scene opens on the traditional courtyard where the tension is reaching a breaking point. Madame Wu is furious, demanding to know how her family's reputation was so easily ruined. Lincoln falls to his knees, begging for a proper investigation into what he believes is a frame-up. Luna peeks out from the side, suspecting there's more to the servant's story than meets the eye. Lincoln points an accusing finger at Luna, trying to pin the entire scandal on her. His frustration grows as he struggles to prove Luna's involvement in the situation. Luna remains unfazed, offering a smug smile while her cousin rants about her supposed jealousy. Lincoln continues pleading with Grandma Wu to hold Luna accountable for the chaos. Luna challenges the claims, asking for specific details about who supposedly saw her at the scene. A man in purple jumps in, insisting that a witness saw her with a man in the East House. He points directly at a young servant girl who is acting as the primary witness. Luna confronts the girl directly, keeping her composure while the group watches closely. The man in purple urges the servant to tell everyone exactly what she saw to prove Luna's guilt. Madame Wu raises her hand to silence the shouting, wanting to hear Luna's side of the story. Luna closes her eyes and stays calm, clearly planning her next strategic move. She points at the witness, claiming the girl is actually the sister of her enemy, Peach, seeking revenge. Madame Wu reacts with shock, realizing the accusation might be a deep-seated revenge plot. The woman in blue is stunned by the possibility of such a bold act of defamation. The servant girl breaks down, frantically denying any connection to the person Luna mentioned. The onlookers are left in total confusion by the sudden shift in the narrative. Luna then reveals she was just testing them, shrugging off the lie she just told. Madame Wu is baffled that she so easily believed the fabricated story without any evidence. The man in purple fumes with rage, completely embarrassed that he fell for the simple trick. Luna points out how easily people believe random accusations without any real proof. Lincoln turns his anger toward the witness, threatening her family if she is lying about the identification. Despite the heavy pressure, the servant girl doubles down, swearing she saw Luna's face clearly. The scene shifts to the East House, where the atmosphere is thick with tension as the investigation continues. Madame Wu listens intently as the details of the witness's claim against Luna are laid out. Stern and unyielding, Madame Wu demands a full explanation for Luna's presence at the scene. Luna calmly argues that if she were actually the one involved with a man, she would be the primary target of the scandal. Lincoln loses his temper and shouts for Luna to confess that she orchestrated the entire incident. Turning to the servant girl, Luna begins a clinical interrogation to test her memory of the event. The servant insists the man's back was turned, preventing her from identifying him. As the pressure builds, Luna questions Prince Semiz about his reasons for entering the East House. Semiz angrily claims he was lured into the building by a girl who appeared out of nowhere. Luna asks if he could identify her, but Semiz explains the girl was wearing a veil during their encounter. He admits that while the interaction was lively, he could not see her face. Luna immediately catches the witness in a contradiction, asking how she could be sure it was Luna if even the prince didn't see a face. Semiz adds to the confusion by stating he was too dizzy to be certain of anyone's identity. Luna shifts her focus to the witness's specific observations, asking about the color of the girl's outfit. The servant girl confidently describes an aqua-colored dress and a specific bun hairstyle. Lincoln tries to shut down the questioning, claiming the witness's testimony is already sufficient. Luna ignores the interruption and asks for the color of the man's clothing. The servant girl visibly hesitates, struggling to come up with a consistent detail. Seeing the witness falter, the other conspirators begin to grow visibly frustrated and loud. The servant girl begins to tremble, admitting that she suddenly cannot remember the man's appearance. Luna smiles, noting the suspicious gap in the girl's supposedly perfect memory. She points out how strange it is to remember the girl's dress, but absolutely nothing about the man. Luna lays a psychological trap, suggesting the man was wearing light green to see if the witness will follow her lead. The servant girl falls for it instantly, claiming she now remembers the man was indeed in light green. Luna points out that Prince Semiz is currently wearing that exact color, mocking the girl's shifting story. She then highlights the ultimate contradiction. The prince said the girl was veiled, yet the witness claims to have seen Luna's face. Luna offers to provide color samples to further assist the girl's failing memory. The servant girl completely breaks down under the weight of her own lies, collapsing to the ground in terror. Luna steps back and leaves the final judgment to Madame Wu. Madame Wu looms over the trembling witness, reminding her of the severe punishment for framing a noble woman. In a final, desperate attempt to save herself, the girl claims the man was actually wearing yellow. Luna smirks, pointing out that absolutely no one present is wearing yellow, effectively ending the frame-up. Semiz informs Madame Wu that he is taking Lindsay to the Lotus to recover. Luna then asks if anyone has seen Lindsay's personal servant since the accident occurred. Madame Wu realizes the girl is missing and immediately orders a search for her. Luna points out that Lindsay was likely drugged and suggests the family doctor identify the substance. Madame Wu agrees and vows to severely punish anyone responsible for the sabotage. Realizing the net is closing in, the servant girl begins to tremble in fear. Madame Wu notices a suspicious mark on the girl's neck and demands an explanation. The servant falls to her knees in terror, claiming she has no idea how the mark got there. Luna points out the bloodstains at the door, questioning the girl's presence at the East House. Enraged, Madame Wu threatens the servant with a beating if she doesn't start telling the truth. In a panic, the servant girl fabricates a story, claiming Luna tried to take her life. Madame Wu immediately shuts down the lie, telling the girl to stop talking nonsense. Luna looms over the witness with an intimidating expression, cornering her with logic. She continues to press the girl, highlighting the blatant contradictions in her story. Madame Wu demands to know who instructed the servant to lie and frame Luna. Lincoln tries to de-escalate the situation, suggesting there is no need to be so angry with a servant. He then warns the girl to be very careful with her words, signaling a silent threat. The girl cowers on the ground as the pressure from the family becomes unbearable. Madame Wu sits down and sternly orders the servant to reveal the full truth. She demands to know who ordered the drugging of Lindsay and the plot against Luna. Seeing no way out, the servant girl closes her eyes in complete desperation. She suddenly takes the full blame for everything, begging for a quick end to her life. Madame Wu is repulsed by the confession, calling the servant a wicked woman. Luna watches closely, realizing the girl is sacrificing herself to protect a higher power. Madame Wu orders the guards to drag the girl away while Lincoln watches coldly. Luna steps forward to halt the guards, demanding more information before the girl is gone. She grills the servant on the source of the drugs and the identity of her accomplices. The servant girl breaks down in tears, begging for an end to her life rather than betraying her secrets. The scene shifts to a quiet corner of the estate where the tension between the residents has reached a breaking point. Luna confronts the servant girl, warning her that her silence won't just affect her, but will bring ruin to her entire family. The weight of the threat is clear on the servant's face as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Madame Sharon watches the interrogation with visible unease, fearing what might be revealed. Sharon quickly snaps at the girl to stay quiet, her panic becoming obvious to everyone watching. Terrified for her loved ones, the servant begs Luna to spare her family, insisting that she acted alone. Luna acknowledges the girl's guilt, but promises to speak up for her innocent relatives if she cooperates. Overcome with a mix of fear and gratitude, the servant bows deeply toward the ground. She slowly rises with a look of grim determination, having made a final, desperate choice. In a sudden move to protect her masters, the servant strikes a wooden pillar with enough force to ensure her permanent silence. The surrounding onlookers are paralyzed with shock as the investigation takes a dark and unexpected turn. Madame Wu stares at the scene, her expression hardening as she realizes the lengths someone is going to in order to hide the truth. Sharon gazes at the fallen girl, secretly relieved that the primary witness against her can no longer speak. Lincoln steadies a startled girl nearby as they witness the aftermath of the tragic event. Luna immediately points out that the servant's drastic action was a calculated move to protect the true mastermind. A heavy silence falls between Luna and the matriarch as the implications of the conspiracy settle in. Sharon attempts to shut down the discussion, urging everyone to respect the dead and stop looking for more trouble. Luna remains defiant, confirming her belief that someone within the household is actively trying to destroy her. Sharon's anger flares as she realizes Luna isn't intimidated by her attempts to bury the case. Luna demands to know why Sharon is so eager to stop the investigation, while the original victim is still suffering. Nearby, the men observing the conflict note that Sharon's defensive behavior makes her look incredibly suspicious. Sharon shouts that the matter is settled and accuses Luna of being the one causing unnecessary chaos. Luna stares her down, asking Sharon directly what she is so afraid of the truth uncovering. The purple-haired investigator steps in, agreeing with Luna and offering to handle the case himself to avoid further family conflict. He proposes taking the matter to the Dali Temple, where official investigators can get to the bottom of the crime. Lincoln looks visibly worried by the prospect of outside authorities getting involved and tries to dismiss the idea. Luna turns her attention to the grandmother, waiting for the final word on whether justice will be served. Madame Wu suspects Sharon's hand in the plot, but fears that a deeper probe will expose even more scandalous family secrets. The investigator waits for the signal to proceed, ready to uncover the real criminal behind the drugging. To everyone's astonishment, Madame Wu declares the investigation closed, allowing Sharon to breathe a sigh of relief. The investigator is stunned that such a serious crime is being swept under the rug without a proper resolution. Madame Wu remains firm in her decision, choosing the family's reputation over the pursuit of the truth. The investigator is left in disbelief, wondering how they can ignore the injustice done to the victim. The matriarch shuts down all further objections with a sharp command, ending the inquiry once and for all. Luna realizes just how ruthless her environment truly is and vows to speed up her plans for revenge against those who wronged her. The protagonist's previous life ends in a fiery explosion as her mission is declared complete. Luna wakes up in a new world, shocked to find herself alive in the Prime Minister's mansion. Life as the third daughter isn't easy, as others immediately try to force her into submission. Luna proves she isn't an easy target by retaliating against those who try to harm her. She continues to stand her ground, refusing to let any of the family's bullies get the upper hand. Her defiant nature catches the attention of Lord Egar, who who questions her true identity. Igor provides her with a special whistle, instructing her to use it if she ever needs to contact him. Madame Sharon's son returns, vowing not to overlook the embarrassment Luna has caused his family. Luna uses her skills in prosthetic makeup to turn the tables on her enemies, leading to her public downfall. A treacherous servant attempts to ambush Luna as part of a larger conspiracy to ruin her reputation. Prince Samiz waits in the shadows, hoping to catch Luna in the trap set by her rivals. Faced with exposure, the servant takes the fall and begs for death to protect her true masters. Seeing the cruelty of the mansion firsthand, Luna decides it's time to accelerate her plans for revenge. Madame Wu takes control of the situation, ordering Prince Samiz to be sent away to contain the scandal. The matriarch realizes that continuing the investigation would expose even darker family secrets she needs to keep hidden. The family remains on high alert, realizing that the Luna they once knew has changed completely. Igor drops a bombshell by declaring his intention to marry Luna once she comes of age. Madame Wu dismisses the guests, promising a banquet later to apologize for the day's disruptions. The men accept her apology and prepare to take their leave. One woman remains rigid as she offers her farewells to the matriarch. Madame Wu expresses her regrets one last time for the chaos that unfolded within the mansion. The departing group agrees to keep the day's incidents quiet as they head out. Madame Wu instructs her servant to have the carriages brought around immediately. As the servant obeys, Prince Samiz tries to quietly slip away from the scene. Madame Wu stops the prince, warning him that Sir Harold will be briefed on everything once he returns. She stares him down, insisting that Harold will pay him a personal visit at his own home. The matriarch watches the guests depart with a look of deep frustration. She orders the area to be locked down and commands harsh treatment for the family of the deceased servant. Luna steps in to help her grandmother back to her quarters, telling her to watch her step. Lincoln stops Luna, blaming her for the tragedy that occurred today. He narrows his eyes, vowing that he won't let the situation go. Luna remains completely unfazed, mockingly inviting him to do his worst before she leaves. A worried servant approaches Luna, reporting that she saw a body being dragged away from the house. Luna tells her to stay calm and keep a safe distance from the others in the future. She explains that while Lincoln might hesitate, Sharon is the one most likely to take the next step. The servant is visibly shaken, realizing how dangerous their situation has become. Luna holds the girl's hands, reassuring her that they have weathered storms like this before. She reveals that she has already made arrangements to monitor the Lotus House for any new developments. While walking through the garden, Xue calls out to Luna to get her attention. Luna turns around to see who is calling her name. He introduces himself as Ju, a member of the Dali Temple. Luna acknowledges him politely, maintaining her composed demeanor. She takes a moment to thank him for the help he provided during the earlier inquiry. Xu claims he was just doing his part, but Luna asks him to get straight to the point of his visit. He hesitates, admitting that he simply wanted an opportunity to speak with her. Luna wonders aloud if his interest is driven by the many rumors following her. She becomes flustered, waving his hands as he insists he meant no offense. Seeing that he has nothing urgent to say, Luna decides it is time for her to return home. Lord Xu approaches Luna under the cherry blossoms, complimenting her talent and claiming he's been looking forward to their meeting. Luna is surprised by the sudden praise and maintains a polite but cautious expression. Lord Xu takes a bold step, asking if she would accept his feelings right then and there. Luna and her maid are caught off guard by his directness, as such forward behavior is rare in their social circle. Luna politely bows and declines the offer, pointing out that they have only met once. Lord Xu argues that most people don't even know each other before marriage, so they are actually quite lucky. Luna reminds him that their parents have the final say in these matters, making her personal answer irrelevant anyway. She shakes her head firmly, making it clear she has no intention of saying yes. Lord Xu asks if there is someone else in her heart, causing Luna to think back on a past encounter. Luna blushes and claims she hasn't met many other men, yet she still refuses to give him a chance. She tells him he is an excellent person but shouldn't waste his time on her. Lord Xu persists, reminding her that every girl from a prominent family is expected to marry eventually. Luna continues to debate with him about family expectations and her own status. Luna questions why he would want to marry her instead of a legitimate daughter from a more noble family. Lord Xu offers to persuade his parents to propose, but Luna is exhausted and tells him to suit himself as she turns to leave. He calls out to her one last time, expressing his sincere feelings as she walks away. The maid suggests that Madame Wu would likely agree if a formal proposal were actually made. Luna looks back at her maid, questioning the logic of Lord Xu's confidence. She points out that if he can't even get her approval, there is no way his own family would ever agree to the match. She declares she won't get married regardless, while her maid worries about refusing a noble family twice. Luna decides to just go with the flow for now as they continue through the mansion grounds. She warns her maid that it's difficult to see through men's true intentions, especially those close to her rivals. Feeling the weight of the day's drama, Luna lets out a tired yawn and prepares to head in. She spots Lee nearby and calls out to him as they enter the West House area. Luna bows to Lee, thanking him for his help in making sure their plan went off without a hitch. She stretches and tells him to go rest, but he stops her with a grave warning about a hidden threat. Luna's eyes widen as Lee reveals there is a dangerous master hand operating within the Prime Minister's mansion. Lee identifies the threat as the third son of the Prime Minister. Luna and her maid are confused, trying to place exactly who this person is in the family hierarchy. Luna is shocked to realize the hidden player is William Wu, a boy she had previously overlooked. Luna looks shocked, questioning Lee on how he could possibly know about William's secret combat training. Lee explains that he has been monitoring everyone in the mansion and discovered William practices martial arts for hours every day without fail. Luna processes this revelation, realizing that William has been carefully crafting an image of fragility to deceive those around him. She recalls a past incident where he allowed himself to be mistreated without defending himself, confirming his dedication to the act. Lee notes that while William is a formidable hidden talent, he doesn't seem to be an immediate enemy. Luna wonders how his skills would stack up against other fighters in their circle. Lee estimates that William's advanced training gives him a significant advantage, and he could eventually surpass many masters. He goes on to describe the legendary reputation of the master who personally instructed William. Luna finally understands the true pecking order among the disciples and how deep William's connections go. She instructs Lee to keep finding these hidden players as they navigate the mansion's dangerous politics. Luna then requests that he arrange a secret meeting at the prince's residence in 2 days. The following morning, Luna's servant provides a report on the household chaos while they share a meal. Luna asks for confirmation on whether her father has returned to deal with the fallout of recent events. The servant confirms he came back late and is currently meeting with the matriarch to handle the situation. Luna sighs at the ongoing drama, knowing that the power dynamics in the house are shifting once again. The servant mentions that someone is currently venting their anger by lashing out at the help. Finishing her breakfast, Luna sets her utensils aside and prepares for the day's agenda. Lee enters to inform her that Lord Edgar is already waiting for their scheduled meeting. Luna praises Lee for his promptness as she gets ready to head out. Despite her servant's worries about the mansion's lockdown, Luna is confident the authorities are too distracted to stop her. She wears a determined expression, ready to take the next step in her plan. Outside under the cherry blossoms, Lord Edgar waits patiently for her arrival. Luna greets him, and he invites her to sit so they can discuss her reasons for visiting. She places a golden keepsake on the table, offering it as a gesture of her intent. Edgar looks at the item with genuine curiosity, asking if the gift is meant for him. Luna gives a bashful smile, admitting that she has come to ask for a significant favor. Edgar stands ready to listen, intrigued by the trouble that has led her to seek his help. Luna offers to teach Lord Edgar how to handle the golden mechanical device she presented under the cherry blossoms. She demonstrates the disassembly process, showing him how to release the internal clip with a sharp click. Holding up a small component, she explains the intricate loading mechanism as Edgar watches her every move. Luna looks up to ensure he follows the technical instructions for the complex keepsake. Edgar takes the golden item and begins to reassemble the parts with practiced ease. He successfully locks the main casing into place, proving to be an incredibly quick study. He looks at Luna with a keen, observant gaze, clearly impressed by her specialized mechanical knowledge. Luna smiles cheerfully, proud that her creation was understood so easily by her companion. Edgar expresses his gratitude to Luna for trusting him with such a personal and advanced piece of technology. When Luna asks if he would like to practice using the device immediately, he considers the suggestion. He hesitates to test the mechanical action, noting that it might cause a loud noise that would draw unwanted attention to their meeting. Setting the tool down on the table, he invites Luna to finally share the personal worries she mentioned earlier. Luna asks if he is already aware of the family fallout and events that transpired at the mansion the previous day. She admits she wanted to handle the situation with the prince herself, but found herself caught in a difficult political position. Edgar agrees that the prince is unworthy of such a high-quality gift and asks what else she requires to resolve her situation. Luna laughs softly, realizing she cannot hide her true intentions from someone as sharp as him. Edgar asks why Prince Abbott has chosen to target her specifically in his recent political maneuvering. Luna ponders the situation, suggesting the prince believes her unique skills could be used to further his own goals. Edgar listens seriously as she explains the pressure from her grandmother to marry into the prince's house for political gain. She crosses her arms defiantly, stating she has no interest in sharing a household with a man who has countless other women. Edgar is slightly taken aback by her bluntness, visibly blushing at her direct way of speaking. He shifts the conversation to a request of his own, asking for her specific help with a delicate matter he is currently facing. Luna looks surprised and curious, wondering what kind of favor a man of his standing would need from her. He explains that he needs to leave the area secretly and requires a specialized mask that can perfectly disguise his identity. Luna questions why he needs a disguise this time, as he usually manages to disappear without anyone noticing his absence. Edgar looks away with a serious expression, noting that the current political climate is far too dangerous to risk being discovered. Luna hesitates for a moment, weighing the risks of getting involved in such high-stakes secrecy after promising to stay out of trouble. Edgar reassures her that even if she refuses to help, he will still assist her in dealing with the prince's unwanted advances. Luna finds her resolve and firmly agrees to help him with his secret mission. Luna asks Edgar how long he plans to be away, and he informs her that his mission will take at least half a month. Luna grows concerned, hesitating as she realizes the difficulty of maintaining a disguise for such a long period. Edgar looks at her curiously, wondering why the specific time frame is causing her so much worry. She explains that for the disguise to work, his substitute must remain close to her at all times to manage the makeup effects. Luna warns that the masks are only temporary fixes, and if they aren't careful, Prince Abbott will surely notice something is wrong. Edgar listens intently as she details the technical requirements for keeping the ruse believable. He then asks if she's prepared to handle the inevitable rumors that will start if they are seen together constantly. Edgar taps a nearby surface, thinking of a strategy that could solve two of their problems at once. He suggests that if they pretend to have feelings for each other, it might discourage Prince Abbott's unwanted pursuit. Luna clarifies if he is proposing that they act out a fake relationship to fool their enemies. Edgar looks a bit flustered as he explains this would give him a legitimate reason to visit her mansion openly. He mentions that he can have his subordinates spread rumors that he is in danger to justify their frequent meetings. Luna considers the plan, realizing it would allow them to maintain the substitute's disguise safely for the next 2 weeks. Edgar looks at her, seeking a final answer on whether she agrees to this bold plan. Luna agrees, stating that as long as it prevents her forced marriage, she's willing to participate. Edgar clears his throat, appearing slightly embarrassed by the nature of their new arrangement. Luna then asks if he happened to overhear her private conversation with Sheyue earlier. Edgar admits that the secret location wasn't as quiet as they thought, looking a bit sheepish. Luna starts to tease him, finding his obvious embarrassment quite entertaining. She playfully pushes him, asking if his reaction means he's actually feeling jealous. Edgar turns his head away and mumbles something under his breath in a low voice. Luna leans closer, asking him to repeat himself since she couldn't hear his quiet comment. Suddenly, Edgar grabs her hand and firmly admits that he is indeed feeling jealous. Luna turns bright red from the sudden contact and demands that he let go of her immediately. She tries to set boundaries, insisting they should only act this way when they have an audience for their performance. A small, stunned version of Edgar processes her reaction, realizing he might have been too forward. Luna looks away shyly, still flustered by the intensity of his admission. Edgar eventually laughs it off, finding her embarrassed state to be quite charming. Luna gets annoyed by his laughter and demands to know when she can finally meet the substitute. She stands her ground with a serious expression, insisting that they begin the meeting right now. Edgar claps his hands and calls for his hidden subordinate to reveal himself while Luna watches closely. A man bearing a striking resemblance to Edgar appears instantly on the scene. Luna looks him over and asks if this is the man intended to serve as the substitute. Edgar introduces the man as Yan and asks for Luna's professional assessment of the likeness. Luna notes that while their figures are similar, Yan has a sharper facial structure and a much more stoic expression. Edgar explains that Yan's martial arts skills are superior, and he can provide better protection if any danger arises. Luna takes a moment to think about the arrangement while observing the substitute's posture. She reaches out to physically verify the substitute's conditioning to ensure he can handle the role's demands. Yan steps back in surprise, questioning why the lady is suddenly inspecting his physical build. Luna concludes that despite his stiff personality, his physical strength makes him a suitable candidate for the job. Edgar smiles and officially agrees to let Yan stay at the mansion to maintain the ruse. Luna plans to prepare everything that evening so they can begin the substitution the following day. She emphasizes that they should stick to low-light settings and warns Edgar against any more midnight wall climbing. Yan is stunned to hear that Lord Edgar has been scaling walls just to meet with the lady at night. Realizing that Edgar has genuine feelings for her, Yan prepares to depart and leave the two alone. Luna closes her eyes and prepares to leave now that the logistics are settled. Edgar stops her to mention he has already assigned someone to deal with Prince Abbott's interference. Luna thanks him for the help, and Edgar reassures her that he won't allow her to be mistreated. She nods, explaining that she needs to get back before anyone notices she is missing from the mansion. Edgar blocks her path, suggesting there is no need for her to rush away just yet. He gazes at her and proposes that they take a casual walk together since it is still early. Luna is caught off guard by the invitation and questions the sudden change in plans. Edgar winks and suggests they should immediately start practicing their public display of affection for the ruse. Luna agrees to the plan and asks if they should take a carriage to remain less conspicuous. Edgar insists they walk instead, and takes her hand to ensure they are visible to any onlookers. They head toward the marketplace together to make sure their presence is noted by the public. As they navigate the crowded market streets, Luna becomes visibly nervous about the high level of exposure. Edgar notices her tension and asks if the situation is making her feel uneasy. Luna admits that she isn't used to such close physical proximity with anyone in a public setting. Edgar tells her not to be scared and suggests they take things slowly until she feels more comfortable in the role. Luna questions Yan about his lack of experience in social situations while they walk through the marketplace. She looks completely stunned as she considers the possibility that he has never had a partner before. Luna continues to press him, Noting that it seems impossible for someone in their 20s to be so inexperienced, Yen grows visibly flustered, telling her that an unmarried lady shouldn't be discussing such personal matters with him. As they continue their stroll, Luna wonders if his lack of interest in women is due to some deeper secret. In their chibi forms, Luna stares intensely at Yan, trying to figure out if his preferences lie elsewhere. She looks at him with a sudden wave of sympathy, imagining how difficult it must be for him to keep up this act. Yen notices her strange expression and asks what she is thinking about, though she quickly denies anything is wrong. Behind them, Lord Eager's agent observes the pair, noting that they haven't let go of each other's hands since they arrived. Luna's maid watches from the side, looking incredibly unhappy about the public display of affection. The agent breaks out into a cold sweat while trying to remain inconspicuous. He quickly turns away with a dismissive huff when the maid confronts him. The maid remains indignant, firmly believing that Luna is more than a match for any high-ranking lord. Yen places a hand on Luna's shoulder and encourages her to pick out any dessert she wants from a nearby stall. Luna points toward a specific tray of treats, deciding on a choice for them to share. Seeing the two acting so close, the agent realizes that this performance is meant to be seen by everyone. Luna whispers to Yen, asking if their public act is actually working to fool their enemies. Yen looks on with a confident gaze, certain that news of their date will reach the prince by tonight. The pair continues their walk through the marketplace, heading toward their next destination. They eventually come to a sudden halt in front of a grand building. Luna stares up at the impressive structure, reading the sign above the entrance. They step inside a famous local jewelry shop, drawing attention from everyone present. Yen guides Luna forward, telling her to look around and promising to buy her whatever she desires. The shopkeeper immediately recognizes the high-ranking visitor and greets them with a formal bow. Nearby women in the shop are instantly starstruck, whispering about how handsome the lord looks in person. Yen keeps his composure and politely acknowledges the shopkeeper's flattery. While Luna enjoys a snack, she notices the other customers gossiping about their relationship. The shopkeeper maintains a professional and welcoming smile as he prepares to serve them. Yen interrupts the formalities and asks for a full introduction to the jewelry they have on display. He mentions that this specific shop belongs to Prince Abbott, making their public appearance here a direct message to their rival. Yen gestures for Luna to check out the jewelry to see if anything catches her eye. Luna shakes her head, seemingly uninterested in the initial selection offered at the shop. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to a specific item displayed on the counter. A close-up reveals a simple crystal ring resting on a decorative mat. Luna picks up the ring, noting its unique and distinct appearance. The manager excitedly explains that the ring is crafted from rare Kitchen crystal, a prized material. Examining it closely, Luna realizes the material matches a piece of jewelry she has seen before. The manager adds that such crystals are typically reserved for the royal family. Luna is visibly taken aback, contemplating the tragic history of someone she once knew. Yen interjects, suggesting the piece isn't right for her and urging her to pick something more fitting. Luna agrees and asks the manager to bring out some more delicate options. Yen leans in close, questioning if she had an ulterior motive for showing him that specific item. He points out the royal connection and asks for more details about her discovery. Luna looks slightly annoyed by his prying nature. She eventually selects a floral hair accessory and asks to have it wrapped up. An acquaintance named Zhu Yan suddenly appears, surprising Luna in the middle of the shop. He seems genuinely happy to run into her, calling it a destined meeting. Yan immediately intervenes, claiming the purchase is done and it is time for them to leave. Xu Yan looks quite awkward as Yan asserts a protective presence. Yan gives the newcomer a sharp, warning glare that speaks volumes. Xu Yan explains he was just shopping for his mother while Yen watches him like a hawk. Yen maintains a firm presence, guiding Luna toward the exit to end the encounter. As they depart, Xu Yan calls out his intentions to visit her again soon. Once outside, Luna asks Yen if he anticipated their encounter with the other man. Yen maintains a stoic expression, reminding her that he was simply playing his part in their public display. Luna looks a bit frustrated by the calculated nature of their performance. They eventually arrive at the gates of the Prime Minister's mansion. Luna thanks him for the escort and prepares to head inside alone. Yen stops her, asking if she still possesses the special charm he gave her. Luna confirms she has the keepsake and wonders if he wants it back. Yen tells her to keep wearing it, emphasizing the need to maintain their performance for their rivals. Luna enters the Prime Minister's mansion while Yan and his aide discuss their next move outside the gates. Yan questions his trusted aide Li to see if any new information has been uncovered during the investigation. Li reports that while several factions like Prince Semiz's men are in the city, they don't seem to be an immediate threat. Yan gives a stern order to purge any lingering trouble from Southlink City to ensure total security. Yan emphasizes that Li is the only person he trusts to handle the internal affairs of the mansion. Li bows respectfully, acknowledging the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. The priority is made clear. Li's only job in this mansion is to ensure Luna's absolute safety. Li realizes that the young lord is being unusually serious about this particular mission. Yan commands Li to return to her side immediately and never leave her alone. Yan prepares to face his powerful enemies, knowing he must protect Luna during their time in the city. The sun shines over the grand architecture of the Prime Minister's residence as the day continues. In the garden, Ninger asks Luna if she has actually fallen in love with Lord Edgar. Luna is visibly shocked by the question and immediately denies having any romantic feelings. Ninger remains confused, wondering why the two of them have been acting so close lately. Luna tries to explain that their relationship is far different from what the public perceives. She finally admits that all their romantic interactions have been nothing more than a calculated performance. Ninger is stunned to learn that the entire romance is just a front for their cooperation. Luna pats the girl's head, telling her she is far too young to understand such complicated arrangements. She makes it clear that despite the handsome men around her, she has no interest in finding a real boyfriend. Near the Lotus House, Mistress Frost makes a rare appearance, showing off her growing baby bump. Luna watches the mistress closely, noting her calm and aloof demeanor. Ninger gossips about how the Lord remains devoted to Mistress Frost even during her pregnancy. Luna finds the rumors about the mistress' easygoing nature and influence quite amusing. Intrigued by the situation, Luna decides to head toward the Lotus House to see things for herself. She figures since Mistress Frost just left, it's the perfect time to join in on the fun. Ninger grows worried and tries to talk her out of entering such a hostile environment. The maid warns that the people there view them as enemies, and they would just be asking for trouble. Luna smiles boldly, confirming that looking for trouble is exactly what she has in mind. Lindsay breaks down in bed, hysterically calling out for Rojan while her maid tries to keep her calm. Mistress Willow deals with a massive headache, exhausted by the ongoing drama. She snaps at Lindsay, telling her to stop thinking about others and focus on her own dire situation. As Lindsay worries about her future, Willow warns her that she faces either death or being locked away forever. The weight of the news causes Lindsay to collapse into tears once again. Willow fumes about people kicking them while they're down and prepares to confront an unwelcome guest. Luna arrives with a smile, feigning concern for Willow's pale and stressed appearance. Willow is immediately on the defensive, demanding to know why Luna has shown up now. Luna keeps up the act of being family, suggesting she should pay a visit to her sister. Luna maintains a polite facade, asking if there's anything she can do to help Lindsay. Willow doesn't buy it for a second, pointing a finger and accusing Luna of having malicious motives. Luna just acts surprised, joking that she must be the last one to visit. Willow's eyes flare with rage as she gives Luna a final warning to watch her words. Lincoln steps in to break up the tension before things get out of hand. Lincoln looks at Luna with a serious gaze, trying to maintain some level of decorum. Luna offers a tiered basket of desserts as a peace offering for the household. Willow immediately waves it off, refusing to accept anything from her. Lincoln ignores the protest and reaches out to take the gift. He firmly grabs the handle, deciding to accept the gesture. He tells Willow that they are family and should accept the desserts. Lincoln holds the gift steady, ending the immediate confrontation. Luna prepares to leave, offering to help if they notify her later. Willow remains full of disdain, telling Luna to stay out of their business. Lincoln politely asks Luna to head back for now, and she agrees to return another time. Once she's gone, the gift basket is slammed down as tensions remain high. Willow demands to know why Lincoln accepted the gift, accusing Luna of being behind Lindsay's downfall. Lincoln's gaze turns cold as he focuses on the priority of saving Lindsay's life. Willow complains that everyone, including Mistress Frost, is out to get them. Lincoln hides a vengeful expression, promising to settle the score with everyone eventually. The next day, Luna relaxes while snacking on fruit and asking for the latest updates. Her maid reports that Mistress Frost followed through and visited the Lotus House just as planned. Luna wears a knowing smirk, clearly satisfied that her rivals are falling right into her trap. She reflects on how this environment forces everyone to change, no matter who they were before. The maid is left stunned by the hidden depths and complicated motives of everyone around them. Luna's gaze remains sharp as she notes how unpredictable people can truly be. Over at the Prime Minister's mansion, the family gathers to discuss their precarious situation. Lincoln sternly declares that after everything, his daughter should be grateful if a prince even considers her. The mistress tries to comfort her daughter, emphasizing the importance of securing a higher social standing. The family matriarch insists on arranging a marriage with Prince Samiz immediately following the upcoming ceremony. The mother quickly agrees with the grandmother's decision to secure their family's future. When someone suggests Luna might be involved in the current mess, the room goes tense. Lincoln barks in order to stop the conversation, refusing to even entertain the idea of asking Luna for help. The grandmother notes that Luna is due to arrive at the meeting any moment now. Luna makes her entrance, offering a respectful bow to her gathered family members. Lincoln stares her down with a look of pure frustration and disdain. Luna stands her ground and calmly asks what the urgent family matter is about. Lincoln's eyes narrow as he prepares to confront his daughter about the recent chaos. The tension is broken when a messenger announces that an envoy from Lord Edgar has arrived. Surprised by the sudden visit, Lincoln gives the order to bring the messenger inside. Yan steps forward as the messenger, much to Luna's delight as she realizes the timing is perfect. Yan offers a formal greeting to the Prime Minister, maintaining a strictly professional demeanor. He reaches into his sleeve and produces a small, pink-wrapped keepsake. Lincoln is left completely baffled by the sudden appearance of this mystery package. The grandmother and the rest of the family can't believe that a high-ranking lord would send anything to Luna. The mistress fumes with rage, convinced that Luna has used underhanded tactics to gain such favor. Lincoln reaches out to take the item himself, but Yen firmly pulls it away from him. Yen makes it clear that his lord intended this specifically for the third daughter, and no one else. Lincoln is left in an incredibly awkward position as his hand hangs empty in the air. Yen bypasses the prime minister entirely to hand the special gift directly to Luna. Lincoln watches with a sour expression as Yen presents a wrapped gift to Luna, urging her to accept it on behalf of Lord Edgar. Luna takes the package, her face reflecting a mix of surprise and curiosity. Yen observes her reaction with a subtle, composed look, having completed his mission. The box is opened to reveal a stunning golden dagger resting inside. Luna is taken aback to find her own name elegantly engraved on the delicate weapon. She quickly closes the box and asks Yen to convey her sincere gratitude to his master for the personalized gift. Yen asks if there is anything specific she would like him to bring back to the Lord. Luna pauses to consider her response, her mind racing with the implications of the gesture. Before the conversation can continue, grandmother slams her hand down on the table to demand attention. She sternly reminds Luna that as an unmarried girl, she must maintain proper distance from other men. Luna offers a polite apology, though she privately recognizes the old woman's attempt to manipulate the situation. Yen maintains his professionalism, excusing himself to attend to other pressing matters. Once the messenger is gone, Lincoln immediately demands an explanation for the unexpected gift. Luna insists she is just as puzzled, claiming she has only met the man twice. Lincoln finds it hard to believe that such an expensive item would be given after so little interaction. Lincoln's frustration boils over as he contemplates how to use Luna's new connection to benefit the family's status. Grandmother silences his outburst, telling him to stop questioning and focus on the household's reputation. Luna then asks the room why she was summoned to the meeting in the first place. Lincoln begins to respond with a deep frown, clearly agitated by her presence. Grandmother quickly interrupts him, preventing him from revealing too much. She tells Luna to ignore the situation, claiming the current matter has nothing to do with her. Mistress Willow attempts to argue, insisting that Luna is involved in the current family conflict. Grandmother shuts her down, asking why she continues to target Luna when others were also present at the scene. Desperate, Willow drops to her knees and begs the Prime Minister to help her daughter. Lincoln looks on with a cold, detached gaze as the woman pleads for his intervention. Grandmother remains firm, stating that it is finally time to finalize the wedding arrangements for Willow's daughter. Lincoln agrees, noting that even if she is to be a concubine, the ceremony should be handled with prestige. He informs the room that Prince Samiz is already preparing the formal betrothal gifts according to royal protocol. Willow looks absolutely devastated, her face pale as the reality of the situation sets in. She tries to protest the perceived unfairness between the granddaughters, her voice rising in anger. Lincoln loses his patience and delivers a sharp slap to silence her, ordering her to return to her quarters immediately. Terrified, Willow backtracks and begs for forgiveness, asking only for the chance to prepare her daughter's wedding dress. Grandmother dismisses the group, bringing the high-tension meeting to an end. Luna walks through the courtyard carrying her new gift while Lindsay demands she stop. Despite the loud shouting, Luna continues walking and completely ignores the confrontation. Lindsay attempts to grab Luna's arm to force her to listen, but Luna skillfully dodges the contact. Luna finally turns around with a calm expression, questioning what her sister needs. Infuriated by the perceived disrespect, Lindsay yells at Luna for daring to ignore her. Luna quickly shakes off another attempt to touch her or the package she is holding. Maintaining her composure, Luna suggests that they simply have a civil conversation. Lindsay demands to know exactly what is inside the wrapped package Luna is carrying. Luna gleefully reveals that the item is a personal gift sent directly from Lord Edgar. The revelation leaves Lindsay stunned and boiling with immediate jealousy. Luna asks if Lindsay is only upset because the Lord has shown her no interest. Overwhelmed with rage, Lindsay's face turns red as she struggles to process the insult. Luna holds the keepsake tightly, telling her sister to ask the Lord himself if she's so curious. Lindsay loses her temper completely, hurling insults and accusations of manipulation at Luna. Luna remains unfazed, looking back with a look that clearly provokes her sister further. The rant continues as Lindsay accuses Luna of being overly friendly with multiple high-ranking men. Luna warns her to stop the verbal abuse or she will report the behavior to their grandmother. Lindsay issues a final threat, promising that Luna will soon face the consequences of her actions. Unimpressed by the empty threats, Luna dismissively says she will wait for that day to come. Lindsay stands there fuming, unable to find the words to counter Luna's calm demeanor. Luna challenges her to actually do something instead of just using her words. The frustration causes Lindsay to spiral girl into a state of childish, silent fury. Luna finds the constant name-calling boring and questions if her sister has a better vocabulary. Realizing the truth, Luna teases her sister about having unrequited feelings for Lord Edgar. Lindsay claims that Edgar's past social connections are common knowledge to everyone. Luna realizes that Edgar has been quite efficient in managing his various social interactions. Luna advises her sister to talk to the man directly instead of causing trouble for her, as she prepares to leave. As Luna walks away, Lindsay vows to eventually make her regret this interaction. Upon returning home, Luna is informed that Lord Edgar plans to visit her later that night. Luna immediately orders her staff to guard the entrance and strictly prevent anyone else from entering.